Good afternoon, and I see we're really well attended for this really long agenda item, really long agenda with many items, some of which are really sensitive and very difficult decisions for us to make. So I would be really grateful that people, when they ask questions, do so succinctly. I want the questions, I want statements if you're making those. I think we'd prefer to go home before midnight, really. Because we do need to give everybody a fair hearing on all of this. So I will now ask for apologies, of which I have none, and declarations of interest. James.
I'd like to declare an interest in item 18 as a tenant and therefore be leaving the room and not taking part in the debate.
Okay.
I need to do the same.
Right. You can't hear? I'm not sure what we can... It's on.
Do we need the microphones a bit closer to us? Does that work? Okay, there we are.
Right, is that better? Right. Ruth.
A declaration of item 18 as a landlord. Thank you.
Right. Anybody else need to declare interest on item 18? Right. Thank you very much. I think those are interests that mean that you cannot be in the room for the debate on that item. So they will be leaving, and it's not lack of interest. It's just that they can't be there. So thank you. We will now move on then to minutes of the last meeting. And so can I have a proposer and seconder for those minutes if you think they are a correct record?
Me to propose.
Propose. And a seconder. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. That's unanimous. So we now move into public question time, and we have 6. This is a special cabinet because we would normally only have 6 at this meeting from the public, but because we have a special item at the end, which is the rally, there have been 2 questions to be put at the time on that, around the rally itself, when we have an open debate on that. So the first question comes from Jason Doricott, and Tim Collard will read that question and Ruth Houghton will answer it.
Thank you, Leader. The question is this: what assessment has been made by Shropshire Council of the impact ending this funding will have on isolated stroke survivors and carers across Shropshire, and what alternative support will be available to people becoming increasingly isolated or reaching crisis point?
Ruth Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. For context, this is regarding the withdrawal of some grant funding to the Stroke Association.
Can you hear?
For context, can you hear? For context, this relates to the withdrawal of grant funding to the Stroke Association, and the response is as follows. The Council recognises the concerns raised regarding continuity of support and wider system impacts. While the Council is not in a position to continue this grant funding, it has shared service information, impact assessments and relevant decision-making documentation with system partners, and has asked those partners to consider any consequential impacts within their respective responsibilities. I would also go on to say that we have had some further correspondence regarding that, which will be addressed separately outside of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have... Oh, we won't have a supplementary, unless they've been one tabled. Okay. In which case, then, we move on to a question from Caroline John on behalf of Shrewsbury Town Centre Residents Association, and that will be answered by Roger Evans.
This one.
Great, that consists.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name's Caroline John. I am chair of Shrewsbury Town Centre Residents Association. I have lived in Shropshire since 1987, and I have lived in the centre of Shrewsbury since 2019. My question today relates to the Public Register of Premises Licences. Shropshire Council's website states, "We maintain a register of all licences and, as required by the relevant legislation, details of licences are available. To request any copies, please get in touch." My experience shows that this facility fails to deliver the statutory requirement. And my question today is in three parts. First, on what date did Shropshire Council most recently make available to any person a register as required by Section 8 and further specified in Schedule 3.2, the Licensing Act 2003? Second, when and by whom, whether it was a committee or officer, and I'm thinking about post, not identifying individual people here, of course, and under what delegated power in the Council's constitution was the decision made that such register would cease to be made available? Will Cabinet please provide me at some point with a copy of the Council's formal record of that decision? And finally, on what date will Shropshire Council make available a fully compliant register, whether electronic or hard copy? And I asked for particular pieces of documentation, legislation, to be made available to be fully considered in formulating the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Caroline, for your question. Shropshire Council is aware of the appropriate legislation which specifies making available the information that you refer to in your question. This has and is made available to anyone who requests it from our licensing team. The most recent request, and it was fulfilled on the 13th of May 2026. Answers with appropriate information is supplied to any person who requests it, as I think you have received when submitting questions on this subject in the past. Shropshire Council has confirmed to become an open and transparent organisation, and I am pleased to inform you that work is underway to make available a full online public register, allowing members of the public to access this information directly from the Council's website. The expectation is that this will be completed by late summer. This will then negate the need for members of the public to contact the licensing team directly for this information, and I hope that may well satisfy the majority of your question. But please also note that my understanding is that the appropriate Shropshire Council Scrutiny Committee is intending to look at licensing as part of this year's programme of work. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to emphasise we do really need to look at all of the licensing stuff, which is why it is going to scrutiny, which I don't think it's ever done before. So it's a step forward. Do you have a supplementary?
May I just follow up on that?
Yes, do.
I think I'm not going to enter into an argument, absolutely not, in this domain, but I'm afraid Councillor, I can't read your name, Evans, is not quite au fait with the nature of the requests and the responses I've received, and I would not ask this question were I satisfied that it met the legislation. I am delighted that Shropshire Council is reviewing the licensing function, and I shall be very glad for Shrewsbury Town Centre Residents Association to contribute very positively to that in any way that we can. And I thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'm interested in your answer, but maybe we can have a conversation outside this. Phone me or email me, whichever, and we can continue and
absolutely
involve others as needed.
I'm very happy to do that. Thank you, Councillor.
I'm sure we will put your name forward as well to the Environment and Economy Committee, who will be looking at this. So that will be Councillor Ed Potter.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we now move on to a question which will be read by Tim Collard from Mike Streetley, re the climate emergency. And this will be answered by Sarah Mustard.
His question is this. It is now 7 years since the UK Government and Shropshire Council passed declarations of a climate emergency, and whilst there have been some progress since then, it is clear that as a society we are not on track to respond to the rapidly unfolding catastrophe being caused by uncontrolled emissions of carbon dioxide. Last November, 10 of the UK's leading experts briefed an invited audience of over 1,200 politicians and leaders from business, culture, faith, sport and the media in Westminster Hall. The briefing set out the implications for the UK of climate and nature breakdown for health, food systems, national security and the economy. These talks have been synthesised into a 45-minute film that alerts the public to the dangers of our society is facing on multiple fronts and the urgent need to redouble our efforts to address it. Will Shropshire Council please provide an opportunity for all staff and councillors to view the film and discuss its implications for their work?
Thank you very much. Sarah.
Thank you for the question. Shropshire Council is supportive of this request and will provide opportunities for both staff and elected members to view the People's Emergency Briefing and reflect on its implications for their work. The Council recognises the importance of ensuring that staff and members have access to high quality, evidence-based information on the climate and nature crisis and the implications this has for local government responsibilities and decision making. For this reason, the Council has organised a number of screening sessions at the Guildhall following the July and August full Council meetings, plus 3 further opportunities for staff and councillors to reflect on the content together. The People's Emergency Briefing is a professionally produced film drawing on established scientific and institutional evidence, including national climate risk assessments and public health and economic analysis. It is intended to support understanding and inform constructive discussion. We recognise that local authorities have a central role in responding to climate and nature risks, including through housing, transport, planning, infrastructure, public health and emergency planning, as well as strengthening resilience to challenges such as flooding, heat waves and wider system pressures. In this context, the Council is proposing to provide opportunities for staff and councillors to view the briefing and reflect on its relevance to their roles. And these sessions will be accessible, inclusive and appropriately facilitated and provide space for structured discussion focused on implications for council services, risk management and long-term resilience. The sessions are intended to support a shared evidence base across officers and members, inform ongoing service planning and corporate priorities, and maintain awareness while ensuring the Council's approach remains proportionate and evidence-led. Participation will be voluntary and will complement existing training and development activity. In summary, the Council will be providing proportionate and accessible opportunities for staff and councillors to view the briefing and discuss its relevance to their roles, supporting informed decision making and awareness of climate and nature risks.
Thank you very much, and we won't, I presume, have a follow-up question on that one. I take it we send these people who are not here the answers. Thank you, Amanda. John Palmer, your question on the prosecution of landlords, and you're here. So thank you, and James Owen will be answering.
Thank you. This is the agenda item 18, Shropshire Housing Authority Enforcement and Civil Penalties Policies. The Renters' Rights Act 2025 is a welcomed policy introduced by this progressive government that aims to boldly redress the balance in tenants' favour and ensure justice. Legislation that the Tories would never introduce because of self-interest and their landlord chums, nor the far right, who are diametrically opposed to fairness and have zero chance of being in government anyway. An exciting report and well drawn up policies from Shropshire Council. How many landlords have been successfully formally prosecuted by Shropshire Council since 2022? Is the answer one? Re the Oakery near Ludlow in September 2023, a shocking news story that I recall publishing.
Thank you very much. James Owen.
Thank you for your question and for your interest in the Council's housing enforcement work and the proposed enforcement and civil penalty policies. Since 2022, Shropshire Council has indeed successfully prosecuted one landlord in relation to multiple housing standards offences under the Housing Act 2004. And prosecution is just one enforcement tool, but it is often the final stage of enforcement action, with many cases being resolved earlier through compliance with enforcement notices served by the Council.
Just to reassure you, while I was in opposition, I had one such landlord who actually then complied. So the action of the council can be in many ways, and it isn't just taking them to court or whatever. So we now move on to Marianne Aitken, re Helena Lane, and I think you're here in person. Thank you very much. And Ruth Houghton will be answering you. Do you want to?
Sorry?
Take a seat if you want to.
Okay, they can stand for the moment. Good morning, everyone. Marianne Aitken unfortunately couldn't be here today as she's working elsewhere. So I will read an introduction and then we'll ask the questions. So my name is Nino Binns and I'm the wife of one of the day service users at Helena Lane in Ludlow. These questions are from all of us, service users, carers and family members. Cabinet has had sight of our statement. We've repeatedly raised the question around governance, around sticking to your statutory duties and obligations. We have also raised the lack of empathy from this council and our shock and distress that this council has abandoned its moral responsibility towards elderly people with severe disabilities. In our lives, this service at Helena Lane is a necessity, not a luxury. Please, please do not take this service away. Derek Young will then read out the formal questions that we've submitted.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Chair. My name's Derek Young, and I'm the husband of a care user at Helena Lane. Our questions. Will the Cabinet now reverse the current proposal to close this highly valued service? Will the Cabinet consider an alternative location to provide an important service to both current and future community of Ludlow? We would like to understand how the recommendations made in the Day Centre Consultation April 2026 report are being addressed by the closure proposal. To reiterate the report, these were: 1. Retain and prioritise specialist provision where needs cannot be met elsewhere. 2. Recognise and embed the preventative value of day services in decision making. 3. Consider to embed equality, rurality and accessibility considerations in future work. 4. Protect dignity, personal care and sensory support as core service elements. 5. Consider the feedback concerning lack of promotion, referrals and transport. 6. take a differentiated approach to independence, employment and volunteering. 7, ensure meaningful cooperation and transition planning. Also, what percentage of the council deficit will this fix? Has the consideration of the movement of costs from day centre to full-time care been a consideration of this proposal? Just a reminder, we continue to request answers to our questions of the 6th of May and to a whole series of unanswered freedom of information requests, releasing a whole bundle of new reports that the public has no time to read or respond. It's just not good enough. Finally, we have a petition. Ron?
Good morning. My wife Tina is a service user at Helena Lane, and she would like to present to Councillor Heather Kidd the petition against closure. Unfortunately, she's in a wheelchair and can't walk very well. I wonder, Councillor Kidd, could you kindly collect a petition from Tina now?
Yes, of course. Yeah. No problem at all.
Thank you. Yeah. And,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, okay. I will now ask Ruth Houghton to reply to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mrs Binns and Mr Young, and I'm sorry I didn't catch the name of your final speaker. And also thank you to Mrs Aitken, who provided some earlier correspondence the Cabinet have seen. So the response to the question. Thank you all very much for your questions. Cabinet will consider the report and recommendations before making any decision, and it would... Thank you for your questions. Cabinet will consider the report and recommendations before making any decision, and it would not be appropriate to preempt that decision in advance in this response. The Council has considered the consultation feedback carefully, including the importance of specialist provision, prevention, dignity, accessibility, transport, co-production and transition planning. These matters are reflected in the proposal and will continue to be addressed through individual assessment, review and support planning to ensure eligible needs are met lawfully and appropriately. In relation to an alternative location in Ludlow, the recommendation before Cabinet is a proposal set out in the published report. If Cabinet agrees any change, implementation would need to consider how people's needs can best be met in the future, including the location and form of provision. The key issue for the Council is not a particular building, but whether needs continue to be met properly. This proposal will not by itself resolve the Council's overall financial challenge. It is one part of a wider programme to support financial sustainability. The potential for cost to transfer elsewhere in the system, including into higher cost care, is a relevant consideration, which is why any transition must be carefully managed through assessment and support planning. In relation to the outstanding questions submitted on the 6th of May, a reply was sent on the 4th of June in line with the 20 working day specified framework. I would like to add that I very much hope you'll remain for the debate, which I understand you'll be asked to take part in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether any of you have a supplementary question or not to come back on that, or whether
No, we've asked the questions, thank you.
Yeah, it's just that sometimes when you've heard the answer that you might have a supplementary, something to follow up with, but that's fine. Okay. No, you are not there to speak, Jill, at this present time. And that is what will come through when we get to the next item on the agenda. Thank you, Jill.
I think we would have plenty of comments, but not necessarily questions.
Okay, thank you. So we now move on to Care Johnson, and this is about school streets. And Tim Carlow will read this, and David Basma will answer. Oh, Rob will answer, sorry.
Thank you. The School Streets Pilot Scheme was introduced in 2024 under the previous administration at several schools across the county, including Woodside School in Oswestry. While the scheme proved popular in some locations, such as Gaboan, it was largely ineffective at Woodside. Although the scheme has since been suspended, residents have not been formally advised. Signs and cameras remain in place, creating the impression that restrictions are still in force, despite clear opposition from the school. In contrast, in Gaboan, where there is support, the scheme has not yet been reinstated. In addition, either during implementation or following the resurfacing of Gittin Street prior to May 2025, many parking restriction lines were removed and have not been replaced. This has led to dangerous and inconsiderate parking with no practical means of enforcement. As a result, road safety conditions now appear worse than before the scheme was introduced, representing a significant failure by previous decision makers. Could the portfolio holder confirm, 1, when the Woodside scheme will be formally deemed unsuccessful with signage removed and residents informed? 2, when the scheme will be reinstated in areas that support it? And 3, when parking markings and enforcement will be fully restored outside Woodside?
I share the frustration of Councillor Johnson, the community of Woodside School and local residents. I met with the head teacher of the school last autumn to hear about the issues and thank her specifically for being more than patient as officers have worked to resolve them. I am now able to confirm that the Woodside School Street Scheme will be part of our decommissioning process during this financial year, and I will be pushing for this to occur as soon as possible. The General School Streets programme is currently under review, and each site has had an extensive assessment of suitability and future status as a school street. Whilst this process is ongoing, the Strategic Transport team will be providing detail to all schools and elected members on the status of each school street, and will have proactive discussions with the school on whether the school street can remain or what replacement measures are required for each of the sites under a decommissioning process. This must be aligned with the maintenance team to ensure carriageways are repaired where required alongside the works. School streets have the ability to positively transform the environment around a school, as we have seen at Colby and Shrewsbury, but it must be done with the support of schools and local members.
Thank you very much. I presume we do not have a follow-up question on that one either. I now move on to member question time, and I have a question from Councillor Chris Lemon on the Shropshire Transport Strategy, which is later on the agenda, and Duncan Kerr will read.
Yes, thank you. Shropshire is a predominantly rural county with a commensurately low population density, yet it is also a county where many residents rely on public transport. Unfortunately, Shropshire has also one of the poorest bus networks in the county, and in recent years has struggled badly to attract the funding made available by central government to improve such services. Part of the reason for that is that the previous administrations have never prioritised public transport and did the bare minimum to support it. Something no doubt the central government noticed and took into account when allocating funds, leading to the kind of death spiral that means Shrewsbury must be the only county town in the country with no public transport in the evenings or on Sundays and bank holidays. That being the case, the Shropshire Transport Strategy could be an important step in the right direction, showing those holding the purse strings in central government that the county is now serious about improving public transport, and most especially bus services. Council is expecting that report to be published now, after the Cabinet Member for Transport and Economic Growth said it should be made publicly available during the next month in an answer to a question of our Cabinet on March the 11th. When will the strategy be published and what is the reason for the delay?
Thank you, Duncan, and I'm sure you'll have a supplementary. Thank you. Rob Wilson to answer.
Public transport is a vital service for connecting communities. As you say in the question, it has faced a lack of prioritisation and real investment for some time. Turning that around will take time and significant funding. At present, that level is not available. As I've stated before, in the financial year, the last financial year, the council had £3.07 million available to support and improve the bus network. This has been reduced to £2.86 million for this year and is expected to remain at this level over the next few years. That means that to achieve the ambition we have, we must attempt to do more with less and operate in a different way. The Shrewsbury night bus trial is a good example. It was initially funded by the Big Town Plan Partnership and then extended by the Police and Crime Commissioner. We have worked with local members and operators where timetables weren't working for people. However, we can't get around the fact that we have less money to spend on supporting bus services than the council had in the past. The Commission's Shrewsbury public transport strategy, which I think Councillor Lemon is referring to, which I spoke about in March, is an attempt to consider what is achievable alongside the movement and public space strategy. One supports the other. So it's important that the council understands the costs and timeline involved in delivering key elements of both. This work is ongoing at present, and that's why we have asked for a delay in publishing the strategy, for which I apologise, so that when available for scrutiny, it includes how elements can be implemented.
Thank you. Duncan, do you have a supplementary?
We asked the question, when will it be published? So it'd be nice to have a date. But the other broader point is that I'm aware that Town Council like Oswestry actually funds some bus services, and I wonder, we've had a lot of discussions with town councils about parks and street scene. Don't think we've had discussions about bus. It's a very vital issue for our county. And if we don't crack this, which is access to good public transport, then the economic prospects for the county, the health prospects, everything else will suffer. So I'm just urging you to perhaps have a rethink about the prioritisation of work we do with local towns, and if we're short on funding, it may be that they'd be willing to assist that if approached in the right way. But can I have an answer to the question of when it will be published, which was Chris's question?
I'm happy to answer both of those. I don't have a date. I'm really sorry about that. The work is ongoing to understand the costs of implementing things, rather than us having just a strategy in a document that has no route to delivery. It needs to have those costs in it. That's what Cabinet said when we reviewed it, and that's what we're working on right now. On the broader points of town and parish councils, I think you're right. Oswestry's done a good job with what it's done on a weekend service. It also happens in Market Drayton, where the town council supports local bus services, and it is something the public transport team are aware of and will continue having discussions about.
And there is wider work around community transport in general. So thank you very much. We now move on to the next question, which is from Councillor Rosemary Dartnell, and it's on road safety on London Road, and David Vasmore will answer.
Thank you. There has for many years been an issue with speeding traffic on the outer section of London Road from the College to Elmstree roundabout, which has a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. This was always of particular concern for residents leaving home by car from the old small holdings. When planning permission was sought for the development of 135 new homes here, an extension of the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit was requested. That's from the college, past the new homes and up to the junction with the Weir Hill access road. This was and remains perfectly reasonable given the increased number of homes with access directly onto this busy arterial road. The developers have installed cabling to enable street lights to be installed where the new homes have entrances onto London Road. Lighting will add to road safety for residents walking, cycling or driving from home. The street lights have never been installed. The speed limit has not been changed. Why? There are regular reports of near misses here, the most recent involving a motorcycle and a car at the Weir Hill Road junction. As part of the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, a toucan crossing is also required, either at this junction or farther along close to the cricket club. How else will residents of all ages in existing and new homes manage to leave home safely and cross London Road without some infrastructure to make doing so safe. Please can the portfolio holder confirm that these simple and necessary road safety amendments will be carried out urgently before a fatality occurs?
Sorry, David Basman.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dartnell. I will arrange for the Executive Manager for Strategic Transport to look at the legacy of any Section 106 agreements, SIL requests and LC WIP requirements around this issue to identify synergy with work streams and funding. When we have a coherent position, we will report back to the member for Colne and Sutton. In the meantime, the Executive Manager will arrange for a speed survey on London Road from the College to MC Roundabout. The data will assist with any decision making. And I'd like to reassure Councillor Dartnell that we will progress that and I will make sure that happens at speed.
Do you have a supplementary?
No, just can it be soon, please?
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. The third question is from Councillor Dawn Hoosman on Shire Hall, and Roger Evans will answer.
Thank you. Despite waiting for months for a meeting to discuss next steps relating to Shire Hall, we've been unable to obtain specific information relating to the Shire Hall review that we require. So in this public and recorded forum, we ask, what is the start date of the review? What methodology will be used to complete the review? When will the report be made available to members? When will Mr. Buss meet with the Task and Finish group? Exactly how will Mr. Buss explore the viability of the JV route? We require detail of the methodology, clarity of the results, and a clear explanation of the thought process and justification of how conclusions are reached. Please also explain how a definitive conclusion can be reached when we do not know the real-world net value of the site, and this figure will not be known until the Red Book valuation is done, which will be after a decision is reached. If the real-world net value achievable by the Council is less than predicted by the soft market testing, will this Council halt any sale, or will it accept significant losses on the sale of this wholly owned strategic asset? Thank you.
Roger Evans.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Councillor Houseman or Dawn. Thank you for the question. To deal with each of those in turn, start date. It was after the directors had met and duly considered the decision of the council meeting that was held on May the 14th. Next question is methodology, and the answer is view to be taken by the reviewer on basis of their experience of local government development, property acquisition, sales and disposals, regeneration schemes, housing and algae finance. When will the report be made available? It will be made available together with publication of the Cabinet report, if not before. When will Mr. Buzz meet with the Task and Finish group? Mr. Buss is not holding interviews as part of his brief. Rather, he is considering all council and cabinet papers to date referring to the Shire Hall, and that includes a report of the Task and Finish group. His report is currently being fact-checked by the Section 151 officer and colleagues where appropriate. His report is currently in final draft and is expected to be completed by the beginning of next week. Exactly how will Mr. Buzz explore the viability of the JV route? This will be set out in his report, although it should be noted that the viability of any JV route could only truly be evaluated as part of a market-tested option or options. It should also be noted that for any potential JV, as appropriate, would need to understand the extent of resource requirements, both professional and financial, from the council, which, as everyone here knows, is clearly very limited. Please explain how a definitive conclusion can be reached. This, I expect, will be set out in the Cabinet report. If the real-world net value achievable is less, the council is of course a sovereign body, but the result has been handed over to the Cabinet to consider and make a decision. The report is expected to cover this issue. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Dawn? Okay, thank you. We have now a question from Councillor Susan Coleman about the Guildhall, and I think, Dawn, you're reading that one.
Thank you. For the sake of transparency, will the Leader please clarify the following? Is Guildhall fit for purpose such that it can meet all the Council's accommodation needs in the medium to long term? Would this be with or without significant investment? If it's not fit for purpose in the medium to long term, what specifically does the Council intend to do to meet the Council's future accommodation needs? If the Council pursues its aim to destroy Shire Hall, which is a wholly owned asset with no borrowings currently against it, which could be repurposed, will the Leader please confirm that they will not borrow any money to build new accommodation and we will remain at Guildhall indefinitely? If Guildhall is not fit for purpose and new accommodation is planned in the medium to long term, please explain to Shropshire residents how it is acceptable to destroy a prestigious and valuable asset that is free from borrowings to borrow more money to build a new but vastly inferior solution to our accommodation needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. In the short term to medium term, the Guildhall provides a suitable headquarters in the way we're working at the moment. So the Council, and we will continue to adapt to the configuration of the building, and we will also continue to make minor adaptations to the site in line with our needs to encourage more staff back into the office. You might like to note at this point, some staff actually prefer working at home, but we are encouraging them to be in here more often. So on those grounds, it does fit our needs. The Guildhall is providing us with valuable benefits at this time, allowing us to increase officer presence on site and now ensures that there are dedicated spaces for teams throughout the week. And in fact, I met somebody who was delighted to be in to see a team the other day because actually it's a good way of working. This arrangement is considered fit for purpose and forms a key part of our transition towards a more modern, efficient way of working. The building is fit for purpose to meet current needs, although as for any office accommodation, it's recognised that facilities and access can always be improved, and you will see improvement work that is going on for minor costs around the building at the moment. It is noted that any early change from the Guildhall is necessarily constrained by the financial emergency that we face and the potential cost of any future movement to alternative accommodation were it available. Because if ever you're moving, there's a transition stage which costs us even more money, and I do remember in years gone by when there were education was moving in and out of this building, and I'm talking about 15 years ago, it was costing 60,000 in downtime every time that happened, so it'd be significantly more as well as getting a building ready. So we are where we are. These issues will be addressed by the Cabinet report on the 14th of July, not least the imperative for the Council to generate capital receipts from the disposal of sites in the Council portfolio in order to reduce the borrowing necessary, and that supports exceptional financial support and the cost to maintain such sites in an unused condition. If we borrow less, we pay less in interest, basically. And we are in a really difficult position, as you know, and Susan knows. There is absolutely no plan to build new office accommodation to act as the Council's headquarters. Why would we do that? Having acted as a speaker, I then turned my microphone off. Okay. Do you have a supplementary to that, or are you happy with that? I'm happy with this one. Okay. Thank you very much. In which case, we now have a question from Councillor Peter Hoosman, re-improvements to Bridgnorth High Street, and I think you're going to read that one as well, Dawn.
Thank you. Before the last election, a sum of 4.5 million was allocated within the Sill local budget specifically for improvements to Bridgnorth High Street. As you know, this charming town is in desperate need of these funds. Its appearance is becoming increasingly tired and scruffy, which has led to growing frustration amongst my residents. We have made repeated requests for clarification on the status of this SIL local funding from the relevant officers, but unfortunately we have still not had a reply. Bridgnorth both needs and deserves this much needed financial support. I am now seeking a clear answer on whether the Liberal Democrats intend to withdraw this funding from Bridgnorth or not. While it's understood that the original project will need to be rescoped to suit current and future requirements, particularly in light of the significant proposed developments around Bridgnorth, it's crucial that we begin what is likely to be a lengthy process to reinvigorate our much-loved town. Please provide myself and all the residents of Bridgnorth and our surrounding villages with the clarity our community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. David Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dawn, for reading Peter's question. Following the recommendation of the Transformation and Oversight Scrutiny Committee report in April, the Council will prepare an annual SIL strategy to set the overall direction and prioritisation of SIL funds. There will be a need to identify appropriate infrastructure improvements in Bridgnorth resulting from recent and planned development in the area, and officers are committed to working with both Cabinet and local members in preparing that strategy as part of the wider commitment to improving communication and awareness of SIL matters. For clarity, 4.5 million of SIL local funding has not been allocated to fund improvements to Bridgnorth High Street. A sum of 4.5 million was included in the potential pipeline capital programme to deliver a multi-storey car park in the town, although no funding mechanism was identified at the time of its inclusion within the pipeline. This car park project is no longer proceeding and therefore will need to be considered for removal from the pipeline in due course. SIL funds are intended to be used to mitigate cumulative impacts of development in the area. In December 2025, £75,002 of SIL local funding was allocated to providing additional highway signage to key entry points into Bridgnorth to support existing directional signage. The objective of this advisory route signing scheme is to reduce the amount of traffic passing through Pound Street, Salop Street and Whitburn Street junction, and to achieve a corresponding improvement in air quality at this location.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up question?
Only that I'm reading this on behalf of another member, so I don't actually have all of the detail with me, but from what I recall of what I read about the project, there was a lot more to it than that. So it is something I'd like to address again, but I appreciate your offer to work with local members on this matter because it is actually incredibly important to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. No, I'm more than happy to do that, as I've said before, and as Dawn and others may or may not be aware, having been a Bridgnorth Town District and County Councillor for 11 years, and when I was a District Councillor, I did propose a motion to build a multi-storey car park that was thrown out by the then administration. Out of hand with no discussion. So I'm acutely aware of the need to support Bridgnorth and get rid of the glass ceiling in terms of footfall because of car park capacity and all sorts of things. But as part of the local plan, we will be reviewing the SIL charging schedule, and there are things in there that I've said to officers about making sure we do more to deal with parish boundary, town boundary issues so that money actually moves across borders better. And so there's a lot of things to do, plus there's a lot of work on the back of the SIL task and finish group as that's implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, David, very much. We now have another question, by which point Dawn is losing her voice. Councillor Thomas Clayton has a question on RAG ratings, and Dawn will read. There was a range of RAG and other colour ratings used across these reports and other committee agendas which are not clearly defined. So can you set out what criteria are actually being applied when deciding whether something is green, amber, red or otherwise? How that is applied consistently across different service areas, and whether there is a single standard approach used across the council or if individual departments are applying their own judgment.
As we have seen in previous agendas, like the Finance and Improvement agenda, where a variance in excess of 3,000% in HR was still rated as amber rather than red. So can you please explain how these sorts of outcomes arise, explain why similar levels of variance have been judged differently, and given members have only around 72 hours to review the agenda before submitting questions, can you confirm how the approach is clear, consistent and robust enough for members to have confidence in the ratings being presented? Thank you.
So now you can bear with me while I explain the red, amber, green RAG rating system. They are a common way, actually, across all councils of reporting both performance and delivery. They're used to identify performance against key performance indicators and targets, realisation of outcomes and delivery against milestones. As such, they will be different thresholds and different definitions which determine the RAG status across the activities. So every different area will be different. There is no single nationally mandated methodology for RAG rating values in performance management across all local authorities in England, although there are widely accepted practices and guidance that many councils follow. This will be tailored to the council's local context and typically involves setting tolerances, thresholds around performance targets. Good practice is that there is a definition of the RAG ratings being used, and we use the following to report on performance against the Shropshire Plan performance indicators. Green is performances meeting the exceeding the target, typically within 0 to 5% of targets or better. Amber, performance is slightly below the target, typically between 5 and 10% below the target, and red, performance is significantly below the target, typically more than 10% below the target. And of course, percentages don't necessarily reflect the numbers, so it can be very, very misleading when you're using 100% or 10% or whatever, so we need to bear that in mind. These definitions are set out in the FAQs in the full Shropshire Plan dashboard. Whilst the council applies these standard tolerances as a default, it also customises RAG methods for certain metrics based on priorities of risk, stakeholder needs. Since metrics vary, for example, some use small numbers, which is what I've just been referring to, so actually a variance of 2 could be 300%. A fixed tolerance like plus or minus 5% will not always be suitable. As a result, the service areas set specific KPI tolerances, and some KPIs are red if they simply miss their target. For improvement plan delivery, the direction of travel is RAG rated to help demonstrate confidence of the delivery ratings. These will be informed by internal monitoring and assurance reports by the Programme Management Office. The basis of the RAG ratings used in the improvement plan update is set out in Appendix 1 in the report. Green, on track delivered. Amber, some slippage, planned or managed. And red, off track, unplanned, not mitigated. It's not in the interest of this council actually to be massaging any of those. It's really important that we know what they mean and how we mitigate whatever's going on, and how we celebrate when they're on track. And you will see the performance paper later on the agenda. I don't know whether there's anything else you want to add to that, Paul, since you manage that.
Thank you, Leader. No, as always, happy to pick up a conversation with the members to explain performance management in more detail and the approaches we take at Shropshire.
Great. Okay, supplementary. Sorry, here's a little one for this one. But is there a way then, because I've asked for real figures as well as percentages before, and when there's something that is this significant, it just raises red flags in members' minds and in residents' minds, and these are, meant to be resident-facing documents. So is there a way, if you get an enormous number like 3,000%, in the average person's mind, that's very significant, can it have a real number, a quantification with it, so that we can balance it out, just as you said. Thank you.
I think that's completely reasonable, and I can ask those questions much more easily than you can. So absolutely, yes, we should be doing that. Great. Thank you. That brings us to the estimate that Alex had that the questions would take an hour to just under an hour. So thank you for all of that. We now move on to scrutiny items, and we have a scrutiny item which is a report on Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Health in All Policies, and this is presented again by Dawn. Oh, is it? Rosie. Okay, thank you, Rosie. I'm sure that Dawn would value not using her voice yet again. So, what I might say is I've had apologies from Dan and I forgot to pass them on. I had them earlier, just now, well, a little while ago, and he couldn't find a substitute. Rosie Radford will, because you were part of this and you were, thank you, will present.
Thank you. I'm pleased to introduce the report this morning as the chair at the time of commissioning on behalf of the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, bringing forward the findings of the Health in All Policies and Planning Task and Finish Group commissioned by the HOSC at that time. The work reflects an important piece of scrutiny and highlights how strategic commissioning, planning and service design must work together to improve outcomes for residents across Shropshire. I would now like to hand over to Dawn as the chair of the Task and Finish Group and thank her so much for her effort and time in putting this report together and gaining the information and the kind of wider group for all of their hard work. So over to Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you. I just want to open this with saying this, you know, as a committee, we're very proud of this. It was a very intense, very thorough, very evidence-based piece of scrutiny work. So we're very confident in the findings that we've put forward here. So I'm pleased to present this report of the Health in All Policies and Planning Task and Finish Group. This report is rooted in a simple and very important principle. Planning is not just about land, policy and process, it is about people. Whilst planning law focuses on the boxes built, we as an authority need to focus on the homes we create for our residents, and a home is much more than a housing unit. It is about whether families can remain together, whether older residents can stay independent for longer, whether disabled people can access homes that actually meet their needs, and whether our villages and rural communities remain viable for the future. Over recent months, the Task and Finish Group has heard evidence from officers, developers, housing providers, portfolio holders, residents and carers. What we found was clear. Planning decisions have a major impact on health and well-being. They can either support independence and prevention or add to pressures on health and care services. This is especially important in Shropshire's rural communities, where access to family, informal care and local services is often essential to maintaining independence. Throughout this review, one message came through consistently and strongly. Early cross-departmental communication is absolutely vital. If planning, public health, adult social care, children's services, housing and delivery partners are not speaking to each other early enough, we miss opportunities before schemes are even shaped. By the time problems are discovered later, options are narrower, tensions are greater and outcomes are often poorer. If we are serious about prevention, about reducing future pressures on health and social care, and about building communities that actually work for the people who live in them, then that conversation must happen at the beginning, not halfway through, and certainly not at the end. The second point I want to emphasise is this. Viability matters. We can write ambitions into policy, we can set aspirations, but if schemes are not viable, they do not get built, and if they do not get built, we do not get the homes that people need. We simply end up with permissions that sit on paper, stalled sites or land banking, and none of that helps a family waiting for an affordable home, a young disabled adult needing accessible accommodation, or an elderly resident wanting to stay close to family support. So if we genuinely want build-out, if we want actual homes rather than theoretical numbers, then policy must be grounded in practical delivery. We must not allow ideology to override the realities of viability, delivery and site context. Ambition is important, but undeliverable ambition helps nobody. The report also makes clear that while we are governed by the legislative framework and by a new MPPF, that remains heavily urban focused in many respects. Shropshire is not an urban authority in character or in settlement pattern. Shropshire is largely rural, it is individual houses in the countryside, it is small hamlets and clusters, it is little villages with schools, churches, pubs, shops, lanes, farms, family ties and informal support networks. This is the soul of Shropshire, and that soul must be protected. That does not mean resisting all development, quite the opposite. It means recognising that the right development in the right places can help sustain village life, keep families local, support schools and services, enable multi-generational living and maintain the social fabric that rural communities depend on. So as we move forward, I ask Cabinet to ensure that whilst social cohesion and social sustainability are not treated as material planning considerations, it's vital that they are not treated as secondary considerations, but as important guiding principles in how we think about planning in a rural county such as ours. Because if we lose sight of that, we do not just lose policy balance, we risk losing the very character, resilience and community life that make Shropshire what it is. This report is therefore not simply about planning policy, it is about prevention, independence, practicality, deliverability and the protection of rural community life. Our conclusion is that planning gives us the opportunity to act earlier, reduce inequalities and help people live healthy, independent lives for longer. But to do that, health and social sustainability must be more clearly and consistently built into the local plan and the way services work together. The recommendations before you are practical, deliverable and focused on making that happen. I commend the report to Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your task and finish group's work on all of this. Rosie.
I just want to add, I think, on behalf of the Commission and Scrutiny Committee, I just want to really thank all of those who contributed to the work in supporting the group's evidence gathering, some of you which are in the room today, which is absolutely vital and was a real leading light for us in terms of gathering that information. The findings and recommendations provide a really strong foundation for aligning planning, commissioning and service delivery to improve the outcomes for our communities. And I'm really pleased, as Dawn is, to commend the report to Cabinet for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, that's really useful, and I presume all of your evidence was sort of triangulated, so you're getting it from several directions rather than one-offs, because if you don't triangulate, it's personal view quite often rather than bigger evidence.
I think a number of us went into this and came out with different views as a result of that triangulation. It was a very robust, intensive, and the range of witnesses, the amount of officer time and external time that went into this was profound. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Bernie, who has taken over as chair of Hospit, was the portfolio holder for health, might want to comment at this point. And then I'm going to open it up to Cabinet and come back for any final response from the scrutiny group. Bernie?
Thank you, Leader. As has been said, I was the portfolio holder for health and public protection, and so I gave evidence to the task and finish group, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to do that. The terms of reference were to look at the health and all policies and planning. I have to say that it was principally planning, and so I would hope that this is the first report in a series looking at all aspects of the health and all policies document, because there are a number of items that I think necessarily because of the remit were only got into briefly, and so I would hope that this is actually termed the health and all planning policies or words to that effect, so that so that further work can be done with regard to the all the 8 Marmot principles which should be guiding policy, and an additional one that's been added recently, which is the importance of open and green spaces.
Can we speed up a bit,
Bernie, because we'll do.
We've got about 4 hours to go yet.
Yeah, the document rightly refers to the 8 Marmot principles to guide policy, of which principles 4 and 5 are to ensure a healthy standard of living for all, and to create and develop healthy and sustainable places and communities. This administration is committed to 40% of all new housing being social or affordable. However, the Health in All policy document, as it stands now, repeatedly refers to a pragmatic approach to this and other principles. So my questions are, what mechanisms will be put in place to ensure that the commitment to 40% affordable and social new homes will be achieved over regular time periods, say 6 monthly, of this and future administrations, bearing in mind that 7,000 people are on the current waiting list and an additional 7,000 who can't get on to the waiting list because it's closed. Secondly, how will Shropshire Council avoid the word pragmatic being used to dilute the commitment to 40% affordable housing and social housing? And thirdly, will Shropshire Council embrace new technology, including pre-assembled low-cost modular homes, some of which are actually built locally in Shropshire and Shrewsbury? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Dawn or Rosie, do you want to come back at that point, and then I'm going to open it up for everybody else here to comment on.
Okay. I'll be as quick as I can for you. So if items came up which we thought were important but were not directly relevant to the planning framework, they were noted and they have been passed to other areas who will, we hope, pick them up in future. With regard to the 40%, we simply couldn't find the evidence to support it, and I'd rather have homes built for people than, yeah, as I say, with the ideological approach. However, what we did do was address that by recommending that an operational viability officer is brought on to work with the team to try and find ways to get these schemes off the ground and actually provide homes. And if it's slightly less than 40% of the homes, I don't care, as long as we're getting the homes built that are appropriate for the people that we need, you know, our residents to be able to live in comfortably and happily. So I think that is the approach that we took, and we simply couldn't find the evidence to support that it would work. So that's where we came out with that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Right, okay. I now have a list. Duncan, would you like to go first? And then I will move on to Andy Hall, and then Dave Walker.
First of all, just about my thanks to what comments Rosie made, and I think this is an excellent example of cross-party working, and I'm indebted to everybody who contributed to it. I think it's a standout piece of work. I welcome recognition of housing and its contribution to health and well-being. It's not just supply and affordability, it's also typology. And I think we all agreed on the ends that we need more, but we were somehow lacking the means to get there. I was also quite delighted to see the amount of learning from Telford. I've always thought that we could learn more from neighbouring councils around us, and I think it's great that you took the time to go to Telford and learn from them. The business of ratios in the local plan, I think we can also all agree that 10% is woefully inadequate. I mean, there's nobody, I hope, on the council who thinks that 10% could ever have been an appropriate level of affordable housing. I do have a concern that I personally would love to see 40 or even more percent, but I do obviously worry that that might push development towards areas of higher house prices in the county and away from areas like my own Oswestry where house prices are lower and sites have less profitability. And I do wonder, I mean, many councils have been playing at this for years, trying to get that balance right between demands on developers and trying to get development as well. And I think part of the answer there is to learn from history and get serious about building council houses. And I do wonder whether we've been to places like North Lanarkshire, which is building 6,000 new council houses by 2035, to actually understand what they're doing and actually getting back to actually building houses without all these issues around the definition of affordability and all these issues about who can access them, which are directly under social control. So it'd be good to hear about that. And the other solution that's coming on later to the agenda is to address some of the woeful conditions in our private rented sector, which has a real impact on the health of our community, but may have been outside your remit. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. Some valuable reports. I believe Lanarkshire might be in Scotland.
I think it may be. I think we can go over the border, though. I think it's all right. You'll be okay.
But they do have different funding.
No, well, I mean, it's untypical. It's not across Scotland. It's a council that's made a very deliberate decision to invest in very significant house building. So it's not across
It's
Scotland.
worthwhile looking at the mechanism, certainly. Right, if we then move on to Andy Hall, please, and then I've got Dave and then Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to, first of all, thank Rosie and Dawn for this report. It's very welcomed. From my point of view, it fits in well for the best start in life for families. You mentioned the prevention, which I think is which we're all heading for at the moment. And of course, that saves money in the long term, which you've identified. And I think that going forward, this is all part of the council's transformation, and I think all dovetails in well together. So from my point of view, as sort of children's services, I welcome this, and many thanks for producing this excellent piece of work. Thank you.
Super, thank you. David Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to Rosie and Dawn for the work on, and all the members of the task and finish group on now. It was a very large, substantial piece of work. Fundamentally, as an engineer, I wholeheartedly believe in designing out problems at the beginning rather than building them in. And when I've talked to officers, when it comes to the local plan or in terms of the things you've said, it's this local plan's going to look and feel completely different to what we've had before, partly because of the legislation around the process and the mechanics. But we have to design out problems, whether it's for health outcomes or for education. We can't do a local plan that builds in problems for us and other users of any particular service group, because that it's cost pressures for everybody. So we've got to design that out at the beginning. So it's fundamentally important to me that the things you've recommended there, I've got no problem with anything that's been recommended in that report. I know Bernie doesn't want us to use pragmatism, but you have to be pragmatic, because we can't say site X has got to be 100% affordable or anything, because you've got to balance what the needs are on that specific site. So it's all got to be judged on a case-by-case basis. When it comes to actual sites, but in terms of strategy, we've got to make sure we've got the envelope right and the priorities right, and it's pulling in the right direction. We can't undermine the market where we're relying on the market to deliver stuff. But equally, we've got to do more to support smaller communities so they stay sustainable. We've got to do much more in terms of master planning, so we're designing out problems in the way that larger settlements are built. We've got to do much more to make sure that everything's joined up end to end and is thought through long before bricks start hitting the ground. So I've got no issue at all with anything you've said. There are things later in the SPDs that cover some of the issues you've raised, so it is part of the process already. Officers are talking across portfolios about the wider issues more, and certainly as the local plan progresses, there's going to be many opportunities for the new scrutiny committee to do a deep dive onto all of this stuff to make sure it's actually driven and kept going. So this isn't a thing that's just going to die at this meeting. So it's going to be embedded in everything we're doing, and that's the way it should be.
Thank you, David. Ruth.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rosie and Dawn, for a really helpful, comprehensive report, and one which I really welcome. Going forward, it's really important that this, as it does, the task and finish work does, is support across the whole council, and particularly from an adult social care perspective, having that sort of, and the transformation going forward, having those policies that contribute to adequate and suitable housing in every community, including those rural ones, that support people to stay healthy and well in their own homes as they age, or if they have disabilities, is really important. So I'm really grateful for the work. I think it's been a really good piece of work. Thank you very much.
Super. Do we have anything else anybody wants to say? Raise? Okay. Oh, sorry, Rosie.
Yeah, no, just one very last point. This starts with the concept of health in all, and I think it's really important to recognise for this council that health has an impact on every aspect of this council, and if we are to look at a prevention agenda and that 10-year plan and a benefit to our communities, recognising that health does impact and has a really beneficial impact in every aspect is really important.
Thank you very much. And I've always thought for many, many years that actually if you build the right buildings, it means that people can stay in their homes much longer if they've got the right sized doorways and stairs that are easily adaptable and all of those things which are covered, which is not only better for the people staying in their own homes and staying in their own communities, but actually costs the council less money in the long term. So it's about prevention across the board, which I really thank you for this report. It's really good. Yes, of course, Dawn.
This is just a very small indulgence. Thank you very much, Leader. But something that really came out, and this is because we've got so many senior officers here as well today, please look at how you can talk to the planning we had case studies of people with looked after children, our adoptees, things like that, and they have planning implications, and we faced consequences as a result of discussions not happening early enough, and really big, significant problems for these people that are taking our children and giving them loving homes later on. So that's what we were really trying to get with this sort of integration of the various different teams talking to each other at the right times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In which case, if we look at the recommendations, I think we've considered and commented, which is recommendation 8. Then we have 9 to endorse these recommendations, and also we need to provide a formal response to the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, including an action plan and setting out what we will be doing and when, and for the recommendations that are accepted and for reasons for any of those recommendations not accepted. And as far as I can gather, we've accepted them all for all the reasons that we've said. So all those in, do I have a proposer, please? Thank you. And a seconder. Thank you, Andy. All those in favour? Right, okay, unanimous. Thank you very much. That was a really valuable piece of work. We now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7, Aquamira Learning and Disability Day Service, and this will be presented by Ruth Houghton, and I don't know whether Chris Naylor will want to add anything from scrutiny or not.
Thank you, I think not. Scrutiny will content with the papers, which is
Thank you. Okay, Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask, is there anyone in the room with an interest in Aquamira or Helena Lane? Okay. Well, this is one of those very difficult decisions that we're having today before us. And it's really difficult because this proposal will have an impact which we've mitigated, though, on the most vulnerable in our society, those people with profound and multiple learning disabilities. So it's a really difficult decision. Cabinet, you've seen the papers in front of you. There have been equality impact assessments completed, and there has to be a lot of mitigation work undertaken and a lot of work considered by speaking to the people affected and their families and carers and the staff at Aquamira. So I'd like to start formally by thanking all those that have contributed to the consultation. I want to speak quite plainly about Aquamira as well, because this is a difficult decision, as I've mentioned. It's a proposal that, as an administration, we're not happy to bring here. We have to bring it because of the financial position that we're in, and there will be many more to follow, not necessarily for adult social care. And we know that this service means a great deal to the people who use it, their families and carers, and we have not got to this point easily, and it comes with genuine regret. This may sound that it's all about money, but it's not. We do have to be honest, the council is under very serious financial pressure, and that means we have to look very carefully at every service. In this case, we are trying to balance two things that both matter: doing the right thing for people with complex needs and being realistic about whether the current service can carry on in the same way. The difficult reality is that this service is very expensive to run in its current form. The running costs for 2026-27 are £405,970, of which just under £94,000 is associated with the building, not providing care. At a time when the council's money is stretched so far, that is very hard to ignore. What is being proposed is not to take away the specialist day service support that many people rely on, but to move the day service to Abbots Wood and close the Aquamira building. We do understand why that worries people. During the consultation, families and carers spoke very strongly about what could be lost, especially the familiar environment, continuity of support and transport, and the future of the hydrotherapy pool. These worries are very real and they've been listened to. This is why the proposal today suggests transferring the service, including the staff, to maintain continuity of care, and the multi-sensory room from Aquamira to another base in Shrewsbury, Abbots Wood, which is literally a couple of miles away. So this is again a sad and difficult recommendation to transfer the day service to Abbots Wood and close the building. The question in front of us is whether we can justify running this service in the same building and in the same way when the costs are so high and the financial pressures on the council is so great. If this is agreed, people would not be left without support. Any move would need to be thought through properly for each person, with families involved and with proper care taken over what each person needs. This will be done through a Care Act assessment and a carers assessment to make sure that the change of venue meets those individual needs of each individual person. So I'm sure there will be questions, but I do move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. And Daniel, do you want to come in case there are technical areas that we would like you to fill in around all of this? I think we cannot actually at this point underestimate the financial situation that the council is in, and in fact this year and for next year we're having to borrow money just to run the services that we have to deliver, and we're trying to find a way through all of that. And when we get to the financial outturn and so on later on the agenda, you will see actually how serious our financial situation is, and we are being overseen by the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. And if we do not do the difficult things that we don't have to do, and we are talking about things we don't have to do or finding other ways to deliver them, we will have commissioners do it. And they will just axe things. So that just sets the scene for why we are really sad we're in this position and we're making these fundamentally difficult decisions that none of us want to make. So, can I open up this to Cabinet to ask questions around all of this so that we are absolutely sure of the decision we make when we get to the recommendations? Questions, please. Rosemary.
Thank you. So I know that the Aquamira facility is very much appreciated by those, the families and the individuals that use it. It's in my division, so I'm familiar with it particularly. I'm also familiar that this work has come to Cabinet, I think in January or February, earlier this year anyway, and I must say that the officers involved have responded to what was said at Cabinet and treated the of course, they have treated it all seriously, but more than that, they've taken it all into account, all the downsides. And as you've just said, Heather, none of us want to be in this position. We didn't stand to be elected to represent our residents in order to make these horrible decisions. But this is what a financial crisis looks like, I suppose. Or, well, I don't suppose it does look like this. We have to make these alternative facilities and rationalise the services that we offer. So I just really, I just have to say something, and I hope that I know that the sensory provision that's at Aquamira will be replicated or replaced at Abbots Wood. So I think that residents who use the current services will be facilitated properly there. There is obviously concern about the loss of the hydrotherapy pool, but it's clear in the report that we are not required to provide this, and I just hope that residents do get that facility provided through the NHS at Robert Jones Agnes Hunt, where we have a facility. Ruth, sorry, it's not really a question, I guess.
If I may, Chair, I'll respond to questions as they come up rather than at the end. So thank you, Rosemary. So this is what a financial crisis looks like, and it's one that none of us want to be here to do, but we do have a duty. And I will say in advance of the next paper that this is not a personal decision. This is one made by Cabinet on behalf of the Council, and that's very important to say that. As you say, the sensory provision will transfer to Abbots Wood, and there will be a transition period whilst Abbots Wood is prepared. And during that time, the staff and people who attend the service will be completely kept up to date, and those staff will follow, will move with those people they support. And that's really important because the continuity of care is vital for this particular client group at Abbots Wood. The hydrotherapy pool is not a service that, or not a statutory duty that has to be provided by a local authority, as you're aware. We very much hope as well that there will be a vehicle available at Abbots Wood with a bus on site, which currently isn't on site at Aquamira, so that people will be able to be supported to go into the community, which could include access to swimming support and hydrotherapy support outside of Shrewsbury.
Daniel, is there anything that you think you need to add to the whole picture that we haven't covered so far?
I think that's a fair summary. In my view, this is a proposal that continues to meet people's assessed and eligible needs that the council has a duty to do without necessarily, by moving the staff with the support, we are maintaining continuity for people, and we do acknowledge that there is a loss of the pool. But again, I think it's already been said, there is no statutory duty on the local authority to provide a hydrotherapy pool, and we were asked, because of the financial emergency, to be looking for these things within our budgets, and that is what we've done.
Dawn. Thank you. First, I'd like to say, the amount of work that has gone into this and the care and the thought that's gone into it, is very much appreciated. And I certainly didn't come into this to start cutting these kinds of services. It's absolutely horrible. Now, powerful arguments have been put forward by service users, much better than I will be able to. But more broadly, I'd like to ask a question, because both of these services, Aquamira and Helena Lane, are primarily preventative services. Now, given the Council's strong stated commitment to prevention and the significant funding being directed towards preventative activity, I'd like to be clearer on so what assessment, if any, has been made of the preventative value of current services, because that's going to be applicable to other services as well. Which preventative services are going to be worthy of investment and which aren't, and therefore that needs to come from some kind of assessment of the value added by them as a starting point. And then how does closing these align with that preventative agenda? Thank you.
I'm sure that both Ruth, first of all, and then Daniel will chip in if we need, or even Natalie, but Ruth.
Thank you. They are difficult decisions. The people who attend, and if I may, Dawn, I'll deal with both centres separately because there are different client groups and different needs and different requirements. So people who attend Aquamira have care needs identified through a full Care Act assessment. They are the most vulnerable people in our society with very multiple, profound, complex learning disabilities. So day services for people with learning disabilities are further away from the prevention. They are meeting an assessed need. With regards to preventative investment, there is a new contract around prevention, which is much wider and far-reaching. And I know there have been briefings for all members very recently on that prevention contract, where it's changed from an older person's contract delivered through Age UK to an all-age prevention contract. So that is where the investment is being made to keep people well supported in their own communities and homes. But Aquamira, people who attend Aquamira have assessed identified needs through a Care Act assessment, so it is very different. And if I may, I'll deal with Alina Lane, or we come to Alina Lane.
And actually, in this case, the services are just being transferred from one building to another. Daniel.
I think the concern probably about prevention around Helena Lane would probably come from not having a hydrotherapy pool, which again, though, isn't the local authority's responsibility to provide. We don't provide hydrotherapy as a local authority. That is something we can work with our NHS partners with to ensure that where that need is identified, it can be met.
I think there's also some work around with many people who have direct payments can actually use a PA to take them swimming. Other places and many pools will have that facility so that you can do that. And if any of you have visited some of the pools available, then that is a possibility. So, but that's a choice rather than something that we have to statutorily deliver, unfortunately. So, Cabinet? You're all happy or not happy? Yeah, happy is not the right word for any of this. It really isn't, and it does actually come back to the fact that we're having to borrow money, but also that our settlement for the next 3 years from government has reduced significantly over 3 years as well. So all of these things impact on us, and we have such a high number of people across Shropshire who require, whether they're adults or children, who require social care, that eats into all of our budgets, justifiably. But when we're not given the money and the council tax doesn't cover it, we have a significant problem. So can I move to the recommendations then on Aquamira, which is that we agree to transfer Aquamira Day Service to Abbotswood site. And I think the thing we haven't mentioned here is that actually the transport is at Abbotswood, and therefore it doesn't cost us more to transport them to Abbotswood because it already goes to Abbotswood, Daniel.
So just to add to that, so the staff from Aquamira at the moment manage the pool, which can be quite time consuming. So arguably it would allow the staff more time to spend with people rather than managing a building.
Which is an important point when it comes to the care of the people that we're transferring, really. Absolutely. So we agree to transfer, and we agree to delegate the practical arrangements to the Director of Adult Social Care in consultation with the portfolio holder. And as you will have heard, our portfolio holder is really, really well versed in all of this and very sympathetic to those service users. So I would like to propose that we do exactly that. Can I have a seconder, please, which is Ruth? Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. That's unanimous. So we now move on to a similarly really difficult decision that we all have to make, which is around Helena Lane, Older People's Day Services. And again, we have our portfolio holder, Ruth Houghton, presenting to us along this, and again, this is a cabinet decision, it is not an individual's decision. Thank you. Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm aware there are some people affected by the Helena Lane day service in the room. I don't know if you're going to take any comments, but I'm happy to.
If anybody wants to back up what they've already said or want to make another statement at this point, you're perfectly welcome to do that so that it's fresh in our minds when we go through all of this. Does anybody want to do that? Okay.
So, again, this is a very difficult decision. It's not one that any of us wish to make, but this is really a hard thing to bring forward. And all of us, at some point in our lives, either care for someone older, or a parent or a relative, and know how difficult that can be. So I'm going to talk about Helena Lane. There have been a lot of questions asked, some of which have been addressed in the public question that was submitted. I'm aware there's a petition which will be debated at full council in July, but this decision is an executive decision for the Cabinet to make. Firstly, I'd like to say that, again, that this is not a personal decision, despite much of the correspondence that has come in asking me what I think. I'm here as a portfolio holder to deliver a council outcome, and the decision is one for Cabinet as a council. So the process has had a full consultation process that has been formally followed. We are very clear that that process has met the requirements of an open and transparent and full consultation, and individuals have been met either in person or spoken to on the phone and have had many opportunities to comment on there and put their views forward. What I want to really focus on is that Helena Lane is a day service. It's in a building in Ludlow. We are not closing the building. We are proposing to close the day service. And the outcomes for individuals can be met, we are fairly confident, if we can undertake a Care Act assessment under the Care Act and the full statutory assessment for both the cared for and the carer. So to be clear, our statutory duty is to undertake an assessment under the Care Act of the person to identify their eligible needs, and to undertake an assessment, a carer's assessment, to meet the carer's needs. And then we do not have a duty to actually provide a service, but rather to have some influence and shape the market so that those needs can be met. And I think that's really important that Cabinet consider that as they come to their decision today. So it is a very valued service, but only a very small number of people now use the service. At the moment, 5 people attend across 10 visits a week. However, usage has been low for a long time. Currently, 4 out of the 5 people fund their own place at the service at an agreed fee that is significantly below the current running costs. I'm aware that this has caused some distress around the recent increase, but that is the agreed policy of the council on the fee. And we're not here today to debate the merits of who or who should not fund their own care. That is a government decision and has been for some time. So over time, how we support people has changed. Many people now get help in other ways, such as with personal assistance or one-to-one support from a care agency. And often those options suit them better because they are more flexible and more personal. So we do have to ask ourselves whether keeping this very small service going is still the best way to support people. We also cannot ignore the money. As I said before, relating to Aquamira, we cannot ignore the cost and the money given the current financial situation of the council. Keeping the service open in its current form costs the council around £150,000 a year, more than it needs to. At a time when the council is under serious financial pressure and when money is stretched across so many essential services, this is very hard to justify. But I don't want this to sound as though it's all about the money, because it's not. If this goes ahead, our job does not stop there. We would work with each person and with their family or carer where needed to find other support that is right for them, which does not have to be, always have to be building based and specifically not at Helena Lane. And I would comment, as previously in the previous report, the amount of work that's been done by officers on this to provide a really comprehensive report, including, in the case of Helena Lane, other support that's available in the community, is to be commended. And as soon as we can do those carers and those individual care act assessments, we will be able to support people to find the support that's right for them. So if people who attend the service and their carers, their family carers, have not yet come forward for an assessment, I really would urge those individuals to do so. So it's a very sad and difficult decision. It's not about taking support away from people, and it's not about shutting the building. This is about whether we can carry on running a service for a very small number of people in the same way as we do now, where there may be better ways to meet people's needs when the pressure on public money is so great.
Can I make a comment?
Could you just hold on for a minute and I'll bring you in? I'll let you do that.
So I'd also like to reiterate some of the responses in the earlier question. There has been a lot of challenge around not having responded to written submissions of questions. I will re-emphasise that we responded in the required timeline for the FOI, or the elements that were deemed to be FOIable in that email. These are not personal decisions, they're council and cabinet related. We have given information in a timely way during the consultation, some of which was prior to the alliance having been formed. So you may not have received everything, but we have responded to all the requests that we have had. So on these grounds, we believe we have met the FOI requirements. I'd also like to comment that we've received an email, or the leader and the chief executive have received a letter from Unison, which raises a number of concerns around equalities, and we are very clear that the issues raised in this letter have been addressed within the report. We have conducted 2 equality impact assessments, one at the beginning, which is a general one, and then a second equality impact assessment, which takes into account the feedback received through the consultation. So where we are now, that we're at this difficult time to make a decision, and I'm very happy to hear comments in a moment. It's not about taking support away from people, and it's not about shutting the building. It's about delivering a support service in a different way where we can meet people's needs. So it is with great regret, actually, that we are asking today to close the day service at Helena Lane, and I move the recommendation.
Thank you. Would you like to come up and talk to us, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ruth. Some of the things you're saying, that by doing care assessments on people, you can meet their needs, you're actually taking that need away. There's no other alternative for us. You've offered Aquamira transfer from one place to another, and the service continues. All we've been offered is closure.
We are in a position with Aquamira to relocate, and those people have very profound and multiple disabilities, and that's the decision that's been made. With Helena Lane...
Can I just check? Yeah. Those people have a statutory right to our
Care Act assessment and an eligible need. Where we are with Helena Lane is that, first of all, we really do wish to undertake a statutory Care Act assessment for all those people who are affected. And in that way, we can identify which other needs are required to be met if they have eligible needs. And it is really genuinely possible to meet those care needs within a community. And we find that across the whole of Shropshire, and it does happen. So there's a possibility of, for people who are eligible to have personal support to access items in the community. It's just going to be different. It's not a lack of support if anyone is eligible.
So we're in a slightly different position because not everybody has had the Care Act assessment, but we have a duty to do that, and it is very valuable if you do, and then we can actually suggest other possibilities for that care. So it is quite different because when you self-fund, we unfortunately under the law at the present time have no duty. For one person I believe we do, but that's just the way the law is, and it's inhumane in many ways, and nobody has updated this over the last several decades. And I understand it sounds horrible and it's awful, and if it was my mum, I would be devastated. But actually, we have no money, and therefore we can't do the nice things. So we have to find a way to do the good things for you in a different way, and that's what we're trying to do under the circumstances.
I can understand that. It's a hard decision. I know you've got money problems. The council are in dire straits, but my wife, we're not self-funded. I only pay part towards it, so the one person you're talking about is my wife.
Okay.
The other care users, they self-fund, so it's costing them.
That's absolutely, it is. That's a really good clarification. Can I go to Natalie now, who's in charge of that, to talk to you about exactly that, so that we can try and put things in place for you, Natalie.
Thanks, Heather. So as a council, we have a duty to offer a Care Act assessment. And I'll hold it up. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry about that. So as a council, we have a duty to offer a Care Act assessment and a carer's assessment. And we really advise people. Can you hear me now? Would you like me to repeat? Okay, so as a council, we have a duty to provide a Care Act assessment and a carer's assessment. So we've actively encouraged people to take up that offer. Because what we can do is we can actually have a fresh look at what people's eligible needs will be. We can look at how best that they can be met. They can be met in a range of ways. So it's really, really important, even if people are self-funding their care, this is direct support that we can offer right now in terms of helping to think about what those next steps or alternatives will be. It's very different person to person. We know that people's needs change over time, so it really is the right opportunity to do that. And our commitment is that we will ensure that, if accepted, those Care Act assessments and carers assessments are robust and are carried out.
I'll bring Ruth in at that point, because this is actually specifically... can you come in a minute? Yeah. This is specifically about your wife, isn't it? Who does have a Care Act assessment. And
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ruth, please.
Yes, so I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but...
My name's Derek Young.
Oh, Mr. Young. So your wife, and we don't normally talk about individuals in a forum like this, but I understand it's very specific because of this potential decision. So, Mr. Young, your wife does have assessed eligible needs.
Yes.
By reviewing those and revisiting those, we can identify alternative ways that those needs can be met. And we are quite confident that there is a lot available within the Ludlow area that would meet those needs.
And what you're offering is this Alexandra House?
Once we have a review your wife's Care Act assessment, there are other options within Ludlow. Alexandra House is one. There is Hands Together Ludlow. There's a lot.
Hands Together. My wife wouldn't be able to get up the stairs.
Fair enough. But there are other ways of meeting those needs. But we need to review that assessment, and there are staff ready to do that.
I think the most important thing is, in private now, we have a proper conversation about this, so that not everybody hears about your wife's needs and so on. So I think that's really important that we do that. Yeah, oh, absolutely. So I'll bring in the other lady in just a minute, but we will do this for you in private. We will have the review and see what we can do around all of that, and we will take this conversation into consideration.
But it's just not about just my wife.
I know, I'm going to bring the other people in.
You know there's 5 other care users, and there's also a waiting list. People have been turned down. It's not been advertised. There's no signage to say, look, this daycare is there. So there's more of a need, and that need is growing. We've got 3 new estates been built in Ludlow, so that the care needs of those older people that are coming to Ludlow is going to increase.
Absolutely, and we will do those assessments around it. So thank you for your input, and we will guarantee you that review. So if you could just make your points there, please, and then I will ask Dan to come back in with some extra points.
Yeah, I understand you're pressed for time as well, but this is a really important issue for people.
I'm not pressing you for time on this one.
Okay. Some of the points that Derek has made, I was going to make as well. The fact that it's an unmet need because the service has been hidden away, not advertised. It used to be much better attended. The centre, the Helen Lane Centre, was purpose-built for this kind of service, and that's what the building is suitable for. The building was also left to the community of Ludlow. The land was left to the community of Ludlow for the benefit of the community. And if it's just turned into council offices, which is what seems to be happening, then it's not being utilised for its purpose. The building isn't going to be closed. It's a PFI building. It can't be closed. So. And I think this is all information I think that it's useful for the rest of the Cabinet to hear because they may not have had time to read everything in detail. And it's not only waste of the building because it's purpose built for daycare. It's also got showering and bathing facilities which are not available elsewhere on the scale that is needed. Alexandra House, which has been suggested as an alternative, it's a residential care home run privately. It's got 22 beds. They're not going to be able to take 5 additional people on a daily basis. So that's a sort of a bit of a red herring. And the other thing is that there are a number of people on the waiting list already. They would love to be able to use the day service there. If it was advertised properly and people were referred to it. When my husband was referred, I was just given a list saying of services, and Helen Lane was said crossed out it was shut, but it wasn't. So the whole communication programme has been terrible about Helen Lane, and I think that kind of thing should be taken into consideration before a final decision is made for closure, because I think that it could be made viable, and the service, it has been an inadequate there must have been an adequate consultation, but there's not been an adequate assessment of the costs and the possibilities of changing the service. And I think that's what's been lacking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Beans. Dan, would you like to come in, and I'll go back to Ruth.
Yeah, I'll try and pick up on some of those points. So I'm aware that people won't necessarily understand how the social work process works and what it says in the Care Act around meeting needs. So I'll just cover a little bit of that just to help people out. So when a social work assessment takes place, that's actually called a needs assessment. It's often referred to as a Care Act assessment. It's a needs assessment, and what they're doing is looking for the gap between what is and what should be. And the Care Act is quite specific about Care Act outcomes that we're supposed to meet. Now, the gap from what the need is, the what is the situation, so where what that person can and can't do for themselves, and the gap in between is what we would describe as the need. Now, there isn't, when the Care Act came out, there isn't a specific service that's described as being able to fill that gap. So the need might be to have social stimulation, it might be to somebody might need extra support to maintain their personal care. How we achieve and help that person meet that outcome can vary from person to person. There is no specific requirement to provide, for instance, daycare or any particular service. Actually, we just have to make sure we meet a need. And people, the way that older people's day services have gone over more recent years is that people often choose to have more one-to-one support and access community activity. So fundamentally, our responsibility is to assess need and then meet it and care plan where people have eligible needs. Just touching on some of the other points. So again, it was mentioned that there was bathing at Helena Lane. So there is bathing facilities at Helena Lane. We do have to consider how we meet people's needs around personal care, but not everybody would require a bath. It very much depends on how you meet that need. So if, for instance, someone has a shower at home, then they don't need a bath as well, if that makes sense. So it's about how you meet the need. Is there anything more specific anybody would like to have an answer to?
Do we need to say how many people need to be there to make it viable for us, so that we're not...
So the model, when it was designed, I believe, was on 20 people, so 20 people in attendance each day.
And that's every day of the week?
That would be 20 for every day of operation, yeah.
Okay.
3 days?
At the moment, it's 3 days.
It was 5?
From the numbers that I've been looking at, I don't think it's been 5 days for quite a number of years. In terms of people who have attended, because the Alliance asked some specific questions, I was actually able to uncover some information on this, which I've shared with them. The days of attendance have varied over that 3 days, from anywhere between 8 and almost 13 days of attendance for those 3 days. That's not the same, that's not 13 people each day, that's 13 people across those 3 days. So then I also looked at how many people have sort of accessed the service, and the numbers of people have varied again between sort of 8 and 12. At the moment, it's at its lowest, which is 5, and there is 3 people on the waiting list. But again, when we think about feasibility and efficiency, we're nowhere near the levels required. So as part of the business case, we did look at a third option, which was about redesign. Now, in order to redesign that service, with the levels of needs that people are presenting with now, we would significantly have to reduce the number of people that would be able to attend, which will consequently also push that fee up significantly. So that also has to be bared in mind, especially when people are funding their own care around this, and whether or not, you know, it would actually be affordable for them. One of the other considerations around the funding was also that at the moment there is no costs associated with the building. So the costs that you've seen in the reports, they don't include building costs. I think if we were to look at a redesign and remodel, we would have to consider those elements as well, which would again push the costs up further. When arguably for the same amount of money or even less, a personalised service could be bought on a one-to-one basis, or an alternative at a care home that has already been mentioned.
Thank you, Dan. Ruth, I'll come to you in a minute. I'll bring you forward in a minute. Ruth?
Thank you, Dan, for that. And that's explained where we are and why we've reached this really difficult decision. We have considered the current need, the level of need that's required going forward to be viable, and some of the people on the waiting list. Traditional daycare, as Helena Lane is not a popular choice by individuals. You know, with very few people now coming forward with a Care Act assessment have an opportunity for daycare. They would take either a personal budget and use it with a PA or personal assistant within the community, or for assessed personal care needs, then they're supported at home through a domiciliary care agency.
Okay. Would you like to come forward and just make your point, please? And could you tell us who you are, please?
Thank you. My name's Dawn Coss. I'm sister of a family member who uses your service. Shropshire Council on its website gives that when a petition reaches a thousand numbers, that they will debate it. How can you, as a full council today, make a decision to close a business when you haven't yet debated that petition?
Ruth?
Thank you, Dawn, for that question. The petition is a separate piece of work to a Cabinet executive decision, which this is. The petition under the Council Constitution will go to full Council for debate, and the wider Council can obviously comment, but this decision is being based on the full business case that is being taken, the consultation, the equality impact assessment, and the report that's in front of Cabinet colleagues today.
The petition wasn't just given to you today, it was forwarded to you previously. I hope you take that into account.
It's part of the whole system. We are aware of it, and it's not that we've ignored it. It's just that under the Council's constitution, it has to go to full council.
What's the point of debating it afterwards then?
It's just the system. Had it come in earlier for the last full council, it wouldn't be where we are now, unfortunately.
Perhaps the system needs looking at then.
Possibly. Tim, do you want to comment on this, because you oversee the constitution?
It doesn't feel that there is a petition which has been supported from local people. You are then going to debate it. Why bother debating it? Because the decision's already been made. It doesn't feel right at all. Thank you.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. This is a cabinet decision, not a council decision. We can debate it, but we'll leave it. Jill, if you want to say something briefly, do you want to come forward, and then we'll move this whole thing on. It is important, but unfortunately this is a cabinet decision and it has to be debated under council.
Jill George. I'm chair of Shropshire Defend Our NHS, but I've also had the privilege of giving some support and working with the very decent local people who've come together to form the Helena Lane Daycare Alliance, and I now regard those people as my friends, and I have tremendous respect for their resilience. Yes, it does need to, and we're talking about human beings.
And I think all the way through, Jill, we have been talking about human beings.
The service we're talking about has been run down year on year by the previous administration. We believe it's the old British Rail trick. You erode a service until it disappears or fades away, and then you justify its closure. So we've had 5 days down to 3. We've had transport for service users taken away. We've had staff reductions, so the number of users is actually capped, and current users who have sought additional sessions have been turned away, as well as people on the waiting list being told that there are not enough staff to enable them to attend. The service has been run down. The council simply doesn't know what the demand is, because it is a service that has existed more and more in secrecy. It is not publicised. It is not in the council's service directory. The existing users found out by chance through word of mouth. You know, this is not a good way to find out what demand is. This is not a good way to attract new users.
So could you put a question to us, please, very quickly? What would you like answered?
The key thing. We've heard a lot that there will be these individual Care Act assessments and they will identify people's needs that will be met. But how does that work, Councillor Houghton or Daniel, how does that work if suitable alternative options do not exist locally? Because the feeling from the carers and the service users who I know is that the alternatives that have been suggested so far to them do not exist and are quite offensively out of order.
Next question.
That's the question. What if there are no suitable alternatives? I hope that Cabinet will take into account the other points that I have made about the deliberate destruction over the years.
We will address those now. Would you like to go and sit down again, please? Daniel, will you address those points about the service and rundown and so on, and then I'll come back to Ruth.
I'll attempt to. So I only started working with this council in January last year. I have looked back over periods of time. So if we go back to 2020, so we are talking a significant period of time, the service was open actually at some points 2 days a week and 3 days a week. So when I've discussed this with people who were around at the time, the advice I'm getting is that this was to try and manage costs. this wasn't about running down a service as it's been suggested. This was about managing costs within budget as best as possible. It goes for saying as well with actually Aquamira. So the council at different points is trying to generate income to keep services going. So I think I would disagree that it's been run down year after year. In terms of the other aspects, I'd go back to around assessments. I do believe there is market sufficiency to meet need in Ludlow that is being assessed at the moment. But we can't actually guarantee that until those assessments are complete, which people would need to come forward for. So when those assessments are complete, that's great. And actually, when people have come to social workers and had an assessment to the social work team, alternatives have been suggested. So there are. I wasn't even aware that Alexandra House was able to offer some support, because that was mentioned earlier, until the social work assessment was done, because that's their local area and they're the specialists who've been able to identify how to meet need. So.
Okay, thank you. Natalie?
Just in addition to Dan's point, our local social work team is actually based in Helena Lane Day Service. So lots of people presenting to adult social care within that area. So they are aware of the service, they're aware of the specification, what the service offers. But we are finding that people want more personalised types of support, particularly in accessing their community. We are finding across the county that there is less demand for day service provision. This isn't just a service-led decision. This is around how we assess people and how we look at those personalised support options. So things have changed, but it's just to make a note for Cabinet that the local social work team is based in that building, and in collaboration with our communities and with people presenting to the service, alternatives are being sourced and arranged. Thank you.
Ruth?
If I may, Chair, and I heard the comment there. People are supported in the community exceptionally well with very skilled and trained staff through their personal assistance and employing a personal budget or through a domiciliary care agency. So highly skilled and trained staff are not exclusive to Helena Lane. They are across the care sector in Shropshire, which has a very good record, a good track record of training and upskilling carers. I just want to take issue with the comments around this being a British Rail trick and deliberately running the service down. That is categorically not correct. This service has been available. We have taken a view that we should look at it differently given the costs because of the financial emergency, which is very clearly set out in the report. And I would urge those individuals again and their carers and families that attend the service to please agree to a Care Act assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
Thank you, Leader. I just thought this has gone around Cabinet an awful lot. Obviously, we had it back in January. It's been through scrutiny. I know officers have made some significant changes to both this and the proposal we heard earlier. I think reflecting on it from a broader Cabinet perspective, perhaps, rather than just the social care end of Council, Shropshire Council has a huge number of statutory duties. A number of those are to individuals under the Care Act specifically, but a number of those are broader duties to provide services to a certain quality or level, to public highways, to libraries, to leisure, to all sorts of areas. However, there's a statutory duty that we also have under the Local Government Finance Act, which is about setting a balanced budget each year. And probably that's the most fundamental duty this council has. It couldn't do it without exceptional financial support last year. It won't be able to do it this year. In fact, we have the largest deficit in the whole country. And unless significant changes are made, it won't be able to do it next year or the year after or the year after. So the question Cabinet and councillors have in front of them is not a question of if we provide a large number of non-statutory services this year, next year, the year after and going forward. I don't think, and I think we have to be honest with residents, there is a realistic if there. We absolutely can't be providing above and beyond non-statutory services. If we attempted to, and if we refuse to show the self-awareness and seriousness of the situation that this council is in, our alternative is the bankruptcy process, which many other local authorities have gone through. I would say that one of the main reasons we're not in that process right now is because this council has demonstrated a much enhanced understanding of how severe that situation is and quite the steps it's going to have to take to get out of it. So when I look at this, the question we have is not about if we, broader than Helena Lane, change the way we deliver services, but it's about how. It's a question of approach. And I have to say I've been really impressed by the approach of some of the officers working on this, of the cabinet member. I think we've given this a huge amount of time and thought, which I suspect a government commissioner in the same position wouldn't have. In fact, I know they wouldn't have. And actually, we are probably quite fortunate to be in a position whereby we aren't having these decisions made by commissioners, and we can have a human conversation about what we might or might not be able to do. So it's not a pleasant decision to have to make, but that goes without saying. But it is the right decision for the council at large, and I think for fulfilling our duties to people all across this county. And so I'm happy to second Ruth's proposal of the paper, but I think we all do it with quite a heavy heart.
So, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, clearly this is a very, very difficult decision, and I think process is actually quite important. I just want to talk about process. Clearly an awful lot of work is gone in by officers, and very thorough work and a very clear consideration. But equally, from the public point of view, they don't understand what the council is, what the cabinet is, and some people have put their aspirations into a petition, thinking that's the best way to go as a council. So it distresses me to hear that that petition could be considered at council after the decision is made here. That does seem a bit of a nonsense. I presume the idea is that the council can't decide it, but the council could influence the cabinet in its discussions. So I urge you to consider whether you could defer this to your next meeting, so it could go to council on the 16th of July, to at least give the opportunity for the people to sign a petition to know their views had been heard. We are setting a template here for very many more difficult decisions we're going to have to make, and we've got to learn as an organisation how best to engage with the public on those. My fear is if in the early ones we act preemptively without recognising the public just don't understand the cabinet and the council, we could be setting ourselves up for more hostility than perhaps we needed to. So it's only a suggestion.
Dawn. Thank you. I have to support Councillor Kerr's request there, because I do think that public engagement within this process is going to become increasingly important. So if it's possible, I'd ask that, you know, the decision is made after that discussion has taken place, but that's obviously Cabinet's decision. But the preventative agenda is such a vital aspect of the Council's overall strategy. I think as a Council, we need to be clearer on how preventative services will be evaluated and prioritised, and subsequently how the impacts, which I know are incredibly difficult to measure, but we do need to be able to give our residents some kind of feedback and justification. They need to see that it's working. So, and how they will be measured. So, sorry, more work for you, Paul. Thank you.
Ruth.
Thank you. It's disappointing to get a petition this late in the process, frankly, given that this whole thing started way back at the beginning of the year with a very clear consultation process. It came to Cabinet, it was mentioned in people's scrutiny, so there have been plenty of opportunities for a petition to come forward. I will go with the majority of this decision if it's going to be deferred, but I do feel if we defer this decision, we are likely to be going through the same agenda discussion again, and I feel quite strongly that given the amount of work that's gone in and the fact that we have had plenty of time to receive and hear that petition, and the Cabinet have the authority to make an executive decision, that decision should be made today.
Hello, is she, can we, do you want to take the microphone over to Tina?
I just want to say on behalf of Elena Lane and the Alliance that I don't want to close because it's our lifelines, and without it we will all die. So that we need to. Please don't shut it. Please. It's our lifeline, all of us.
I think for Tina and for Ron, it's a really important respite for them, for both of them, for the 3 days of the week.
Absolutely. I don't dispute that at all. Not at all. Alex?
I know that officers are doing everything within their power to make sure that there is the appropriate provision, and I think that we have a duty to do that. Again, the council has also got a duty to balance its other commitments and its fundamental commitments, and to Duncan and Dawn's point, having submitted a petition or two to full council in my time as well, I think it's important that that is presented and that members more widely understand the strength of feeling and have the chance. Of course, full council is the sovereign body of council, so it can look at decisions after they've been made as well as before. But I also think that the very clear instruction that we had, and that you would have both seen at Improvement Board earlier this week, that is occasionally repeated by members of the opposition, is you do have to move at pace, and you do have to make sure that you're making decisions which get this council in a position where it can be something that approaches financially sustainability quicker. And so I think that we ought to continue with the process we have. I'm perfectly happy with the report as it stands, but I also think that's notwithstanding the fact that full council can't bind itself in future, cabinet can't bind itself in future, and who knows what might happen in that future.
You are ripping people's lives apart if you nod this through today. You need to understand that. Each and every one of you as an individual needs to understand that.
Thank you, Jill, very much. I don't think anyone does not understand it more than I do. You know me of old, and I fight for people backwards, forwards and inside out. We are now in a position where actually we cannot do some things, and it's down to government last and this, that nobody has dealt with adult social care in a sensible way, so that actually many councils across the country are facing the same situation we're in, but we happen to be the worst. So I will not, and Ruth will not, and none of my cabinet will be accused of not caring, because we do, and we do really deeply, but we are actually thinking about everybody in social care, not just the individuals who I care deeply about now, whose decision actually makes me not sleep at night. So this is not an easy thing for any of us, Jill, as well you know. And I have campaigned on the other side, and that is the end of that. I am now going to take this to a vote, because that's that. Right. I now propose that we actually look at all of this, but the work with those individuals so that we give them the proper care that they need goes forward, because we have to do that. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Just to reassure you, 1,000 signatures means just as much to us whether it goes for debate or not. That debate may not have actually, or will not probably deliver anything else other than what we have to do now. And I would really, really value, Jill, you campaigning with government to change the rules and the regulations around all of this, because that would be the most helpful thing so that we don't have these decisions to take in the future.
Let's work together and do that, Councillor.
Thank you.
Working together, not chucking people under the bus as we go.
We are not, because we are going to support them for better services in the long run. Thank you very much. That's the end of that item. Can I now break for lunch, please? Can we come back by 1:10 past? Thank you. Okay, so thank you for returning after lunch, after an exhausting morning. So we now move on to the financial outturn, which is number 9 on the agenda. Roger will present, and then I'll ask Duncan to come in to add anything extra that we need. And I don't know whether the Chair of Finance will want to say, Finance and Improvement Scrutiny will want to say anything later or not. No, he is supportive. So over to you, Roger, and then to Duncan.
A blank sheet. Thank you, Leader. Note that this is for the 2025-26 year and covers the time when, to my mind, a ridiculous, unattractive budget was set by the previous Conservative administration. It set over-ambitious target savings, which are shown on pages 327 and 328 of this £1,000 report we're looking at today. And it amounted to just under £60 million saving in a single year. These included, as just one example, further staff redundancies of over 25 million, rationalised property and fee uplift of over 4 million. This on top of the failure to build in what should have been increases due to embedded demand pressures across social care, children's services of £26.3 million increase, and social care of 26.3 million, and children's services of 12.2 million. As shown at 2.6, corporate budget net adverse variation was 19.8 million. The final adverse variation to the budget that was proposed by this Conservative administration, which were in power when it was made in February 25, was 49.428 million, as shown in Table 1 in the report. This followed, of course, many years of using virtually all the available reserves, and after first proposing in 24, I think, that the car parks should even be used to guarantee a multi-million pound loan, and then at the last minute asking for and getting government permission to take out an EFS loan of over £20 million. This is before we came into power. As a new administration, and finally learning the true state of the finances, we asked the LGA for assistance. They agreed to carry out a corporate peer review in late June. As a result, and in efforts to prevent a 114 notice being issued, we declared via the Cabinet a financial emergency, and various boards were set up. These are listed in the September Cabinet minutes. Also identified has been, after previous redundancy programmes, the low level of staff at present employed in some departments. Active recruitment is now in service. We also, at present, have others monitoring what the Council is doing. The MHCLG, of course, have recently visited us, and they will be reporting to the Minister what actions we are taking in order to address the financial situation we are in. As the year progressed, the monthly period results showed a continuous deteriorating position. As a result of this, to improve accuracy and help identify ways of saving revenue costs, the way returns were produced was changed, and actual figures started to be used. My thanks to all the staff who were involved and enabled the needed changes to be made. The differences can be seen in the last quarter figures and the very small changes in the final year outturn results compared with the period 11 prediction. It showed just a £54,000 change. Due to the predictions being made during the summer, it was decided that the government help was needed, and an EFS application was submitted for £71.4 million. This to repay the money wasted in preparing to build the North West Relief Road, which the DFT confirmed during this year that we are looking at, that they were and never had promised to meet any of the extra cost of building it. Some of this EFS is, as stated in section 213, used to help meet demand growth, paying inflation, plus start the transformation programme that is needed. It is good to report, as again in the report, that 9.6 million of the agreed EFS loan was not needed. The general fund balance at the end of the year 25-26 was £5 million, and the target must be to build this up over the next few years to the level that auditors feel is a safe level. For the first time also in many years, it will also be seen that earmarked reserves have also increased by 5.658 million. As part of this report, it will be seen in section 5 that improvements to the council financial monitoring and budget setting arrangements are in progress, and also please note the DSG deficit listed at item 7. Finally, during the year, a review of all capital projects has been carried out and some have been paused. An increased emphasis on asset sales continues. An updated position as at March 31st is shown at appendices 11 and 12. The report contains recommendations at 3.2 and will be further considered at the Audit and Governance Committee on July the 15th and Council the following day on the 16th of July. I move the report and the recommendations as per listed in the financial outturn report before us this morning, or afternoon now.
Thank you. Duncan, do you need to add to that at all, since you are completely au fait with all of the accounts and where we are? Not that Roger isn't, of course, he is.
It's very kind of you to think. At risk of repeating a lot of what Roger has said, this is a £49.4 million adverse variation from a completely inadequate budget. That's a 17% budget variation. That isn't about profligacy or overspending, that's just about adequacy in the original financial plan. I'd describe it probably as a catastrophic failure in a budget process, and as Roger mentioned, by way of conclusion there, we're working on a new budget framework for 27-8, and certainly we've done a lot with monitoring to enhance and to continually enhance that system so that we know where we are during the year. I think it is an important point that Roger made, that we were able to draw down 9.6 million less of exceptional financial support than we had planned for, and that's an example I think we'll want to use for ourselves moving forward, as every penny that we had to draw down from EFS is a cost to debt financing, and for example, virtually wipes out our council tax increase by way of payment. More excitingly, I think, looking forward, there will be an MTFP to the next cabinet, which will be very reliant upon us hitting on the new budget we've created for 26-7. And there is a blind focus, I think, in our eyes, Roger, to just make sure that we can stick within that, because that will form the foundation for our future year EFS request. So that report will be coming here together with more details about financial sustainability planning, which I actually see as the MTFP, but we'll put some more detail around that, including the need to replenish our reserves. My view on general fund balance is it needs to be something more like 10% of our net budget. That's £35 million, but we're certainly not going to recover that in one step. We're going to have to do that over a number of years, and we do have some other very specific earmarked reserves that we need to reinforce as well, not least around financial risk of demand, price, economy, and so on and so forth. So I'm sorry to bring this report to Cabinet, actually. It's very sad, and we've seen the implications of this kind of difficulty in the report that's just been considered, but these difficult decisions are just critical if we are ever going to become financially sustainable again, and that's very regrettable. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Any questions? If you've got lots of questions, Dawn. Oh, okay, because I was just going to say separate them out if you've got lots.
Okay, no. You're pleased. This is probably a bit more of a statement. Chair, thank you anyway. The figures before Cabinet speak for themselves. A 49.5 million overspend, 33 million of savings not delivered, reliance on almost 62 million of EFS, and reserves reduced to 5 million. And this highlights the seriousness of our financial position, which we do not, as opposition, we do not underestimate. I highlighted my main concerns and asked for additional information at Scrutiny Committee on Monday, so I'm not going to repeat myself here. I'll refer you to those concerns and questions. They are on record. While any improvement in monitoring is extremely welcome, the fundamental concern remains that the authority is still a long way from demonstrating a credible route from financial instability to long-term resilience. The continuing pressures in social care, the failure of a significant portion of planned savings and the dependence on borrowing to sustain the position all point to problems that run deep, which I know that Duncan is doing his best to get a hold on. The fundamentals like using appropriate and rigorous budgeting methodologies and both demand projection and subsequent demand management still seem to have a very long way to go to be able to provide reliable and accurate projections and thereby realistic and robust budgets. This raises genuine concerns that we might find ourselves in a similar position of overspend as we did last year. I really sincerely hope that that is not the case. Thank you.
Duncan?
I think particularly if I could just pick up on Dawn's demand management point, I think it is really critical to the future and is the key that actually unlocks the door to sustainability. In saying that, I would say the problems that we have with forecasting and managing demand in our statutory services is one that is being suffered across the whole of the sector at the moment. And that there was a magic button that you could push to get better predictability. But the one thing I can predict is that demand is still going to keep going up. Because of the amount of business we're throwing into the market, prices will continue to rise. And again, social care is a great example of that. We're just generating the demand in a limited market, so prices are flying up as well. So this is going to continue, I think, to be an unpredictable point in our budget for the foreseeable future. And in some senses, much of the good work we do will be wiped out by those pressures. So I just guess that's a realistic statement. Is that I think even whatever we do, we're still pushing an elephant uphill backwards, really, by way of getting total guarantee and control over our financial system. So I think we will have to expect some rocky roads along the way on this, what's going to be quite a lengthy journey, I think.
I think, I'll come back to you in a minute, but one of those things that we've just seen is the petrol, diesel, fuel allowance going up by 5p, which is a pressure that we haven't budgeted for, hasn't been built into our budget at all, but it affects all of our carers, all of our care providers, it affects many of our essential users, staffing, so on across the board. It's an extra pressure, not budgeted for, because it's just happened and it hasn't happened for years. When the minimum wage goes up, that's great for those people on the minimum wage, but it affects us because it affects. And these things happen and they're outside our control, they're government, and we don't necessarily get the funding for it. But that's where also prevention comes in. We really need to look at some of those preventative measures alongside all of this, just to keep the budgets as close as possible. So I'm not making excuses, but there are a lot of external factors that really make a fundamental difference to our budgets that actually we don't get any extra funding for, and we know that government funding is going down over the next 3 years. Dawn.
So in line with this administration's aim towards greater scrutiny and transparency, and following yesterday's very effective reset of scrutiny and how we look at that going forward, how we manage that going forward, I did ask that we find a way, and I'd ask for Cabinet support in this, that some kind of exception reporting facility is identified, that we can bring things to scrutiny within the financial arena quickly, and not once the problem has occurred, but as soon as that flag goes up, so that we can then work in maybe a rapid single day task and finish function to get some better information to Cabinet ready to be able to make decisions. So going forward, if there is a way that that can be achieved, I think it might benefit the Council as a whole. Thank you.
Duncan, is that?
Yeah, well, I think we're all working towards a no surprises, but there will always be exceptions, and where they are significant ones, we need to give them the openness here and in scrutiny to try to find some help to put it right. But the exceptions are the things that kill you.
Yes, certainly they are. Ruth.
I think I've said enough really today, actually. I feel I have, but anyway. The care and wellbeing and adult social care, there is an overspend again. That's down to the previous budget setting had no growth included for any demographics, and that has played through throughout the year. We still have some challenges with our NHS partners around continuing health care, which we're working through and moving forward for next year. There's a lot more work going into early support at the front door before we get to those statutory services, high-cost services. And finally, just to reassure Cabinet that we're using external resources, ADAS, the LGA and our peer challenges to help us deliver improved outcomes on our social care finances.
I wonder if it might be useful, Ruth, if you explained for anybody who happens to be watching, and there might be one or two, what continuing healthcare means, because it's a budget that the NHS has and it's how they work with us.
Continuing healthcare is when the NHS undertake an assessment and determine that that person has fully healthcare needs, not social care needs, and fund them. Invariably it's towards end of life and sort of badged as fast track, which sounds dreadful. And then throughout the year they undertake reviews, and quite often people are no longer fast tracked because they've had the input and their condition has stabilised, so then they become the responsibility of social care, which needs the social care assessment under the Care Act, as we've already discussed this morning, and then we're into self-funding, capital reductions, or funding someone's care. So it is complex. But we do need to get better throughout the year of monitoring that. And I think Duncan and myself, we fully agreed with that.
It's a better agreement with the NHS locally, ICB in particular, so that we get that funding through and we don't spend ages negotiating rather than getting the money in, I think, which is the most important thing.
Also, at the risk of stealing Andy's thunder, we need more continuing healthcare for children and some Section 75 budgets around that level of support for those very complex young people with very complex needs.
Absolutely. Anybody else got anything?
Can I say something?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Leader. So the Council's number one priority has been around stabilising the Council's financial position through better grip and better governance and increased control. One of our key performance indicators is around budget monitoring. So you have heard me say that last summer our budget holders were only around 40% of budget monitoring. We've now got 4 months now of 94 and 95% in terms of budget monitoring, which I, for one, am really pleased about. We've just had the Corporate Peer Challenge Progress Review came back on site on May the 12th. For those of you in this room will remember quite a difficult time for this council last July, having that Corporate Peer Challenge with a number of recommendations, and the team came back just recently. The report is in draft and it has just come back through to me, but I just want to kind of read out a quote that's in that report, because I think it starts to paint a picture of a council that has got better grip, control and governance. So this is what they say. The peer team found that the council is now demonstrating a much stronger grip on its financial position and governance arrangements. Across the council, there are encouraging signs of improvements in culture, engagement and leadership visibility. The organisation feel is notably more positive and collaborative, and the peer team concluded that the council's trajectory is positive. We are still in early days, but we are building really strong foundations now to get this council back into a financial sustainable position.
Right. Duncan.
Yeah, just building on that comments from the Chief Executive, I think it was a difficult year, but I do think we have learned a lot about budget responsibility and have improved immeasurably the understanding of budget accountability across the organisation, and I really appreciate that. It's a bit ways still to go on some governance because we're still getting poor internal audit outcomes, but we can address those. I think my issue for the council going forward in this year, and this is a difficult balancing act, at the one time we're going to have to be very hard-nosed about controlling expenditure and saying no to things. On the other side, we can't undercut the transformation. If I take children's services, because he's sitting there next to me, we know at the moment we're spending a lot of money and got a lot of children in care, but we're spending very low on preventative services. To put that right, we've got to put a lot of money in. We can't get these kids out of care and save money from that. That's locked up now. If we undercook that investment and don't put enough money in, we won't save the money in the end. So it's a funny world we're going to be in, where in some areas we're going to have to be putting what other people will see as a disproportionately large amount of investment in, because that's what is actually needed to make the transformation. And if you don't put that level of investment in, you won't make the transformation. And in other areas, we're saying, and upsetting a lot of people, no, we can't do that, even though we've done it in the past, and no, even though you wish to do it. And it's just that dichotomy, just to make that sort of, I suppose, evident to the organisation that we're going to have to live with that pressure.
We are. I don't think we disagree with you at all, Duncan. Absolutely. No. Thank you, Duncan. Nothing else? Oh, sorry, Duncan.
Heather, I think Duncan's made a really good point there. I think it's very important for everyone in this room, particularly, to appreciate we are not in a normal place as a local authority is concerned. This is a very unique set of circumstances where we do need to cut every corner to reduce costs, but we also need to invest in the modernisation and the improvement of our services at a time when there's significant change going on in areas like children's, and no doubt the next adults development will just be around the corner. So that will be quite discombobulating, I think, for some of the reports you're going to be getting here over the next year and the decisions that you're going to take. So it's quite helpful, I think, to understand just how unusual the situation is that we're in. Because sometimes I think we forget and just plough on as normal, and we just can't do that.
No, absolutely. Dave?
No, I've said it before, but the difficulty is it's very hard to crystallise for everybody out there just how big a problem it is. It's not just between a rock and a hard place, but between a mountain and the moon in terms of mass. So there's still a lot of graft to do to unpick it all, but I'm confident that we've shifted the dynamics of the way things are done, so we avoid the daft own goals where we've harmed ourselves by overestimating the green bin income and all those kind of things. Those are going to be far less likely, and the grip is far more robust than it has been.
Absolutely. Rosemary?
Yeah, just a brief comment from me, really, just to say that the reduced reliance on this year on the EFS compared to the amount that was applied for in November is obviously significant and good. But we can't really call it good, can we? So less bad probably is the term I think that we use quite a lot here. And I think it's quite sobering to think that half of that money, or more than half of that money, covers us for the North West Relief Road project. And I think, for me, governance around our decision making and how we progress with projects is absolutely critical to the way that we move forward towards a sustainable position.
And all those bits of work we do about lessons learned, so the things that have gone wrong in the past are vitally important and will have to be built in all the way through. Yeah. And we don't just do the lessons learned stuff because we're making a point. It's actually a vital part of how we work in the future and how we build that into governance, really, for the future. Anybody else?
And just finally, if I may, Leader, so for July's Cabinet, we've got the medium-term financial plan coming forward. This is Duncan's paper, and there'll be a further iteration of that in the autumn, which then takes us to February 27 for budget for Council. You will all see that we've got additional Cabinet meetings ahead of us into July and August. That's because we know as a Council we've got to work at absolute pace now in terms of our transformation plan. So just to remind us all, the transformation plan to start reducing the gap and reducing the reliance on EFS is on children's social care transformation, hence why we've got the very important paper coming to Cabinet today, the adult social care transformation, the digital transformation, the assets and around how we dispose safely of any assets that this council does not need to have, and also income. So there are key transformation that we are working towards stabilising this council and moving us to a sustainable place. But that is the reason why we've got additional Cabinet meetings. We wouldn't normally have a Cabinet meeting in August, but given the situation that this council was in, the leader agreed that it was very important that we continue to run the business as we need to for the 12 months of the year.
Right. If there's nothing else that we need to add into all of this,
Pose again, Chairman.
thank you. All those in favour? Thank you very much. It's a better but still a grim scene, so thank you very much for all the work that's been done on that across the board, because it involves absolutely everybody across the organisation just to get us to where we are and then out of this into the future. So we now move on to the Treasury Management Update, Q4.
Thanks, Chairman. Quite a short introduction to this. The report outlines the Treasury management activities of the Council in the fourth quarter of 2025-26. It is a fully delegated to appropriate Shropshire Council staff and highlights the economic environment in which the Treasury management decisions have been made. All work is carried out and is aligned. I'll start again, Chairman, sorry. Treasury Management Q4. This report outlines the Treasury management activities of the Council in the fourth quarter of 2025-26. It is a fully delegated to appropriate Shropshire Council staff and highlights the economic environment in which Treasury management decisions have been made. All work is carried out and is aligned with Council-approved mid-year Treasury strategy update and prudential indicators. I propose the Cabinet agrees and supports the recommendations listed at 3.1, sections A to E.
Anything anybody wants to ask or add? This is just a paper that normally comes before us. Okay. Proposer?
Opposed, Chairman.
My normal seconder has left the room. James. Thank you. In which case, all those in favour, please. Right, that's unanimous. Or Alex. Okay. In which case, we now move on to item 11 on the agenda, which is the Q4 performance report. This is a report on where we've got to with our various areas of performance and how they're managed, but it's in two parts. This year it looks quite, well, this one looks quite different because we've got 3 quarterly papers for this year, which were around the Shropshire Plan, which was put in place from 22 to 25. And then the next bit is presenting our way forward and a proposed framework aligned to the new corporate plan, which was adopted at the last council meeting, which includes a set of key performance indicators and key delivery commitments for 26-27. So they're quite different to the past, and this one, looking to the future, is very much our plan, whereas the last performance indicators were for the past plan. So if we look back at Q4 performance position, There's a total of 36 key performance indicators there, and they've been updated in the dashboard that you can go through to. Although these KPIs are grey, meaning that they do not have a target set for various reasons and so on. And if you remember at the very beginning of Cabinet, we went through how we RAG rate all of these things. So overall, we had 71%, 22 KPIs which are above their target in green, 6%, 2 KPIs of indicators were similar to their target, and 23% were below. That does not mean to say we think this is all wonderful. It's a measure of where we are and what we've got to improve when we look at the exceptions across the board. So looking forward, the new corporate plan, which is for 26 to 30, was, as I've just said, approved by full council last month. We are now about to look at agreeing performance framework for and that will provide a basis for reporting progress, delivery and impact of where we're going. Our new corporate plan being lined up with our priorities, but actually with the budget we have and how we're going to spend that. So some of those things will actually be capped because we don't have the money. As set out in 4.7 of the report, the framework consists of a suite of key performance indicators to demonstrate the outcomes we are trying to improve and the impact we're making. There are a set of specific and measurable things that the council will do during 26 and 27, and those we're calling delivery commitments to demonstrate the delivery and decision making aligned to the plan. An annual review of those delivery commitments, including the associated KPIs, will ensure that we are committing to deliver on our that it aligns to our financial sustainability and those areas that we've budgeted for. So it's a really important thing that we will look to, and it will be different to what we've looked at in the past. So the list of commitments is not exactly exhaustive. And there will be an action plan and so on coming forward to the next cabinet so that we can look at all of that. So we will also commit to an annual review report summarising delivery and performance against the corporate plan, ensuring a more rounded way of reporting and increasing the opportunities to debate and discuss delivery against the corporate plan. So I would really like it if my portfolio holders would just flag up some of the good news of the good things that we've been doing, as I always ask you every time we have a performance plan, and actually any mitigations we're putting in place where things are not working as well as they might do. So who's going to start? Thank you, James.
I just want to once again flag the number of households in B&B accommodation is still below 40, which obviously when we first came in about a year ago it was quite above that, and the introduction of the new schemes within Shrewsbury and Bridgenorth have allowed for that to be reduced, and it has remained reduced. This is obviously from March, it is still that level to this day, so we're pretty happy that we sort of got a handle on that. So
I think the important thing around that is not only is it better for the people, but actually it costs us much less than having them in B&B, so it's one of those cost-saving areas. David.
Yes, I just want to flag up our failure to achieve our waste recycling targets, but just to emphasise that we are committed to reintroducing food waste collection as soon as we possibly can. That we think it's very important, and we hope to bring forward proposals where we can do that.
Great. Ruth, I'll come.
Thank you, Heather. I've gone into the dashboard to look under healthy people, and I would like to flag up the positive performance around the how we're sort of in the top quartile for people under 18, under 64 rather, going into residential care. and the number of people with learning disabilities living in their own homes, and also our rate of admissions to residential nursing care is also very positive. And I think, given the debate this morning, I think it's really important as well to focus on the stuff that does work, we do really well at, and that can go throughout the service.
It's good, and it's a nice area to thank people for their work for, isn't it? That they're delivering all of that. Rob?
Just to note that we still see a general trend in those people killed and seriously injured on our roads declining, but I think we'd all recognise that no number is low enough apart from zero. I know that other councils have talked about Vision Zero, and we've got our interim strategic transport manager in the room, and we talk about this often, about how we can make our roads safer, and we will be discussing the consultation on our new local transport plan shortly, so I'll say a little bit about that then.
Super, thank you. Anybody? Oh, Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to know in terms of children's services that the recovery plan we put in place for EACPs is on track and working well in that area. And for the best start for young people as well is certainly getting the traction in this area as well. And to also note that the placement stability, which is mentioned in 4.3 of the report, remains to be strong in this area, which of course, the more we put into that area, the more money this council is going to save financially.
Absolutely, okay. So I now have Rosemary?
Yeah, mine was a quick response. Is it okay? Mine was a quick response to David's comment about green waste. I'm sure I saw somewhere that the council has reached its budget on green waste subscriptions. Have I got that right? I can't find it again, but I read it somewhere. And I just wonder whether you expect that to have, a serious impact on the green waste that we're collecting.
Yeah, we have. You are absolutely right. We have achieved our target in terms of the garden waste subscriptions, which is good and will help the budget. However, overall, the amount of green waste being recycled and food waste has gone down. That's of course something we want to change, and we want to reintroduce food waste to bring those figures back up.
I'll go to David and then come to you, Duncan. Oh, and Dawn. David.
For fear of missing out. In terms of planning, it's still high performing in terms of the decision making, but there is a threat in that. There is a large increase in the number of applications that are going through the mill, but we are adding bandwidth in terms of the staffing and resources to make sure we can stay on top of everything, but there'll be more passed on to members in due course about that.
Okay, that's good. So Duncan.
Well, since you mentioned household waste, it'd be remiss of me not to pick up on that. So yes, we are a long way away. We are a long way away from our target, aren't we? We're 5% below our target, which, if you look historically, that's a very poor figure for Shropshire. So we have a waste minimisation strategy, and I think it's probably about time we reviewed what actions we're taking, because part of that is to reduce into a minimised amount of waste that goes for incineration, thereby increase the percentage of waste that's recycled. So I'd urge that we look at that, and maybe this is a matter that the scrutiny committee, is not mine, but the scrutiny committee does need to look into, because I think it is very poor. I wonder where we are on the derogation as well, because we asked for derogation on food waste collection, and I haven't heard whether we were successful in achieving that or what the situation is. That would be useful to know as well.
Yes, we have been successful in that, and I will be able to give you some more information later on.
And you have a point about waste minimisation?
Yes, we will continue to work on waste minimisation, Councillor, and I hope we are able to come back to you with more proposals in the future.
And Dawn.
Thank you. This report shows some indicators are improving, but several of the most important ones are still going the wrong way. EHCP performance is still very poor, recycling has fallen, staff sickness is rising, and the council is obviously still in financial emergency. Having young grandchildren, I found the measure that less than 44% of children eligible for free school meals are actually ready for school when their time comes deeply disturbing. What on earth is this going to do to their life chances? So I feel that the headline figure of 77% meeting target doesn't necessarily necessarily reflect the reality of our situation. The report refers to KPIs for healthy environment through monitoring Shropshire Council's direction of progress on climate change. The Council indeed applies significant resources to monitoring an extensive list of metrics in support of these KPIs. The Council's net zero initiatives are focused on emission reductions commensurate with national targets. However, to show real and tangible effects, this must be in concert with global efforts, and for the foreseeable future, most of the globe is not participating. CO2 emissions and atmospheric concentrations continue to increase at a pace seemingly unaffected by any such efforts of this Council. Geopolitical and economic trends suggest this will continue to be the case. If both Shropshire and the UK's efforts in this arena continue to be largely unsupported around the world, even if Shropshire Council is successful in meeting these KPIs, how might any tangible improvements to healthy people, a healthy economy and a healthy organisation be realised? How will we be able to demonstrate success and, most importantly, value for money for these initiatives? I think it speaks to the wider issue of KPIs and target chasing more generally. It's all very well to set a measurable metric for such as carbon reduction, but achieving that metric needs to provide tangible value and benefit in the real world. If a KPI doesn't result in tangible and measurable benefit, then it shouldn't exist. We have questions as to whether these are necessarily the right KPIs, although I know a number of them are statutory and we have no choice in that. Whether these targets are meaningful, particularly to our residents, and we need the report to show more clearly the link between service performance and financial survival. What members and residents need is an account that links service performance to financial sustainability, gives greater prominence to the red flags and focuses relentlessly on outcomes that improve daily life for the people that we serve in ways that actually matter to them. Thank you.
I think I've picked up lots of points. I've got to go to lots of people to answer those various bits. So if I lose something, can I just do the service performance and local people and go to Paul now? And then I'll pick up EHCPs, people being ready, young people being ready for school, the healthy people stuff and so on. So Paul.
Thanks, Leader. Thanks, Dawn. Yeah, I mean, this set of metrics and the proposed set of metrics is really designed to help us measure delivery of the priority ambitions within the corporate plan rather than necessarily individual service performance. That will better come through some of the individual scrutiny committees and what is presented to them in terms of performance information. I think the heavy reliance on KPIs referred to, Dawn, if I may, Lead, is part of the reason why we're proposing a different framework moving forward, which uses both KPIs but also a set, as you've said, Leader, a set of delivery commitments, which are some specific and measurable things that we will be looking to deliver, decide or develop during 26-27. So you get a more sort of transparent and, as you've said, Leader, rounded report each quarter around delivery against those corporate plan priority ambitions. It's not just about KPIs, metrics, it's about actual delivery on the ground, which starts to get us into some of the service impact and the outcomes for residents, I would suggest.
Right, thank you. I think we now need to move over to the EHCP performance, which across the country actually isn't great, but you did mention the plan to actually we've got now in place, and also around children being ready for school.
Yeah, as Cabinet aware, and we mentioned in the Cabinet meetings, we've obviously got the EHCP recovery plan underway, which is on track at the moment. We still receive in Shropshire an unprecedented demand for EHCPs and the statutory assessments for children. And that's not going away. We're still trying to do the other work that's sitting in the background as well. And I know that's being very closely monitored by the Director of Children's Services team, and that's ongoing. In regards to children's readiness for school, that's certainly what the Best Start in Life transformation programme is all about. That will be coming up in the paper this afternoon, and that will be looking to directly address that going forward.
Thank you. I think, what have I missed now, Dawn?
Yeah, the net zero, the actual measurability of success.
Right, okay, but probably as Paul again, or is it?
I can come in on that initially. Other colleagues might wish to join me, but this is partly raised, I think, as part of the Finance and Improvement Scrutiny Committee debate on this particular paper a couple of days ago, and I think what we undertook to do was look again at the local outcomes framework, which, as you alluded to, Dawn, is the set of national PIs that we've got to report back on to government and see if there are more relevant measures pertaining to carbon reduction and climate change that we can put into this suite framework moving forward. And I've endeavoured to do that, Leader.
I think some of those also need to be around energy efficiency, because it saves us money, and how it feeds into the budget as well, because that's quite important. I don't know whether you've got anything you want to raise on that, Sarah.
Well, I think it links to the commissioning and procurement strategy that's coming up next, actually, that a lot of our carbon emissions are actually associated with third-party spend that we do on getting various services, and as you'll see in the upcoming paper for that there is an inclusion of that in that report, and I'm pleased to see that.
Right. Anything else? Roger.
I feel left out.
No.
But there is one, and I'll do it here. I've recently taken over licensing foods and things like this, and if one looks, the KPI relates to high-risk food businesses and high-risk food business inspections, and you'll see that the statutory target of 100% has now been achieved, which is good for the whole of the community.
It is. That's a really good one. And I'd like to finish on that note. Thank you very much. So we have recommendation at 3.1 to approve development and engagement consultation strategy. No, that's the wrong one. It's performance. Oh, I've moved on. So 3.3 and 3.4. I will. I've forgotten the word now. Propose. Who will second? It's been a long day already. Roger, thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. So now we move on to item 13, which is really close to our hearts, this one, because it's one of those things that we put forward in our manifesto in a new direction. It's actually one of our big priorities, which is commissioning and procurement. Oh, sorry, I've done. I've just removed Rob from the agenda.
No, I took the intro as you gave it then, and I'll carry on from there.
It is actually part of our manifesto, and it is one of our key priorities, but so is the next one after that. So we'll go to number 12 on the agenda. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Heather. Transport across the county is vitally important. I think when we think about what that spans, whether it's people driving to where they need to get to work, or taking the bus, or catching the train, walking, cycling, whatever that means, having a fully functioning transport system for everyone is vitally important. I will point out at the outset, I will be quite brief this report, but this report is about going out to public consultation on the local transport plan. It's not about the local transport plan itself, hence why it's not appended. That will come to us, I think, in August. I think that's vital to say at the outset is that having an adopted functioning local transport plan is vital for the local plan, which we've now started the process on. It's a key supporting document for that, and it is worth having a little bit of history that Shropshire has, in effect, a thing called LTP3, Local Transport Plan 3. That was never formally adopted, so we've been working with that as a draft document, and it's a key priority for us to make sure that we have a fully adopted local transport plan that sets out where we are going as a county. I think we saw on the previous item the KPIs there that are intrinsically linked to the new corporate plan. They're intrinsically linked to the local outcomes framework from the government, and again intrinsically linked to the new guidance on local transport plans, and will be for our local transport plan. I hope as part of this consultation that everyone will get involved, and that means our scrutiny committees, that means hopefully a peer review. We've suggested that might be something that we want officers to do to seek an external peer review of our local transport plan to make sure that we're getting as wide a view as possible, but importantly for the public as well. So there will be some pre-engagement activities just to test out that process, but from September there will be a 6-week public consultation if we approve this today, which will be available either online, in person, via our town and parish councils, trying to get as wide a range of view as possible about where people want to see transport in Shropshire going over the next 10 years. I particularly want to thank Victoria Merrill, our highways policy and strategy manager, get that right, for the work that she has done on this. It was paused previously under the previous administration when the government said it was going to bring out new guidance and then didn't. I would point out that she's been working very quickly to understand the new guidance the new government brought out in April this year, so it is a very rapidly changing picture, but we are starting to understand what the government wants of us and what we need to do, and also thank Sam Diwali, our interim strategic transport manager, for the work he's done on this. But hopefully it's a straightforward report for us to go out to public consultation on our new local transport plan.
Super. Any questions? Dawn, and then Rosemary.
Thank you. While the Council has a statutory duty to prepare a local transport plan, we must start with the hard truth. Shropshire Council is in a declared financial emergency, as has come up a few times today. In that context, every transport proposal must be judged by affordability, realism and value for money. Section 5.3 states that £328,600, not a small amount, will be spent on this consultation. Now, whether funded directly by Shropshire taxpayers or by the Department of Transport, it is still public money, and taxpayers deserve a clear breakdown of how it will be spent and by or on whom. This Council cannot support a transport strategy that drifts into costly commitments the Council cannot sustain. In rural Shropshire, heavily subsidised and underused bus services are not a realistic answer to transport need. Residents understand the realities of country living. They rely on their cars, like it or not, and what they want are safe roads, fewer potholes and parking close to where they need to go. The Council must face the reality that large-scale housing growth, which we've all just seen recently, whenever it manifests, without matching jobs and services nearby, will increase private vehicle journeys, not reduce them. Any plan that prioritises public transport while ignoring that reality is fundamentally flawed. We feel that this Council should be an enabler, not an imposer of lifestyle change. References in the plan to reducing the need to travel and achieving mode shift may sound fashionable, but they do not reflect the reality of daily lives of rural families. Our priority should be to maintain the road network, improve essential infrastructure and focus scarce resources where they deliver real benefit. I also ask, who decides the reasonable range of stakeholders to be consulted? So directly onto process. And how will rural residents be properly represented? If this is not a full public consultation, then the sampling methodology must be transparent, fair and representative. If this local transport plan is to have credibility, it must reflect financial and rural reality, not an imposing agenda that residents neither asked for nor can practically use. We believe in common sense, affordability and personal freedom, and that is the approach we will continue to defend. And I ask the administration to consider this potential for chasing transport gimmicks that we cannot afford and start delivering the basics rural residents actually need: decent roads, proper parking and a council that lives within its means. Thank you.
I do want to type, that's okay,
Yeah,
Leader.
yes, do.
So I'll try and get all of them. There was a lot there. I think on affordability, the number in 5.3 is the full amount of money we have for a range of things, not for this consultation. That is not the figure for the consultation. It's much, much lower than that. And once that is available, officers will share that. That's part of the process, but it's just where this will be funded from. That's all. I think in terms of affordability for transport schemes, we've heard it already today. I think the biggest example of that we have is the North West Relief Road. The previous local transport plan, which I said before was not adopted, said, and I am paraphrasing here, that during the plan period, the Shropshire Council will not pursue construction of the North West Relief Road. So the fact that the Council did not have an adopted local transport plan meant that actually it didn't have to stick to that phrase, and it pursued this North West Relief Road, which was categorically unaffordable. So I think having an adopted local transport plan, which is there for officers to work to, is vitally important for us as councillors and for us as residents, because it actually says what the council will and will not do.
Within realistic.
Absolutely. In terms of costly commitments, transport funding really is coming out of the integrated transport grant from the government now, so that is ring-fence money for transport improvement. That includes things like potholes. I do have to disagree, I'm afraid, about buses. I think for some people they are vital. There are a lot of people that either do not have access to a car, do not own a car, or cannot drive a car. I'm particularly thinking about our young people. I'm thinking about older people who may have lost the ability to drive their car. So whilst it may be that the car is a vital and probably the largest part of our transport system, buses are vital for some people, and I will defend that categorically. I think when we talk about mode shift, I think more about choice. I think giving people choices of how they travel is important. There are some people that are forced into travelling by one particular means because the only particular means they have available. That may be overly costly for those people. So I think having transport choice available to people is important. You can call that mode shift. That's a bit of a technical, wonky phrase, but I think giving people choice of how they travel is really important. I think in terms of getting it out to the public at large, we'll be working on town and parish councils. I'd say it's incumbent on all councillors to make sure that their communities are aware of this public consultation. It's been flagged up earlier that this will be in the autumn, starting in September, so plenty of time for councillors to get that news out to their local residents. We want to hear from as many people as possible in this consultation. It will be accessible online and in person and on paper in our libraries. There are ways in which that can be done, so all 74 councillors, it's incumbent on all of them to get that out to their communities.
Excellent, and I'm certainly bus routes in rural areas are often an important part of prevention for older people who will use, they can afford to have a car that sits at home and they use occasionally, but they'll often use a bus several times a week to get out, to go shopping, to do other things because it's affordable, because they've got a bus pass. That doesn't necessarily help our viability of our bus routes because it's not funded properly, but actually it's quite an important thing for rural areas in particular. So do you think you answered did he answer everything for you, Dawn?
Pretty much, I think, but it's yeah, I'd like a little bit more clarity to make sure that I can get my people involved with the consultation.
And that will be available as officers work out the exact processes. That will come to all members, so they can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Duncan.
We talked this morning, didn't we, about health and how we needed to incorporate health into many of our aspects of our policy making, and health is a key ingredient of our transport. Active transport is not just more efficient, it is healthier than transport by other means, and I hope that in the consultation people will be made aware of this, because people may not realise that and realise why it's important, whatever your belief about climate change, to be active in your transport, because that has health benefits to the community and can reduce everybody's tax. So we're not paying for huge numbers of people to be looked after because they've not maintained their health into old age.
Thank you. I've now got Dave Walker and then Rosemary. Pardon?
Shall I just come back quickly?
Oh, sorry, yes.
It will come with no surprise. I absolutely agree with you, Councillor Kerr. It's vitally important that we give more people more opportunity to be more active in their lives. We had the Chief Medical Officer for England visits, I think, early this year, end of last year, and he is very clear whenever you hear him speak that it's the first piece of exercise that you can get people to do on top of what they're doing already that has the biggest impact. So absolutely having people to be more active, even if it is just the ability to walk to a neighbour's house, walk to the shops, walk children to school rather than drive them, those little bits really do have a huge impact.
Dave?
Sure, okay.
Yes, I mentioned the stuff, yeah.
No, just to underline the connection with the local plan, really, because all the stuff that Dawn's mentioned is a risk for anything in the local plan. But certainly, if we're doing it properly and we're joining up everything and getting all of our ducks in a row so the right things are built in the right places, there's no extra money for National Highways to build roads for 15 years. So there's an inbuilt pressure there to make sure you've designed the problem out, and that's making sure you have done modal shift where you can do it, and But equally, as I said before, you've got to enable the sustainability at a really low level as well. You've got to do it right across the spectrum. It's not one size fits all. And the local transport plan is a pivotal bit of infrastructure that's got to be part. The refrain on Facebook whenever there's a plan application is infrastructure. And getting the local transport plan right is about that as in its own right from an infrastructure perspective. But in terms of giving better access to services which are more and more remote from people as things centralise. So it's a critical evidence piece for the local plans.
Is that okay? Right. That's me. Yes, Rosemary. And then I will just ask Victoria, who's done a lot of work on this, whether we've actually covered everything you would like us to do, because it's always done in conjunction with our portfolio holder, but actually a lot of the work behind the scenes is down to the team. So I'll have a think about that and see if you want to say something. Rosemary.
Thank you. So I, as a new councillor in 2021, like some others here, I remember spending huge amounts of time in stakeholder panels, trying to get the start of LTP4, which has not yet emerged. So I'm looking forward to this coming into play next year. It's absolutely vital and long overdue. Councillor Huseman recommends people to get into their cars, but in Shropshire, 16% of rural households do not have access to a car, and this number goes up to a staggering 22% of households in Shrewsbury. So giving choice on transport modes is absolutely essential. It's democratic and it's simply fair. We've looked previously today at the Health in All Policies paper, and as others have noticed, being able to exercise daily has a positive impact on health. A simple example would be elderly residents in my ward who want to walk into town and get the bus back. If there's no bus, they end up using their car, if they have one, to go in both directions. So a range of transport options is absolutely vital, and it's the only way we're going to get out of the 1980s in terms of our transport policy. So I look forward to contributing to it, and I look forward to the policy coming forward.
Go on quickly.
Appreciate your indulgence. I'd just like to say that I did not recommend that everyone gets into their cars. I'm here representing the views of my constituents who are telling me that is their preference on the whole. But I've also fought very hard to maintain a bus service for my elderly residents locally as well, at huge financial cost to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Victoria, have we done you justice? Any of the transport team, have we done you justice? Is there anything extra you need to add?
Yes.
She's delegated, very wise.
No, nothing further from us, but just to repeat the comments around Victoria's contribution and Simon's, just to say a big thank you from my perspective for the work they've done, and really delighted that we're in this position with the support of Cabinet to move this forward. It's been a document that we've been keen to progress with for the reasons highlighted. So just strongly encourage everyone to get involved in the consultation exercise, which we hope will be really comprehensive and give us some really good information.
Can I ask a question about this? He's now worried. If we've got finally an adopted transport plan, does that put us in a better position if government comes up with better with grant funding and so on, because we've got a plan of how we would use it? Or
I think the short answer, Chair, is yes. Yes, because
so there are several reasons why we should do this.
Absolutely, it will give us the direction and the strategic document that we've not had, because not only will that help us look at opportunities from central government, it will give us a very clear set of priorities for the funding that we have as well. So I think for all of those reasons, it will be hugely beneficial to have that document. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Victoria. Okay. Are we all happy with where we're going with that? Okay, so you're proposing and James is seconding. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Now we move on to the very thing that I thought we were on before. I'm trying to get my brain back in order. This is a very long cabinet. So this one also is very close to us, the commissioning and procurement strategy, so that we actually get good contracts, we get good work, and then eventually we can also do all of that contract management that we have been lacking in the past. So I hand this over to Roger and then to Laura.
Thank you, Leader. I'm pleased to present to Cabinet this strategy, which will set out the Council's guiding principles and ambitions for our commissioning, procurement and contract management activity, which will in turn support the corporate and improvement plan. Improving procurement and contract management is an area of work which has and must become a priority for us. This is an area where the Council has been sadly lacking in the past. And let's be honest, we do have a huge mountain that needs to be climbed in order for us to reduce the budget pressures and so manage the continuing increases in demand. This new strategy will be underpinned by investment into procurement and contract teams, as well as a new procurement and contract system, which will ensure continued improvement and set foundations to drive changes across the whole organisation and evidence value for money. The Council historically had two separate commissioning and procurement strategies, both of which needed to be reviewed and updated. The decision has been taken, and due to the hard work of the officer who will be following me, we have now aligned them into one strategy in line with current structure and resources. A self-assessment of the procurement activity in May 25 identified several areas of improvement, including the need to redefine the strategic vision. The document sets out 8 commissioning priorities and include as first focusing on people and outcome priorities. Using these and the other 6, we will work to strengthen the market, work in partnership and ensure work is informed by evidence and feedback. It is essential that all of the Council takes accountability and understands commissioning, procurement, contract management. We need to cultivate a culture that focuses on demand informed by data, has strong governance, defined principles and works in collaboration to set strong foundations for the Council. Growing a strong, resilient market across Shropshire will be key to ensuring choice, quality and value for money services are delivered with robust contract management. Alongside this, clear governance and decision making will be central to drive efficiencies across the organisation and will be one of many areas that will support the organisation to become financially sustainable in the longer term. Whilst we recognise we still have more to do, this strategy sets down our ambitions, backed up with resources and plans to drive the organisation forward. I move recommendations listed in the report at 3.1 and 3.2.
Great. Laura, since you're dealing with the day-to-day, this is really important.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Evans. I think you opened it up beautifully, actually, in terms of some of the key areas that this obviously strategy will focus on. I think it's important to say, the mountain is a mountain, actually, and I think we've recognised over the last 12 months in terms of the work that's needed to be done. This document is one part of many, many things and improvements that we're making. So it is underpinned by an improvement plan which sets out a lot of actions actually that we're working at pace with. As I said, it's the start of a journey, I think, for us as an organisation, and I think, reflecting the administration's support actually around getting this off the ground and investing in the resources that are needed. Part of the work that we'll be doing is very much around supporting the wider workforce, actually, around training and awareness and understanding of why this is so important. It doesn't just sit within one area. It's not just my job to do this. This sits and is accountable across the organisation. So it's that changing culture that's vitally important. The market management side is really an area we need to do some more focus with. Now, we can do that, but we need to ensure that we've got timeliness in terms of procurement activity. So when we're talking about a new contract management system, this is going to be a vital piece of resource that we've got. So the procurement and contract system will alert in good time of contracts that are near end dates, which will in turn provide us with the right time and adequate time that we can work with the market. I've had conversations with the voluntary and community sector as an example of that. You know, they've always said that we need that time to work and to get the best value in services. So we'll continue that dialogue with them and how we can do that. The contract management itself, I think what we've found across the organisation is that we do have contract management processes in place. It's inconsistent, it's not consistent. So therefore, part of the next stage of the work that we're doing, now we've got a new service manager that has literally started this week, so I'm pleased to say, we'll be looking at the contract management resource toolkit that we'll embed across the organisation, as well as wider understanding of training later towards the autumn. So huge amount of work to do. We're trying to take small chunks but continue moving forward at pace. But yeah, I'm really pleased to present this to Cabinet today. Questions, please? Rosemary.
Here it is. So it's a huge relief to see this work coming, the work of the procurement team coming forward. A lack of evidence relating to contract management at Shropshire Council has bothered some of us for a long time, hasn't it, Roger? It's been a major concern for the Labour group, particularly. So we're pleased to see that minimal oversight will be a thing of the past, and thank officers for this clear report about ongoing and future work to bring better services. I've just got a couple of questions, please. One is, in terms of the commissioning work stream, do existing third-party contracts end in a steady flow over time, or are there periods when a high number of contracts come to their natural end together, sort of creating work issues? And then two, I'm just thinking about services that are currently outsourced. Does the commissioning process consider, as a matter of course, whether that service would be better delivered with an in-house team?
Thank you, it's me for your questions. First of all, it's like you're part of the team at the moment. So what we're seeing at the moment is actually a huge amount that are coming towards the end at the same time. So that is part of what we're trying to do. So understanding what's coming through in the pipeline and the contract end dates is really crucial for that. So if now we've got oversight of that, part of the questions when it's going to the delivery groups and the discussions is, actually, what else have we got in 2 years, 3 years, and can we start looking at longer term contracts where appropriate, actually? Because any good contract, whether it's 5-10 years, will always have a termination clause. So we'll always be able to do that, and it should be monitored appropriately anyway. That's one of the things that the market are asking us to do, is to look at longer term contracts. So it's absolutely taken into consideration. But I think what we're finding at the moment is we're in currently in a spate of we've got a lot coming to the end at the same time, and we've seen this with some of the resources and stuff that we're trying to manage on a daily basis. So there's hopefully that's answered the first question, but it's definitely something that we're continuing to monitor. The outsourced or in-source question, the make or buy question, is absolutely we do that. So at the moment we've got two delivery commissioning groups, one that oversees the social care and the public health contracts, and then the other one that we've set up obviously recently this year that oversees the rest of the organisation's kind of questions. So when they come to that, these are the types of questions that we will be asking. And they should always be looking at, could we do it in-house first and foremost? When we're looking at kind of service delivery, can we break it up and do parts of it ourselves? Can we do, and they all have to they do look at that. And I know it's something that comes up quite a lot around whether we should be doing it ourselves or not. There are on occasions reasons why we will do it. So it's not a blanket approach, because every market, every service that we're looking at is very unique and different. So that is part of the reason why we're looking at it from a different perspective. Dawn.
Thank you. So as has already been said, procurement and commissioning has been a serious weakness for this council in the past. Poor procurement decisions and weak contract management have not just created administrative problems, they've contributed to waste, a lack of flexibility, and left the council tied into arrangements that have not always delivered the best outcomes for residents and the best value for taxpayers. A strategy on its own will not improve procurement. It will only improve the situation if it is backed by the right skills and systems, proper oversight, and a culture that is prepared to challenge poor value before contracts are signed, not after the damage is done. There is a definite role for thorough cross-party member oversight and challenge here, in line with the administration's stated aim of using pre-decision scrutiny to improve decision-making. If this policy is to succeed, we feel that several things must follow. First, the council needs robust member oversight, and I would suggest in a pre-decision capacity for significant contracts. I'm not talking about for day-to-day small things, as well as in a classic scrutiny review role, and transparent reporting so that procurement performance, contract risks and failures are visible early. Second, there must be strong commercial expertise across departments, because policy cannot compensate for a lack of capacity and capability. And I know this is an issue, and I know that you're trying to address this one. Third, contract management must be treated as seriously as procurement itself, with clear accountability for whether suppliers are delivering what the council is paying for. So it's fabulous to hear that that's being given such prominence as we move forward. And fourth, the council must improve its data collection, the interpretation of this data, the knowledge that it gains from it and how it uses it. Decisions must be driven by evidence, and they must be robust and accurate. Again, we're back to this demand estimation and projections, which are an issue. But hopefully as that improves, then it's going to make your job an awful lot easier. So my question to the portfolio holder is this: what concrete safeguards, performance measures and member oversight arrangements, both pre and post-contract or commissioning assignment, will be put in place to ensure this strategy genuinely improves procurement and commissioning? Thank you. Or Laura.
Roger, do you want me to answer? Are you happy for me to answer?
Sorry, I was...
We'll go to Laura. We'll go to Laura to answer the question.
Yeah. Go to Laura. Yeah. I'm in capable hands there, so I know I'm all right.
Hopefully. Really, really good points actually you raised, Dawn. So just in terms of some of the around the robustness, so we've got a governance infrastructure now that, as I said, what can't go out now is any procurement without having oversight of the procurement team. So every new contract has to go through the procurement team. What they are doing is they are challenging officers, and they are challenging, and as many of officers will tell you, they are challenging around is your scope and brief clear and concise enough in terms of what it is that you're asking. Because one of the things that we find is if it's not, then that adds cost when it comes back, because people don't know what they're costing from the market perspective, and will add risk as part of that. So it's about being clear and concise about what we're asking in the first place. The other element that they're challenging, and they will challenge then and offer really good advice and support with, is how then it's commissioned. So is it going via a framework, a competitive framework? This is what our default position is, that all procurement should go out in a competitive manner, offering out to the market in the first instance. The other element that they're doing as well is, and again, the new procurement regs will highlight this, and hence why procurement timescales are long, because if you're going to do it right, we need to then do a huge amount of pre-market engagement with the market to say, we're thinking this, what do you think? How is this going to work? So there's that part of it. So alongside it, there's operational groups that are looking at that. Above that is a commissioning and procurement board that is overseeing the improvements around all of this work, which at the moment Duncan is as the Section 151 officer, is the current chair of. We are looking at rolling that out wider to make sure that we've got the right representation and the information going to that. So we are looking at how many exemptions are going through, why, what are the themes around some of that. With the new procurement regs as well and the new contracts team, and the new system, in the future, if the value of those said contracts is, I think it's, and I'm going to get told off by my team because I'll tell you the wrong value now, something around 5 million, we have to also pull out key KPIs, and it will eventually be going out as a public, open and transparent document as well. So we're working towards all of this at the moment in terms of some of those changes. The stakeholder, it's really, really important, and I think you're right around some of the decisions around and discussions around scrutiny. So, for example, we're looking at, from a commissioning perspective for the social care side, we're looking at a commissioning strategy around some key areas that a focus that we'll need to do, and how we align children's and adults collaboratively together on that. That will be coming forward for Cabinet to say, these are the things that we're looking at, because people need to understand why we're doing some of these decisions. We can take that through as a scrutiny item for discussion in the first instance. I think we can do that. We can do that, yeah. That's the plan, because I think it's really important that people understand some of these decisions, why we're doing it and how we're doing it, and how we're managing that demand. One of the things that we've just been very conscious of is that stakeholder relationship and management across various different areas, because you've got commercial entities, you've got small community groups delivering services, voluntary groups delivering services. So they're very different, our market. So our market needs to be dealt with differently, I suppose, and worked with very differently. So that's a challenge that we as an organisation need to respond to as well. Procurement in tender processes and applications are not easy. They are, and many community and voluntary groups will tell you, they don't understand it. So we need to be able to work with our community and voluntary sector in particular, and actually some of our small providers, which we do want to keep within the sector. And within Shropshire, we're very, very lucky here, and Ruth will say, for the adult social care in particular, has got a lot of local providers. So this money is going into our economy in Shropshire. So it's really, really important how we do best value when we spend those pounds. So yeah, it's a huge area and a huge challenge. But what I keep saying to our officers, and I'm very supported by Tanya as the Chief Exec, is timeliness, please, because the sooner we know about contracts, the sooner we can then start working collaboratively together on that. The contract management side of it, continual review and control will inform then any service improvements and updates as when we go back out to tender. And that's probably not been consistent, if I'm honest. So if we can get that right, it will really help those services moving forward in the future. If I captured everything, sorry, Dawn.
Yeah, hang on, yeah. Delighted to hear that you're thinking of engaging scrutiny in this, and I understand that some of these things are going to be very commercially sensitive and can't be in a public forum, but can we ask that, there will be a rapid response to it, but in that pre-decision capacity, I do think that on the larger scale contracts there should be that cross-party challenge if possible, please. Thank you. Roger.
I think you've heard there the story that I think many around this table and many within this council will know of contracts which could be better. Expertise, experience will be there, and Laura and the team, and I repeat a sentence that I used in the introduction, governance and decision making will be central to drive efficiencies across the organisation, and will be one of the many areas that will support us to become financially sustainable. We need it to work. I've been asked, I think we're all being asked, how are you going to get out of the hole you're in? This is one of the real ways of actually doing it, to get that value for money, getting the contracts together and ensuring that we can operate a little bit more commercially, not because we're going to neglect the communities. And you see in my thing about people are right at the top of the list. We're trying to do that so that our communities are getting the best value for money that we can possibly provide them with. So yes, we will change. We are changing.
So having listened to all of that, you now understand why it was an important part of our manifesto. Why actually we have been working towards this since the beginning, because we knew of so many contracts that just weren't delivering and actually weren't very good value for money. It's taken about a year to get where we are, but we're now getting a team together. We have a strategy. We are going to move this on. So making sure the strategy works properly is a vital part of all of that, and also that it's being embedded across the organisation. So it's in many ways the only way we can now work as a council. We have to be using every penny really well, and Laura and her team will be part of that, because we can't carry on doing what we were doing in the past, unfortunately. Or I mean, fortunately, we can't carry on. So, it's a great day, and I would... Duncan? Yeah, Duncan, sorry. 2 Duncans, yes. At least we haven't got 3 here today.
And 4, then we Duncan Sharkey, didn't we? That's terrible, isn't it? Nightmare scenario. Yeah, I mean, I welcome this, obviously. I think you're absolutely right to focus on procurement and commissioning. My observation, thinking about the council historically, is what we have done is, having set up a contract, which may have been well procured, I doubt it, but it may have been well procured, is then to really take apart the client section. So if we look at things like housing, look at waste, look at street scene, we've ended up without any client resource. That means that we don't know what the contractors do, and we're not able to hold the contractors to account. We lose the actual basic knowledge about where the litter bins are and what's actually going on. So when we come to recommission, we're really in a difficult place. So my urge for the council is not to make that mistake again. And I'm sure that the strategy will say, but just in terms of actually taking these services forward, we must properly resource the client functions so that we remain knowledgeable and informed about what the contractor's doing and able to hold them to account. And some of these contracts are very complicated. The older one in particular is very complicated, but that means we need to pay for a client manager who understands that and can get the best contract deal for us.
Precisely for those reasons, Duncan, that we're doing this. Potholes also feature, as you will notice. So there are a whole range of things, but it's exactly because of this and sitting in opposition, being really frustrated by things not being delivered in the way they should be, that is why we're where we are now. So thank you, Duncan, for the vote of confidence in all of that. So I think you proposed
3.1 and 3.2, Chair.
Absolutely. And I have a seconder, Rob. So all those in favour, please. Thank you very much. It's the beginning of the future. Thank you. Thank you, Laura, very much. And thank you all of your team, because you've done an amazing amount of work. Right. We now move on to a huge thing, which is around the children's services reforms, which has been referred to several times today already, partly in response to the government, but partly because it's the way we need to work. So over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Before coming this afternoon is a significant, complex and far-reaching report on children's service reforms that covers the full breadth of Shropshire Council's children's services. This report matters because it's about children's lives, and it comes at a time of major change across the country. Government is bringing in significant reforms to children's social care, family support, safeguarding, SEND, inclusion, family hubs, youth support and parts of the family justice system. These changes are not optional. They come with clear national expectations which will be tested through inspection and external assurance. We need to respond, and we need to respond well. In Shropshire, our ambition is straightforward. Every child should be safe, well supported and able to thrive in their family and community wherever that can be achieved safely. This informative report sets out how we plan to do that through one joined up children's transformation programme. It brings together one clear plan aligned with our corporate plan and our improvement plan, and focuses on practical priorities such as workforce, the voice of children and families, digital and data, inclusive local services and strong governance. We should also be proud of what's already working well. Our performance includes our outstanding inspection outcome and low numbers of children being referred back into social care. We also have a need to be honest about the pressures in the system. More children are needing most intensive and costly support than we would expect in an area like ours. and that creates a real long-term pressure on both council and our partners. In 2.4 in the report outlines that our number of children in care is higher than our similar councils and the national picture. In SEND, demand continues to rise and timelines has not been where it should be. These are not just statistics, they show where we need to improve further for children and young peoples and families. The national direction of travel is also the right one for Shropshire, providing early, better joined up help before needs escalate. That means stronger family help, better multi-agency safeguarding, and a more inclusive mainstream education system so that more children with additional needs can get the right support at the right time and closer to home. Section 4 in the report sets out our practical steps to help achieve this, including best start in life family hubs, multidisciplinary local teams, and a stronger use of approaches such as family group decision making so families can find safe solutions earlier. We also need to be clear about the financial position. The council is facing very significant financial pressure, and this report makes it clear that these reforms must help Shropshire become more financially sustainable. At the moment, around 80% of our spending on children's social care, compared with a position close to a 50-50 balance in many other areas. Over time, the safest and best approach is to shift more investment towards the early support and prevents the need from escalating while continuing to meet all our safeguard and statutory duties. And Duncan, we both agreed on that earlier on today. There's also an important financial opportunity that we can't afford to miss. As this report explains in 2.6 and 5.15, approval of a credible local send and reform plan can unlock support up to 90% of the historic needs deficit up to the end of years 2025-26. For Shropshire, that is worth around 41 million, with the council funding the remaining 10%. That is why the June deadlines and the proposed delegations matter. They will need to keep us keep us working at pace, stay compliant and maintain clear accountability. Today, Cabinet has been asked to observe the budget rebalancing work of 2026-27 and the progress already made in safely reducing the number of children in care, endorse the Integrated Children's Transformation Programme and its governance, approve the proposed family hub locations and locality bases, and agree the targeted delegations needed to meet national deadlines with a clear oversight on reporting. Finally, this programme needs to be open to challenge and proper scrutiny. The report in 10.1 sets out clear arrangements for governance, risk management, benefits tracking and reporting, including at least an annual update to Cabinet and the People's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. This also commits to improving visibility through a scorecard approach. This follows the approach agreed at the last People's Overview and Scrutiny Committee and shows that we are acting on the recommendations made there, which is really important. This is our opportunity to shape a better future for children in Shropshire. Safer childhoods, stronger families, better support for children and young people with SEND, and improved life chances, while also being honest about the financial reality and building a system that is sustainable for the future. This is a substantial piece of work delivered at a time of exceptional pressure on officers' time and capacity, particularly in light of the recent Ofsted thematic inspection and the upcoming June submission deadlines. I would therefore like to say and place on record my sincere thanks to Natasha Moody, who's done an amazing job on this, together with David Short and the wider team, for their considerable efforts in achieving this. They are also in the chamber today. David's here to join us to answer any complex questions that members may have. Now I propose to Cabinet that the recommendations move from 3.1 through to 3.14 in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, huge piece of work. Simultaneous hands. I'll go to Rosebery first and save Dawn some energy.
Yeah, thanks very much for this report. We very much welcome the new government's initiatives to support children at the start of their lives. Nothing matters more for each and every one of them and for each and every one of us in Shropshire. So thank you for this integrated plan. It's very encouraging to read. I just wanted to ask a few questions, if I may. So children in care, we're all aware that Shropshire has more children in care than the national average. It's encouraging to note that the report tells us more children than the national average are currently leaving the service and returning to home settings. I just wondered if you could sort of quantify that a little bit. I couldn't find that in the report. 5.8, the assumptions feeding into the plan include two V&W, which are we will reduce escalation to high cost, oh dear, honestly, high cost placements, and W, the ability to shift placement mix away from expensive external residential homes or residential options in a volatile market. And it refers to a shortage of foster carers, but obviously it takes time to build that. So my question about that was, could you just elucidate a little bit around those? And particularly on the last one, is there going to be sufficient placing in foster care, do you think, or do we have to make alternative arrangements there? And then another one about EHCPs. Again, we all know that's been failing, and we know that you're working hard to bring that forward with a recovery plan. But we know the number of requests in Shropshire for EHCPs has increased, and that it is particularly high here in Shropshire. And I just wondered, I'm sure all councillors have a bit of engagement with the EHCP issue. My understanding is there's a considerable amount of input from health and education professionals as people are put forward. And I just wondered what percentage that are not granted, initially or even at appeal. Are there many that are not granted? Is that part of the picture?
Yep, okay. Address those, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Dartnell. If I respond to those in order, so we will try and take them sequentially. So your initial question around providing some overview around the numbers of children entering and exiting care. So I can certainly provide, outside of the meeting, the exact rates, but it's essentially we are seeing a lower number of children enter care than the national rate, which is absolutely where we want to be, and a higher number exiting care than the national rate, which is exactly where we want to be. So more children exiting, fewer coming in. So the net benefit of that is outlined in the report in terms of a little diagram that shows you if those two things carry on as expected, let's assume that by 2032 it will look as it looks. What we're suggesting in the report is if we do a range of things that we've articulated, we can, we believe, accelerate that safely, and that will have both benefits to the young people and families in Shropshire, but also financial sustainability benefits. And taking Councillor Kerr's comment earlier, Shropshire Council is the second lowest nationally authority that we fund our prevention services, and that's a real challenge. And if you go back historically, that's where we've been for a number of years. So why have we got to the position we've got to? Well, I think some of those things go hand in hand. If you really disinvest in prevention services, at some point those challenges are going to arise with the types of scenarios that we see. And we know that's the case because when you compare that with other authorities that are not in that position, so I would cite Wiltshire as a really clear example. They are one of the highest funding authorities in terms of their prevention and intervention offer. They've been outstanding several times, and they've got lower children care numbers than we have, but a safe system nonetheless. Leeds is another example, 3 times now. Leeds have been judged to be outstanding in terms of their children's services. They're a child-friendly city, very, very successful. They have higher numbers of children in care than national, but their deprivation levels are also higher than national. So again, a really good indicator of that work. So we believe from what we're seeing nationally, in addition to the work that Pathfinder authorities have completed, that this is the right direction of travel. So I'm happy to provide those exact rates if that's helpful, Councillor Dartnell, but do let me know. But broadly, that gives you that indication in terms of the details there. Coming to the points around you mentioned in terms of how are we going to manage things differently, and you cite some of the challenges that we've included in the report around sufficiency in terms of foster carers and other types of preventative opportunities. That remains a challenge locally and nationally, and what we're seeing in Shropshire, we are actually bucking the trend regionally and nationally. We are recruiting more foster carers, and we've done that consistently for the last 2 to 3 years. The challenge is it's retaining those foster carers and growing overall the numbers, because what we continue to see is a number of those foster carers, many of which have been foster carers for decades, you know, really, really long times. And at times they do, you know, call it a day, and they do wish to retire. So that gives us a real challenge in that space. Nationally, there's something described around the regional care cooperatives and foster carer collaboratives. We are part of that work regionally, so across the 14 West Midlands authorities, we are part of that approach to develop not just a Shropshire offer, but actually what can we do across the West Midlands that will really, really engage foster carers and other providers in a different way. So we believe that's absolutely the right way to do that. And that engages our own foster carers, so Shropshire foster carers, but also those IFAs, those independent foster associations as well. So we're optimistic in that way, but you're absolutely right. We cited it as a potential risk because if that does not come to pass, that does have a bearing on the delivery. So as Councillor Hall's described, we try to be very clear and honest in the report actually, and you'll be familiar with various different external organisations that challenge the council as a whole around their optimism bias previously. So we've tried to strike a real balance in terms of being ambitious and optimistic whilst also being realistic, because this is children's lives, not just numbers on a page. So we try to play that through in that way. We've also described some of the work that Laura and colleagues have been doing actually in terms of commissioning and contracting. And you've heard previously the outturn report financially that Children's Services, whilst we have unfortunately provided a large overspend at that outturn, that has been consistent for the last quarter. And that's partly because of the work we've been doing directly with considerations in Children's Services, but it's also because of the direct work we've engaged with commissioning and contracting providers, so challenging providers where they are requesting additional staffing, where we believe that's just not required or inappropriate, challenging the market to manage costs overall, working as Laura and colleagues describe around those frameworks to make sure that we are really squeezing as much as we can out of the Shropshire pound in the right way to maximise outcomes for children as early as we can, but also maximise our cost effectiveness there. So hopefully that covers those two. In relation to the Education, Health and Care Plan points, we are seeing an increase in Shropshire. That is in line with national, interestingly. Over the last couple of years, we've seen a higher rate of increase than national. And we've put that down to a bit of a rebalancing, if I'm honest, because if you go back pre-COVID, actually our referral rates were much lower than national, which was quite odd, if I'm honest. So when we had the area centre inspection in 2022, there were some conversations with Ofsted then around, actually, is what you're seeing now a more realistic rebalancing of accurate identification of need rather than over-identification of need. So I think we've come through that period. What we are still seeing now is high levels of referrals into the educational care planning team. Quite a number from parents, so I think we've done a lot of work with schools successfully. That's good. That will continue, but we are continuing to see that, particularly since the announcement of the reform programmes. And I know, given the conversations I have nationally, that is consistent actually with what people are seeing. And I think the Department of Education themselves have acknowledged that, given this period of uncertainty, they expect an increase in requests, that to then plateau, and then over time, probably by about 2035, that to then reduce down to probably the levels that we're seeing now, really, with whatever that reform system looks like. So we're definitely seeing that in that way. And your final question in terms of contributions from partners and schools particularly, absolutely. As part of the statutory process, schools are always asked for their contribution, and without that we struggle to understand the process that's been gone through to put effective interventions in place for children and people at the earliest opportunity. But the other statutory advice givers are health and social care. And we can circulate this to cabinets and group members with our portfolio holders' permission and leaders' permission. The LGA SEND peer review in February described a really clear position that actually our quality of education advice has improved significantly, but we still have some work to do in terms of health and social care. So whilst we've got real aspects of outstanding practice, we need to improve some aspects of that further in relation to this group of children and people. And that, I think, talks directly to what we've included in the reforms paper around the local area reform SEND plan. And that describes a much more inclusive system generally, actually, where we support collectively schools in early year settings directly going out to those provisions to give them the best opportunity to meet need earlier, which has got to be in everyone's best interests, to be honest. And I know parents tell us that. They will, I'm sure, tell you that. So part of the work that's described nationally is the experts at hand model. Colleagues, I'm sure, will be familiar with that. So, for example, speech and language therapists, education psychologists, occupational therapists going out and directly supporting schools and young people or groups of young people to have their needs met in a much more effective way. And we've seen early indications of that really successful work through our speech and language provision, where we made a change to the Inclusion Partnership Board to move from the speech and language therapy just being offered in a clinic type environment to more directly in schools. That's been a bit of a deal breaker for families, for young people and schools themselves, actually. It's absolutely accelerating and unlocks young people's speech and language. The benefit of doing that is speech and language is a need that is absolutely correctable. So if you can intervene early, you can change and correct that, so that is no longer a need for that young person, as they grow up. That's the type of approach we want to see. Now, obviously, not all special education needs and disabilities are like that. There are a number of conditions that are lifelong, and we need to manage effectively. But speech and language is a really good one because it impacts almost every single aspect of a young person's life. And we talk about the best start in life. We know, because of things like laptop screens, that limited ability for young people to engage directly in verbal communication, have a number of words heard and spoken in the homes, all of those things impact a young person's ability to communicate receptively and expressive language skills. That has a huge impact on their emotional health and mental well-being as well. So all of those aspects are included in the work. We've included draft documents in the plan, and as Councillor Hall described, we've included draft because we wanted to be as transparent as possible. I have time in my diary on Monday to review the final draft versions before I sign off and assuming Cabinet approved the paper today, those delegations for Tanya and I to sign off as Chief Exec and Director of Children's Services, along with my equivalents in the ICB. And then I have no issue providing, Councillor Hall as our portfolio holder and the leader are happy. We can circulate those around. Again, we want this to be a transparent process in terms of where we've got to. There's been an enormous amount of work across the system that's gone through in terms of this. You'll be aware nationally the pressure that's been put on our authorities and areas to get these plans in, but rightly so. It's a huge amount of money, £41 million for Shropshire. So we've got to take this seriously, and we have taken this seriously.
Right.
Dawn.
Thank you. I'll start by saying that this is an area that I feel particularly passionately about, as I'm sure you all do, and I support the aims of this report. Adult and children's services are the key areas that need to be addressed if this council is ever to get onto a sound financial footing. I have some concerns. We're being asked to invest on the promise that early intervention will reduce demand, but the financial case relies largely on assumptions. What's the evidential base for these? And obviously there are no guaranteed savings, but I'll address that in a minute. The financial risk is significant. Children's services is already one of the council's largest cost pressures, yet there is no clear line of sight to genuine, realisable and ongoing savings or a fallback if that fails. Again, the focus here is on prevention, which I totally agree, is where we need to go, but we need to be able to prove and justify what we're doing, show people that there's, benefit for it. So back to the point I made earlier of how these things will be evaluated, prioritised, and subsequently the impacts will be measured, because some of the meetings that I'm sitting in, I am aware that, when we're failing children, or when children are being failed at such a young age, potentially they become our 600,000 to £1 million children further down the line. So, but somehow we need to be able to evidence that link, that we're doing good there. Right, so delivery risks are real. We know that there are existing workforce capacity issues in the service, yet we are layering more transformation on top of that. And, how's that going to be, effectively managed and controlled? The model relies heavily on partners who we do not control, while the council retains the legal and financial responsibility. So I have concerns around that. The most concerning of all, though, as you'd expect me to say, is what I feel is insufficient member oversight. It appears that much of the real decision-making is being delegated to officers, particularly around the final send reform plan, which is critical to securing £41 million in deficit relief without coming back to members for approval. We have genuine concerns that members do not have sufficient oversight for a programme of this scale and financial significance. As I say, it's one of the top two that's going to make sure we get back on to a sound financial footing. We feel there should be more member oversight and scrutiny, not less. Given this is such a high risk area of spend, we ask that Finance and Improvement Scrutiny Committee get to scrutinise this policy at the very earliest opportunity. Things that we're going to be interested in are a fully costed financial model with clear savings and risk scenarios particularly. A defined set of measurable milestones and delivery checkpoints, a formal reporting framework to scrutiny committees at regular intervals, clear member oversight of key programme decisions, and a contingency plan if savings and demand reductions are not achieved. Transformation as critical as this must be subject to the highest level of scrutiny. Thank you.
If I may, just before I'll bring David back in, who can answer this in full. We frankly can't afford to do nothing. We can't look away from this. We're part of these transformational area, which is across the country, and as Shropshire Council can't afford to walk away from this. What it doesn't say in the report is that actually costs are going up in child social care all the time. And they're going up. It's not going to get any cheaper. That's going to escalate all the time. And even if we just take into account inflation alone and say 4%, they go up every year. So we can't afford to look away. We've got to transform. And as we've said, that early intervention, that early help saves us a fortune later on the line. I think we can all agree that as well. So in terms of the longer plan and the scrutiny of it, as I mentioned in my intro to you earlier, is that it's important that it comes back to Cabinet for scrutiny. It also comes back to the People's Overview Committee as well for scrutiny. So members have got a clear, transparent view on all the decision making. And in terms of the decision making going forward now, we've got two very tight deadlines of June the 13th and June the 19th, which is a week or so's time to get this in. And I know that the team have done an amazing job putting this together, as I said earlier, with all the pressures of Ofsted inspections, etc., that have gone on. And I am confident that we can leave this safely in the hands of officers to deliver and move forward. And David, you want to
absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Holt. So I think the first thing I'd just challenge Councillor Heeman is that we failed children. So I would disagree with that. So I would say we haven't failed children. What we're trying to put in place here is a much more proactive, preventative system that actually acts earlier, understands risk earlier, and collectively responds to that in a much better way. I do agree that in terms of the challenges with this, lots of these things are unknown. We can only go on what we know, and we have taken the learning from all of the Pathfinder areas. We've taken learning nationally, so I've mentioned already several outstanding other areas that we are learning from. There are others that we are again working with and looking to do some check and challenge work in that space. So where we can, we're absolutely basing these on national best practice, national good understanding of learning. But there is no council in the land that knows exactly where any of these forecasts and projections will be, and I think that was Duncan's point earlier actually. We are an outstanding children's services team. We know that, so we have got really strong practice. That's not just around children's services, the council, that is our partner working as well. This is around strengthening that further. So what we're being honest is the challenges we're seeing, there's no other council in the country like Shropshire. We're an outstanding children's services service. We've got a really high number of children in care, and we've got such a large geographical county that it's difficult to travel around. So our work has to be adapted based on the learning we've taken from other areas, which is exactly what we're doing. So your point you made in terms of how are we understanding the plan around this implementation, I think is absolutely right. So we are considering all of that in planning through how we engage with our teams, how we engage with partners, looking at the consultation mechanisms around that, making sure that this is planned and organised so that no child or young person is left at any level of risk, and we support collectively that work. So there's a number of areas that we've got in that space. I think it's probably important just to note in terms of delegations. So we've taken the decision as an organisation to ask and seek Cabinet's approval on delegations. Other councils have not done that. So statutorily, the Chief Executive and the Director of Children's Services have a statutory duty to enact this legislation. So other councils have taken the view that actually it doesn't need delegation from political members or that oversight, because it's just something that we have to do within our officer core duties. We've taken the view actually that we want to be super transparent and actually engage with you more than other areas might well do. And I think that's absolutely something that both Ruth as the previous portfolio holder and Andy as our new portfolio holder is absolutely committed to. And I think that comes back to the leader's commitment to the council as a whole. We welcome that. So we're very happy as a Children's Services team to present and share information to various committees in that way. There's nothing to hide. It is simply to get the work through. I think the other point I would simply make around external information validation is that we have also, throughout this process, engaged directly with the Department of Education. So we've had DFE inputs from the service perspective through our SEND advisor, but we've also had a DFE finance advisor, so two separate people. Those colleagues are connected into the work that our improvement board are doing, into the national picture, and they'll be part of the sign-off process actually. So this has already had a level of external view, scrutiny, challenge, and will continue to. And I think that's part of, I think certainly the national government's view around this. But we're welcoming of any further challenge, scrutiny, review, which is why we've really included that people overview. But we're happy to do some joint sessions and briefings outside. And I think it's fair to say, yesterday, following the, as you mentioned earlier, the really, really useful scrutiny reset programme, actually what we talked about was following approval today. Let's assume we get approval today. We will then do some briefings around making sure all members collectively are aware of what's coming next, the key milestones in the journey. So actually that might inform some of that scrutiny plan actually, and which type of committee it would come to. But I'm very happy to take the SEND plan to the improvement committee.
Thank you. Anybody? Dawn? Just quickly, because this came out of yesterday's discussion when we were refocusing the finance and transformation, that because it is such a significant spend area for the council and is fundamental to the stabilisation of this council, that whilst POSC has a direct involvement in certainly the plan, how it's implemented, that kind of thing, we need to be able to have that in front of the finance focused committee to be looking at that aspect of it, which is why we've asked for it to come there as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Lots of prevention, lots of all sorts of stuff in it as well. So yeah, which is useful to track. So, can we move to the recommendations, please, which run from... Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, you did.
I'll be very, very brief. Still good stuff. I'd be interested to know more about the child-friendly Shropshire, because I think that's cut across many departments who don't see themselves as playing into the agenda of children's services. That would be good. But I think we also need to reflect that our costs are escalating because, as the Competition and Marketing Authority has found, the 15 largest providers of children's homes have profit rates of 22.6%. Be interested to do that calculation for us, wouldn't it? See who homes we're placing our children with. We can look up on the company's house what their profit rates are and see how much of the money we're budgeting for is going to hedge funds. Because the purpose of children's services is not to provide funds and returns for hedge funds investors, but that's the situation we're in. The government, I'm afraid, is not addressing that. So I think what's a little bit missing is what are our plans to build our own homes going forward, because it's the only way that we're going to avoid having this money extracted from children's care and put into hedge funds returns.
If I may just respond to that, so we're absolutely doing that, and we are doing that analysis actually, Councillor Kerr. So at the relevant point, we can share that with you. That's a conversation we had only just last week actually, in terms of that work. So that's very timely. And we are also, so we have our own homes already. We use both internal and external, and we're in that space now where do we need to expand, or actually, given the work we just described, is our overall ambition to reduce the demand and use of those per se, so that there's just some debates around that at the minute. And again, part of the regional work is playing into that around where might be the best and how might be the best opportunity to do that. But all really useful points, so thank you. Noted.
But that doesn't mean, of course, that we won't have really complex cases that we can't bring in-house, because you can't have a property sitting there empty waiting for that complex case to turn up in a year or 2 years. But it's a balance, isn't it, of making sure we get the best value out of all of those things. And if we had the £1 million child back again, you know, we wouldn't have that. We wouldn't have that. Yeah. Well, yes, quite. So, and they do exist, and they just blow finances out of it. It's one of those unexpected things that Duncan sits there waiting for. Okay, thank you very much. And we now have recommendations which are huge, between 3.1 and 3.14. And I presume, Andy, you have proposed. And a seconder, Ruth. It is a massive piece of work, and actually I think today they've made it real for the county. It's just that we now need to see how it's implemented as well. So absolutely. So thank you very much. All those in favour? Great. That's adopted. Well done. Right, I'm going to do one more, and then because we've got people waiting for the rally, and they'll probably have expired by the time we get there. I will bring it forward in a minute and do that, but I just want to do St Andrew's Shifnal first, and then we'll do the rally, and then we'll carry on with the rest of the agenda, which is to dive. We could go on here, we could be here all night. So, St Andrew's Shifnal, it is Roger. I hope this is going to be quick.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm only going to say a few words, and it'll be up to the other members and etc. what happens. As it states in the opening paragraph, the report asks Cabinet to approve the declaration that St Andrew's Shifnal is surplus to requirements and to authorise its disposal as a non-core asset. The building is in poor condition and, following consideration through the community asset transfer process, retention is not considered viable. The previous tenant first held the lease in 1972 and surrendered it in May 2025. The site was considered as a potential for consideration under a community asset transfer. Shifnal Town Council commissioned a condition survey which concluded, as stated in the report, that it would be better value for money for it to be demolished and rebuilt. At a meeting of the Council's Asset Transfer Board, a decision was made that it should be considered for disposal. This is a non-core asset, is in poor state of repair, and so its sale could and would provide the Council with a capital resource to help it meet future capital investment priorities. I move the recommendations as listed at 3.1 and 3.2.
Thank you. Any questions? Dawn? You've been very busy, Dawn.
Yeah, I need to speak for this one on behalf of the residents of Shifnal that have fed into me here. So the report asks Cabinet to declare St Andrews in Shifnal surplus to requirements and dispose of it. This is the wrong conclusion. It sends the wrong message to a town that is growing fast, taking significant development and losing vital community facilities instead of protecting them. The facts are straightforward. The building was returned to Shropshire Council on the 1st of May 25 after a lease that had run since 72. Officers say it's in poor condition and that demolition and rebuild would be preferable. Demolition alone was estimated at around £30,000, with Shifnal Town Council asked to meet 50% of that cost. Shifnal engaged seriously and constructively, but after apparent progress, the proposal was withdrawn and the Town Council was left with nothing to show for its efforts. That is the real problem. Shifnal Town Council did not walk away. It engaged in good faith, invested in the site over many years, considered solutions and responded to changing requirements. Yet instead of fair collaboration, the goalposts appear to have moved. If local councils are expected to be genuine partners, they must be treated like genuine partners. And the need is obvious. Shifnal is not a shrinking town with spare facilities. Its population grew from 6,017 in 2001 to 8,984 in 21 and around 9,581 by 2024. More housing growth is still coming. So how can a community facility in a town under sustained development pressure be called surplus? It cannot. Residents will ask a simple question. Why is this council prepared to impose more development on Shifnal while letting local infrastructure fall away? Homes are being built, the population is rising, the pressure on services increasing, yet instead of working with the town council to retain or replace a valued asset, Cabinet is being asked to sign off in its disposal. This is not strategic planning, it is balancing the books at the expense of community resilience. Yes, the council is under financial pressure. Yes, it has secured exceptional financial support, a total of 192.8 million, and asset disposals are part of that recovery. But financial pressure cannot excuse poor partnership working or the loss of important community facilities in growing towns. If Shropshire Council expects Shifnal to take the housing, it must show fairness, respect and proper collaboration in return. So I urge Cabinet not to rubber stamp this proposal, but to pause, re-engage with Shifnal Town Council and find a solution that protects future community use. If Shifnal must bear the housing, it must keep the facilities. Thank you.
If I can, Chairman, I am amazed. The report has been out for some time. The report includes the local member was contacted but did not provide any comments. The town council have not got in touch with me, and I'm told that there was communications, the asset was looked at and it was considered as not viable. Shropshire Council has far more financial problems than Shifnal Town Council, and if Shifnal Town Council wanted it, then they should have contacted us. They know there is an asset being looked at, and I still move that Shropshire Council's need is far greater. Shifnal Council has not gone in contact with us at all, and I continue.
Steve, do you want to put anything extra into this? Because I think you have had communications with the Town Council.
Yeah, Leader, I can confirm that we were in consultation with the Town Council. We did offer it through the community asset transfer process, so that process offers them the land and the buildings for nil consideration in support of community uses. They did take it away and considered it carefully. As part of that process, they commissioned their own condition survey to satisfy themselves of the condition of the asset, and having received the results of that survey, they took a decision that they did not want to proceed with the transfer and communicated that back to us. As Councillor Evans says, we didn't receive any requests after that process had taken place.
So that's the way it stands, and we did do some extensive work with them. The condition of the building is such that we can't put money into it either. It's in a terrible condition, and it was their condition survey. So can we then, unless there's any other comment? Yes.
I think I'm kind of duty bound, I guess, in my role to put this into a broader context around the need for the council to dispose of assets in order to forego the need to borrow money to pay for our revenue. That is the expectation from government, and if we are not seen to take the opportunity to do it, I don't think that will help our future applications for support in, I don't think you put it on a very good footing, so I just need to put that out there, and you'll probably hear that again from me regularly throughout the year, actually, as we get through a programme of necessary disposals. So I'm sorry to interject with that. But
no, it's absolutely right, and it's been made very clear to us that any buildings that we're not using, we need to sell so we don't borrow as much money.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is, because it cuts our revenue, because every time we borrow, it costs us money. Right, are you...
I'll continue with the recommendation from the Asset Disposal Board that we do declare it as surplus and it be authorised for the officers and myself as needed to dispose of it.
David Walker was second. What I will say is we will always take communities into consideration on all of those things, because it's really important, and it may well be in the future that still money can be given to them for infrastructure and so on around these sorts of things. It's just this building and this piece of land was not actually wanted by the community who could use it. So, David.
It's a question of how much money you have to inject in it to make the thing viable versus having something somewhere else, and what the total in terms of the best value for the council in terms of their budget and in terms of the community facility for Shifnal in the context of growth, and clearly this isn't, keeping this viable isn't the right way to do it.
Right, okay, so I have a proposer and a seconder. All those in favour of disposal? Okay, thank you very much, that's passed. So, can we have a quick break, literally a 5-minute break, and then we'll do the rally, and then we'll have to continue with the rest of the agenda after that. Right. I've brought the rally item forward because we've had people here really since 12, because we knew things were going to go on for some considerable time, because we've got a number of very important things on the agenda this time and more to follow. This is not normally something that would come to Cabinet. It's only come to Cabinet on this occasion. It's not really a Cabinet decision, but it's going to become a Cabinet decision around the road closures today, because it's been so controversial. Everybody will have been told that this will not be a party decision. It is a free vote on what people believe and listen to. So I have I've got 2 questions from the public that have been allowed, and actually that meant we had 2 more at the beginning because I brought them forward to go with the rally item. And then we have 1 question from Councillor Chris Naylor. So, Peter Phillips, would you like to come forward with your question, please?
Can you hear me if I speak loudly enough?
Just those online won't be able to hear you unless you speak.
Yes, I have the same problem actually. Is that on?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of Cabinet. I'll be very brief because you've probably had a chance to read it. But my question is, will Cabinet defer permission for closures in the Linley section to enable discussions of possible revision of this section? Main concerns are presented in the Shropshire Hills National Landscape Response. And I thank the officers for including that in the documents for today. Linley section is picked out for special mentions. The concerns relate to landscape, wildlife recovery, tourism and farming. The route loops within an area of woodland and pasture barely a mile across. The impact of such a large number of vehicles, and it is a speed trial stage, on this small and fragile area will be huge. Some stretches are along unfenced roads. Major interruption into local farming activity and tourism. Local concerns are strongly supported by the Parish Council and the local member, which Council and Motorsport UK regard as important. This is not a matter of temporary inconvenience, but of possible significant damage, for example to the Bog Visitor Centre and to the Longmynd shuttle bus operations. The extra time or costs impinging on landowners having to make changes to accommodate the event. The withdrawal of typical visitors, silver surfers, Chairman, silver surfing visitors who typically come out in September. The possible impact on natural life and environment must be taken into account. The Linley section is a self-contained route. Its revision or replacement would not threaten the event as a whole. The Council and Hills Ford have stated the importance of public opinion and will also be sensitive to the unique importance of the national landscape, which Council has a duty to proactively conserve and enhance. I hope Cabinet will take the opportunity of demonstrating this by revisiting this section with Hills Ford and responding to residents concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I think the answer to that first question will come out through the debate and our decisions, because whether they will defer that one through a delegated source is part of the debate and part of the recommendations, in fact.
I have a supplementary question, you see.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to answer that question because we haven't had the debate about the rest of it. It is part of the debate. If I say, yes, we're going to do that,
right,
then there's no point in having a debate.
So can I have my supplementary?
Yes, of course, which is what I suggested.
So I am not so good in hearing, as you know. Thank you very much. Thank you, then.
Where is your supplementary? So you want to do it later?
Right.
Equally, he can't do that without the answer, can he?
No, he can't.
I was told that I would read my question, David would read the answer, and then I'd have the right of supplementary.
Well, I haven't even seen the question. You're right, David.
Leader, I have got an answer. Is that all right?
Okay.
And then perhaps Peter can ask his supplementary. Okay. Thank you for your question. Obviously, I cannot preempt the decision of Cabinet later on this agenda, but I'm able to make some general comments on the concerns you identify, including those raised by the Shropshire Hills National Landscape Team, local residents, parish councils and elected members, because these have been considered as part of the officer assessment and are summarised within the Cabinet report and supporting appendices. Officers recognise that concerns have been raised regarding potential impacts on tranquility, farming operations, tourism, local access, visitor attractions, the Long Min shuttle bus and the wider national landscape. These matters have been formed part of discussions with the organiser and continue to be considered through the wider event planning process. The proposed route has already been subject to review and amendment during its development, approved by Motorsport UK as suitable for a road rally event, and a number of mitigation measures have been identified or remain under discussion. You have asked for a deferral, and I'm sure this will be considered by Cabinet when we reach that point in the agenda. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Supplementary.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, David. My supplementary coming out of the question and answer is, may I draw Cabinet's attention to a notice in section 3.4 of the main report, which is as follows: that the decision is entirely at the discretion of the Council, and there is no, at the moment, any Secretary of State provision for an appeal against the allowance or the denial of a road closure. It is within the Council's discretion, and there can be, at the moment, no appeal against it, should you support my suggestion, semicolon. And by the same token, in order to offer good reason, I would remind Council that we do have a statutory duty to enhance and take proactively the conservation of the national landscape. And I hope that, I'm sure, Cabinet will bear that greatly in mind. Money is not the only important matter. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Cabinet.
Thank you. Right, in which case, the next one is Councillor David Taylor, Vice Chair of Church Pulborough Parish Council.
Thank you very much again. In February, our Parish Council forwarded to Shropshire Highways its unanimous objection to the Hills 4 Stages Rally road closure in Pulverbatch. Dozens of objecting residents' emails were subsequently sent to Shropshire Highways. Of those, 3 residents fear loss of business to their holiday lets. 1 farmer on the route raised serious safety concerns regarding workers and animals, and the pub at Picklescott will seek compensation for loss of revenue due to access restrictions. Other residents' objections include: the route is on the Shropshire Way, which is crossed 7 times by footpaths and bridleways. Verges and road surfaces will be damaged and wildlife put at risk. Cyclists, hikers, horse riders, both locally and visiting, will be inconvenienced. The rally contradicts Shropshire Council's own destination management plan, which states our stunning landscapes are ideal for outdoor recreation such as walking and relaxation. The rally undermines the tireless work undertaken by local volunteers as part of Shropshire Council's nature recovery strategy, improving flora and wildlife along verges. The event totally contradicts Shropshire Council's declaration to commit to a climate emergency. The rally was proposed in Herefordshire a year ago, but a Freedom of Information shows unanswered questions by officers which resulted in the rally being cancelled there. The 2 questions are: have those questions from Herefordshire officers been reviewed and answered for our proposed road closures? And secondly, Shropshire Council's new devolution policies encourage parishes to take on more responsibility. Therefore, will Shropshire Council not ignore the residents of our parish and not approve this section of road closure in Pulverbatch? We're not asking you to cancel the rally, we're asking you to exclude the Pulverbatch section. Thank you.
Thank you. David.
Leader, can I suggest that Councillor Naylor's question is considered...
It fits with it, doesn't it?
Fits with it. And I don't know if Councillor Naylor wishes to ask his question formally, but I've got an answer to both of them.
Yes, it is. Well, since the questions are so similar, you may as well both get the same answer.
Thank you. Well, I was about to leave anyway, so I will have to run away in about a minute and a half. Cabinet and all, thank you for this opportunity to ask a question, which I'll just run through as it stands. I'm very concerned to see the Hills Ford Stages rally listed for decision, which was a bit of a surprise, I must say, well, a complete surprise. Personally, I'm neutral, though it was cancelled in Herefordshire after many officer questions remained unanswered, and that FOI is available for you all. 2 of my parishes welcome the rally and have my support. But my very rural Pulverbatch residents and their parish council have repeatedly expressed strong opposition to closed road sections there, where public and residents are excluded, no speed limits apply, in dozens of considered objections and parish council motions consistently for many months, going back to February, when the parish was the first and only objector to the main Motorsport UK application. It's of course my job as councillor for Burnell to advise my residents, and I was repeatedly told from the highest level in the council down that a particular highways officer would decide. The parish council and I therefore expressed opposition to him in February, and I was emailed by this officer's superior 24th of February at 9:38 a.m. to confirm that objections had been received and, I quote, he won't approve any road closures in their parish. That's what we were told back then, specifically about Pulverbatch. We've had little or actually we've had no proactive contact since then. We ensured those dozens of residents' objections, including farms straddling the proposed closed route, holiday lets, nature recovery champions, were forwarded to the officer, whose superior, and indeed the leader. So, have those objections reached him? Have relevant concerns raised by Herefordshire been considered? Has due diligence been done on Cheltenham Motor Club, which seems to go under various names and have zero turnover, shown as dormant on Companies House and vital insurance cover? Would he like to be a young Pulverbatch family or elderly couple trapped at home all day while 150 cars pass his door, his front door at high speed, not once but twice? Thank you. I'm very sorry, I'm going to have to run off. I have some you haven't seen for many, many years, decades, years, who I have to meet. One opportunity.
The answer will be recorded for you, Chris. You could watch us with...
No, sir.
Yeah, I take it you don't have a supplementary because you haven't had an answer yet. Do you want to give it to somebody so you can ask it afterwards? Okay, right, David, do you want to answer both of them then?
Thank you, yes. I do acknowledge the strength of feeling expressed by a number of residents, businesses and parish councils, particularly in relation to the proposed Dorrington Pulverbatch stage. All representations received by the council, including those submitted by parish councils, residents, businesses, elected members, have been reviewed and considered as part of the assessment process and have informed both ongoing discussions with the organiser and the reports prepared which form part of the cabinet discussion. It may assist to clarify that Shropshire Council does not normally approve events in their entirety. The role of the Highway Authority is instead to consider the specific statutory and operational matters falling within its remit, including whether it is appropriate to make the temporary traffic regulation orders, the TTROs, and associated traffic management arrangements required to facilitate the event on the public highway. Please refer to the report for more detail on the following considerations: the consultation undertaken by the organiser, Motorsport UK, representations and objections received, route suitability and operational considerations, resident business agricultural access arrangements, environmental and community impacts, safety and emergency planning arrangements, and proposed mitigation measures. Motorsport UK has issued a permit for the proposed event following completion of the required consultation and assessment processes. We have also reviewed information provided regarding governance and insurance arrangements associated with the organiser and the event. Public liability insurance arrangements are provided through the Motorsport UK framework, and the event organisers advise that cover includes indemnity up to £100 million. I am aware that a previous proposal involving this organiser did not progress within Herefordshire. My understanding is that the circumstances in Herefordshire involved unresolved operational and mitigation matters, and the organiser ultimately withdrew the event because the timeline became too compressed to successfully implement all the necessary arrangements. However, each proposed event must be considered strictly on its own merits, having regard to the specific routes, consultations, operational arrangements, mitigation measures, and representations unique to our local authority area. Regarding the stages, it is estimated that road closures during competitive stage operations will last approximately 2.5 hours in the morning and a further 2.5 hours in the afternoon. Organisers propose to facilitate managed vehicle access between competitive stage runs when it is required and operationally safe to do so. Properties not situated directly on the closed route will maintain continuous highway access. However, localised spectator and event traffic may cause occasional congestion, which marshals and stewards will be deployed to help manage. We fully recognise these temporary restrictions will cause inconvenience and disruptions for some residents, local businesses and agricultural operators. These operational details remain a key focus of ongoing mitigation discussions with the organisers and those properties. At the present time, we have not identified any fundamental technical or operational issue that cannot be resolved through mitigation, appropriate planning and management. However, this has reached Cabinet because the wider community, environmental and reputational considerations remain material matters for determination and which are outside the scope of normal decision making.
Thank you, David. So that's the answer to the question. So do you have a supplementary? And have you incorporated Chris's?
No. You ran too quickly for me. So, Hillford suggested that they would work with locals on the issues being raised. We've had no sign of them at all, no contact. They haven't contacted us. Hillsford said they will make contact with local nature enhancement groups. They've not contacted Pulverbatch Nature Recovery Group. Hillford said they visited all properties on the route. They have not communicated with all properties. We know that for a fact because they didn't talk to the farmer that straddles the actual road that the route is going to take place on. So my supplementary question is, in the light of these facts, do Shropshire Council really believe everything the organisers are telling them?
Yeah, I mean, we will actually communicate with the organisers of the rally, and to make sure that people are fully consulted. There is provision within, as you see, within the Cabinet proposal and recommendations today to have ongoing discussions and ongoing involvement with this. So that this is not this decision. We make decision today, but there will be ongoing discussions, I'm sure, as to the detailed arrangements for the rally. So you know, if you come back to me after this meeting, we'll make sure those happen.
Okay. Well, I really do hope that all the objections from lots and lots of Pulverbatch residents are listened to. But thank you.
And that wasn't predetermining what you're going to do because it is a free vote next. So if it goes through, then it's the next bit that you were referring to.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. In which case, we now move on to the substantive bit of this, which David will now introduce from the report with support, possibly from Andy Wild if we need you, and because there's been lots of officer work done on this in the background. David, please.
Yep. Thank you, Leader. I'll be brief. The rally is due to happen on the 19th of September. There's certainly will be the ceremony opening in Shrewsbury. And it's a 5-stage closed rally which will take place on Sunday the 20th. It is a rally which will involve 140 competing vehicles, and they'll be based at Battlefield Livestock Market. and it is something which I particularly support. I think it has an important opportunity for the county to actually get some publicity and also create commercial opportunities for local businesses. It's estimated the injection of cash into the local economy was something in the order of £750,000 and maybe much more. It is an event which I think would be a great benefit to the county. The decision we're taking today is limited in terms of we are proposing to approve. I'm proposing we approve the motor race order and the temporary traffic regulation orders. That is the nature of the debate which we are debating on. But there's also within the recommendations, we are also talking about further discussions. And I would like to say that event organisers, in response partly to the question earlier, event organisers remain committed to collaborating positively with local communities to help provide or maintain access where possible and safe to do so, and address the concerns of nearby businesses and residents. I think that's important for people to recognise that this is not if we agree this today, this is not the end of the process continues going forward. There's also been issues I've discussed, had various discussions, and there's also issues to do with environmental damage. But if you'll notice in the papers, there is a reporting structures for residents and landowners to actually put those forward, any damage that takes place. Videos will be taken of all stages before and after, and after the rally, there'll be inspections and repair schedules put forward to make sure that roads and verges are returned to their condition they were before. I very much support. I've lived in an area where rallies took place in the past, and they've always been very well organised. And I think I think people will find that this will be a great event for Shrewsbury and Shropshire. It'll provide us with a great publicity, and I would very much like to put forward and recommend recommendations 3.1 and 3.2 in the report.
Thank you. I think we should have the debate before I ask for a seconder. So we will move on from there. Roger has already indicated, so Roger, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And I speak as a local councillor here. And do communities matter? Really, that's the question I've been asked to ask today. Everybody's concentrating on the closed routes. Nobody seems to consider what will happen when those 140 vehicles at 1 minute intervals will go from one route or closed area to the next closed area. 2.5 hours at 1 minute intervals, that's 140 minutes to launch them. And will that take 140 minutes to traverse the small lanes, roads, between where the events will take place, and then return, and then go back down 3 times? Nobody, it's complete secrecy in what is happening to those roads. I've managed to find one map which shows the green routes, if that's what they're called, between the red routes. Nobody else seems to find them. Nobody else is contacting them. Residents in those areas are asking questions. Why the secrecy? Why haven't they been asked about their views? A road traffic order on a single one. The local member is contacted and asked questions. We've got 5 here, all associated one with another, but nobody from the council and especially from the rally organisers has gone along those routes to do it. I've had farmers contact me to say that they will be moving their cows along these routes. I've had farmers contact me to say that they will be using tractors, and if they're silaging, they will be using those quite regularly along these routes, so the disruption may well cause the disruption that's there. They would like to know what is happening, the times, when it is going to occur, and if and when they will be contacted. as will the parish councils. 2 parish councils have considered that in the last fortnight, and both have unanimously said that they wish to object, and they are, if not already, be writing to the council raising that objections. But it seems that nobody can object to this at all. They're only being concentrated on the so-called red routes. I live fairly nearby. Hopefully I won't be affected. But lots of residents are contacting me as a local member saying, what is happening? When is it happening? How can I do it? How can I raise objections? 1 or 2 in favour, but how can I continue with this? And that's a question I am posing. 5 TROs, all coordinated, operated as single ones or as one? How is it going to be managed to move from one to the other? We just leave those roads available to be used by the appropriate vehicles. 140 plus supporters plus anybody who wishes to watch.
Thank you. I have Alex Postlethwaite, who's in charge of the road closures and the consultation around all of that online. Do you want to come back on that, Alex, please? And then I will go to Alex Wagner, who's also in there. Too many Alexes, just as much as there are too many Duncans. Well, it depends which Duncan is most important. So, Alex, please, online.
Yeah, hello. I thought I would just try to help the gentleman who just spoke. It's tricky situation for the organisers because legally they're not supposed to release the full routes to the general public until the motor race order has been given to them and the road closures have been approved. This is to try and stop local car enthusiasts from sort of trying the routes and playing around with them and so on and so on. The routes between the stages haven't been fully discussed, but that's again primarily because the routes haven't yet been approved. And I know that's that sounds slightly counterintuitive because I know roughly where the routes are. But as has been stated earlier, there's still a lot of scope for manoeuvre with some of the exact routings, given the state of play with 1 or 2 of the objections that have been received recently. So even the routes are not fully finalised right at this stage. I don't know if that helps, but these are all things that are part of the ongoing discussion and engagement with communities. And once the cars are off the main route, they are effectively just like any other car on the road. They have to drive to normal conditions. They have to obey the highway law, and they're very strictly monitored in terms of the speeds that they can travel at, and they're also monitored in terms of the routes that they take to get between stages. So the greater publicity that happens after the road closures are introduced, that's part of the community engagement. That's part of making sure that all the parish councils affected will know that the routes are happening and what times the stages are happening, and everyone will have, I'm sure, an awful lot of publicity so they can understand what kinds of things to expect on the race days themselves.
Thank you, Alex. There are bits of that I really didn't know, didn't understand, so that's very useful indeed. Alex Wagner now, please, and then I have Sarah.
Thank you, Leader. And first of all, apologies for missing some of this meeting. I was at the launch of the Local Visitor Economy Partnership, which is actually quite appropriate to this topic. So just to start, as the local member for the town centre, I have no issue with this part in my ward, but actually, as I was writing this earlier and thinking about it and reading the debate, I don't really think that's relevant. The Cabinet is 10 councillors out of 74. We're 13.5% of the county's population. We're elected to make decisions for the whole county, not just to lobby for our wards, frankly. And I don't see why residents of Quay matter any more than Colham, Worfield or Shrewsbury South to this debate, or anywhere else in the county for that matter. So whilst I don't have an issue with that, I think Cabinet needs to bear that in mind. That said, as the councillor for the town centre, I have a lot of sympathy for residents of Pulverbatch and many of the other places fearing disruption, because most of the debates I get on the ground locally are along a similar concept. It's a level of disruption for a perceived economic benefit. Many residents won't engage with that benefit, but similarly many will. When I get a complaint about some large event in the town centre that causes traffic, or a pub or a club that is too noisy, or some other economic activity which causes disruption, it would be very easy to simply argue for it to not happen at all, or for conditions that make it impossible to proceed to be imposed. But I generally try and navigate that through balance. I think the rally here has to be treated with the same principle. It's about the sensible management of an event that will have some significant economic benefit, rather than should we or shouldn't we do it. Well, actually, no, we I think fundamentally should be finding a way to make this work. Councillor Vasma gave a very good answer to the question from the parish council earlier, but I would actually, slightly less diplomatically, take issue with a couple of points in it, if I may. The concept of a young family trapped for the day is silly. I grew up in Maesbrook and Llanymynech in sort of the northwest of the county. We used to have quite a few rallies, mostly on the Welsh side. Some of them came past our house. I can think of little that delights children more than seeing rally cars in their village or in their area. I can think of little that gets a village more up and about and in the pub and spending money and talking to their neighbours. I can remember people lining streets for those when I grew up. If we are worried about these young families and children, I think maybe we could ask some of those young families and children a poll at Longdon Primary School of, do you like rally cars or not? Would you like to see that in your area? I suspect wouldn't have the result that the submission intended. I'd also say that devolution and partnership is about working together closely. It's about trying to make sure that issues are worked out where they can be. It is not giving one side or the other everything they want all of the time, and nor is that possible in Shropshire's financial and regulatory situation. To that end, I think this has been quite a good process. It's been much lengthier, it's been much more public. I mean, we're here at Cabinet. We don't take every tractor run to Cabinet that causes disruption. We don't take every parade that we have through the town centre to Cabinet. We only take things that deserve that enhanced level of public engagement. I think that is a sign of our approach. I'd also say to the comments about secrecy on our roads, look, when I drive through Llanymynech, I don't get stopped at a checkpoint to ask who I am and where I'm going. I don't get that at Telford Services on the M54, not at Ludford, not at Bewdley. We have public highways, and people have a certain right to drive on public highways. The parts of the rally which are contentious are in those red zones, as I understand them. I know we don't have the full map for sensible reasons, but actually, I think it's an unreasonable expectation on the government, the state in general, to have that level of information. Where there are big events, we have, bigger traffic demands. We had 8,000 vans at the West Midlands Showground for VanFest a few weeks ago. It did cause a bit of disruption, and some residents in the area were not particularly pleased, but ultimately it's brought a lot of economic benefit, money into the local economy, and we need that. For me, economic growth is pretty essential. If we want this county to have a future, if we want this county to be somewhere where people young and old can make a life for themselves, we need to be broadening our appeal in many ways. And as a Cabinet, I think looking at the overall picture, I'm content that a well-managed rally would do that. Similarly, I think that it's a dangerous game to be playing to say, can we take one bit out or another? I think that there have clearly been changes in this process. We heard from Alex Postlethwaite that there may be further changes, and where there are safety issues, we need to be raising those repeatedly. But if we're starting to make that change, we're starting to make many changes by default. And, there's going to be a little bit of give and take there, I suppose, is my point. It will cause a level of disruption, but it would also cause a level of enjoyment and economic benefit. And there'll be many, many people across the county who are quite pleased to see this coming. I go back to, if we want a poll at Longdon Primary School on, do you like having rallies in your area? I suspect young families will give a slightly different answer to what we might think. Finally, after all, I think we need to remember as Cabinet, we're talking here about the traffic orders. The motorsports licence has been granted already. There is a level of right to drive on public roads. We see night rallies for that similar purpose already in many parts of the county, including Ryegrap. And we are also talking about 5 or 6 hours. That's not to demean it, but I think it is to put it in some context. So I know that this sort of event is not everyone's cup of tea, and I'm completely aware that there will be residents who are not pleased with the council, not pleased with the rally, not pleased with any part of this. But we have to make this decision as a Cabinet on balance, on the overall picture, and as long as this is a properly organised, regulated event, I've absolutely no problem welcoming it to Shropshire on those grounds.
Thank you. I now have Sarah Marston.
Thank you. I recognise the economic value that this kind of event will have for Shropshire, and I would be happy to support it if it wasn't in the location that it's in. As Shropshire Council is a partner in managing the Shropshire Hills National Landscape, we have a duty to make sure that any decisions that we take further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of the area, and any decisions that we take should consider that. And in particular, our duty to protect the tranquility of the area. And also in an area where we are promoting sustainable travel, I don't see how allowing recreational car rallying sort of can be justified at the same time. So for that reason, I don't support it. If it is to go ahead, if Cabinet takes that decision, then I would like to see an alternative to the Linley section, or at the very least the mitigations requested by the Shropshire Hills National Landscape team to manage the impacts, please.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak on all of this? As Peter said, my constituents who live on that leg of the approach where the road closure will to the Linley section are really vociferously against this, and I have supported them in that. It is a narrow, steep road with very few passing places. So, does nobody else want to say anything else at this point? Right, in which case I need a proposer and a seconder to the 3.1, 3.2 proposer.
I propose. Happy to second.
Right, okay. In which case we go to a vote, and it is a free vote, so I would not expect everybody to vote en bloc. So, all those in favour? Six. All those against? 3. Yeah, we can report that. Ruth had to go because she had a dental appointment that she'd already rearranged twice. So, that is lost. What I do expect now is that work around Pulverbatch and the Lidley section with Alex and the road closures goes ahead, because that's part of that recommendation in 3.2. So that there's some mitigations and so on in place around all of that. And I think at the very least that should be reported back to all of us involved, so that we know exactly what's going on, and those local members can have an input as well, please. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add, I think it's been referenced numerous times, so I won't reiterate that point, but the consultation process and the engagement with the organisers is an ongoing process.
Yeah.
And certainly some of the concerns that have been raised about travel between stages, there's things that we can do around putting conditions on as part of that to mitigate. So I think some of the feedback, of course, will be captured and weaved into that process. So I think there are certainly things that I've picked up on during this debate that we can look at. Absolutely.
But I think also the people who've taken part here need also to have some sort of input, because they're very passionate about it. As
completely understand. And
absolutely.
I
so
those.
it's not the end of the story, it's just the beginning of the next stage, please.
Of course.
Okay. Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, in which case we now need to move back to when I found it. The next bit, which was, I think, improvement. Children's Services. Oh, Town and Parish Council asset transfers. Verbal from Roger, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a verbal report, so there's no recommendation, but it is to inform the Cabinet and also anybody who's looking in about the progress that is being made in the working with parish and town councils and the transfer that is taking place. Just a short list of those that are in progress or have been completed. Albrighton Skate Park, that's with Albrighton and Donington Parish Council, has successfully been transferred. Stoke-on-Tern Parish Council and the Langley Old Play Area successfully agreed a transfer, and the intention there is to reinstate the play area, providing the children and young people in the town somewhere to play. There are a number in operation in Oswestry Town Council, and I've talked to the local councillor here, and maybe we can move some of them on a little bit quicker than others, but be subject to discussions. And then in other town parish councils, we're also working in Bridgenorth, Whittington, Ellesmere, Ellesmere Rural, Craven Arms, Ashford, Carbonell. And please, if anybody knows of any other parish or town council which wishes to enter into discussions about transfer of assets, please contact either myself, Alex Wagner, or David Walker, and we can take it forward with the officers, because we do want to work together. And if the assets can be better served by being transferred to the parish town council, that is all to the good for the community. Thank you, Chairman.
Any questions about any of that? Okay, thank you. In which case we note all of that and do bring forward any of those to Roger or David or Alex, please. Thank you. Right, we now move on to the improvement plan, the progress report, which you have. So this is just to keep you updated on where we've got to. It provides an update on the delivery, the progress and the impact of the Council's improvement plan. It was approved in December 25, so it's about 6 months on, in response to the financial emergency, and a range of external recommendations were put in place. The plan remains the Council's overarching framework for stabilisation, recovery and long-term transformation. It's structured around 3 core aims, which you've heard several times today, and you'll carry on hearing wherever we are, whenever we're looking at anything that's going to impact us financially, and that's achieving financial sustainability, establishing clear priorities and purpose, and enabling a high performing workforce. So overall, the progress is broadly in line with the plan, with significant early milestones achieved. These include securing exceptional financial support, setting a robust and realistic 26-27 budget, strengthening some financial management practices, and improving corporate governance and compliance, which again you've heard about today. Alongside this, foundation work has been completed to support long-term improvement, including the development of a new corporate plan, which was at Cabinet and Council last month, work to develop a transformation and savings portfolio, and key organisational strategies such as digital procurement, commissioning and the people plan. The people plan is very much in place, and the details around that procurement and the transformation will be coming forward, and Alex is working with officers to do a lot of that, and the detail will be tabled. It is not a transformation programme that will have a word. We have no idea what happens underneath it. It will be detailed. So governance and assurance arrangements, including oversight by an externally chaired improvement board, have provided effective challenge, enabled timely adjustments to programmes and timescales, ensuring continued alignment with priorities. A reminder that progress against the plan is reported monthly to the improvement board. While many early activities have focused on building sustainable foundations, there are emerging signs of positive impact, which particularly in compliance, staff engagement and organisational clarity. The next phase of improvement will focus on embedding the new practice, strengthening financial sustainability, refreshing programmes to reflect delivery to date and involving organisational needs. None of this is going to happen without a change in culture. None of it is going to happen without it being routine and really embedded, because if we slip back, we'll go back to where we were. Cabinet are asked to note the update, consider any comments made by the Finance and Improvement Scrutiny Committee and provide any steer and guidance to support the continued delivery of organisational improvement and finance. So there will be a lot more detail that comes forward, and you will be expected, everybody will be expected to be challenging all of that, and portfolio holders will be challenging that within their own portfolios. So I open that to debate. If you've got questions, could they be really clear, one at a time, so that we get through this and we know what we're answering?
I will work on that for you. I'm improving.
Part of the improvement plan, yeah.
Yeah. We'll do it together. Chair, this update does show some important progress. There is much stronger oversight, tighter spending control, improved budget monitoring and a much more realistic annual budget than we have seen before. And these are very welcome steps and they really matter. The key test is not whether the Council is better organised than it was, it clearly is. The key test is whether the improvement plan now meets the substance of the external auditor's statutory recommendations and gives members confidence that the Council has a credible route to financial sustainability. On that, I believe that we still have a distance to go. The recommendations called for urgent action on several fronts: a full review of services and minimum viable statutory provision, a clear understanding of the structural deficit, more realistic modelling with less optimism bias, and a deliverable medium-term plan to reduce reliance on EFS. Looking at the report, some of those areas are only partially met. One is substantially met, and the most important one, a realistic and detailed route away from continued dependence on EFS, remains the weakest point. The plan is stronger on governance, controls and framework than it is on hard evidence of delivery. It talks about strategies being developed, programmes being refreshed, portfolios being outlined, but it still does not set out clearly enough which savings are firm, when they will be delivered, what the risks are if they slip, or how the Council will reduce its reliance on emergency support year by year. So while this is definite progress, which I commend, it is still not full assurance. My question to Cabinet is this: when will Cabinet bring forward a fully costed, risk-assessed and time-specific delivery plan which clearly demonstrates how each part of the auditor's statutory recommendation have been met and how the Council will achieve financial sustainability without recurring EFS? Thank you.
Thank you. And just... You're becoming more controlled, Dawn, thank you. What I would like to say to all of that is it is one step at a time, because this is a restructuring of the whole organisation and getting us, as you have been told several times, you know, coming out of EFS is probably going to take us at least 5 years because of the mountain we have to climb. And we also have been told that this coming year, and Duncan has told us, and he probably will again, in a minute, that actually the stabilisation of the budget this year is the fundamental bit, because without that we can't do the rest of it. So I'm not sure whether you've got any more to add to all of that.
No, well, it's the abnormality of the situation that we find ourselves in. It's like tapping your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time, isn't it? So delivering within the EFS that we have this year is critical, and if possible at a lower level even than that. But at the same time, we've got to realise we're balancing a budget because we're borrowing money. and this is a really unreal situation, but we have to stabilise the position. I like to think we've made some progress with that over the last 6 months, actually. The announcement of the financial emergency was critical, I think, to actually get the urgency of the matter underway, and things are ramping up. We're having to work through all this stabilisation while still fighting to build the capacity back up and to rebuild the governance. So the governance in itself is actually an overhead. It's a necessary one, but is all part and parcel. It's not just a financial scenario we've got here. It's about decision taking, it's about ownership, and it's about accountability, and so on and so forth. So, but stabilisation in through 26/7 is critical, and that will then give us a better idea about how long it's going to take to come through this very deep problem. And as somebody mentioned earlier in the day, we are the largest EFS bidder in the country at the moment, and it would be nice if we could get that down to a lower level.
I really don't want this council to have that label.
No.
It is not one of those things that is something you go around bragging about. So it's a really difficult position. I think the MTFP in July is a fundamental step, and so will transformation be. And Alex will talk to you a bit about the transformation that I alluded to before. But we also, as Duncan says, some of the pace that we can't go at the moment is that we cannot recruit to the areas of capacity that we actually need to fundamentally fill. And that is a real problem, and we've got to do a lot of more planning around that to make sure that we can do that. So transformation, Alex.
Yeah, just briefly. So as you say, we've got the MTFP coming in July, but most of the emerging transformation plan, at least for 27-28, will be coming over the summer, or a lot of it will. That's part of the logic of having that extra August cabinet meeting, essentially to discuss some of those things in particular. So we'll have adult social care, children's social care, some work on assets, some work on income. Many other bits of council are currently doing projects which, if not going directly through BTCP, are fundamentally transformation projects. So in the library service is a really good example there. In leisure, digital. I mean, these are one worders at the moment, but these will all be fully fleshed reports that we'll be looking at in the next 3, 4, 5 months and longer. I think that the difficulty we have is we've been told to work at pace, but we also have to do it properly. And the bottom line is, I would rather we bring forward something proper in August than something that needed an extra month in July. Similarly, the stuff that we would love to have brought forward today, but actually needs a bit of work to make sure that it's solid. If we're investing, I wasn't here for the debate, but that children's transformation piece is, £9 million worth of council investment. Well, we could rush it, but do you really want us to be rushing £9 million worth of investment out of EFS? There's a balance there. So I think the big aim is closing the gap next year in 27-28 and reducing that EFS requirement. We're going to be bringing forward as many of those transformation projects as are ready and fit for purpose over the summer in the biggest areas, working down broadly speaking, or at least in the areas which are easiest and most obvious to target. But it will be an ongoing process, and we all have to be aware, with the government grant situation, with Shropshire's demography, it is possible to do everything right from here and still have our level of EFS requirement if we're not incredibly disciplined. I think the Cabinet showed some discipline this morning, frankly, on something that we could have delayed or could have shied away from. I'm glad that we didn't.
Thank you. It does bring me back to the 3 issues that we do have. Firstly, it's cash. We don't have any, unless we borrow it. Secondly, it's capacity, and also it's the capability around the things we've got to deliver. So all of those things we've got to really concentrate on. Dawn.
Just very quickly. I know that I know these things, that I've been in the meetings, but I think part of my job here is to bring that forward, and it gives you the opportunity to then answer it as fully as you have done today, so that our residents actually understand where we are and where we're going. So thank you for that.
So Paul, do you need to add anything to any of this?
Just to reiterate that recognition of the progress that we have made over the past few months has come not only from ourselves but from our externally chaired improvement board and the LGA peer team, as alluded to by the chief exec earlier in the meeting.
And I hope there will be a couple of other areas that will also come forward and tell us that actually they think we are a different council now and that things have changed quite significantly since September at least. It just takes time, all of it. Duncan.
Yeah, sorry, I was out of the room. Yeah. I'd just like to mention the workforce as well.
Yeah.
Because they are our major asset. Oh, sorry. So I'd like to mention the workforce as well because they are our major and most important asset. And this abnormal situation we find ourselves in is clearly impactful on them. So to keep the services running in the way that they do, even when we make the odd mistake, it's a brilliant effort. And from my point of view, the extent of the change from arrival in January to now is just extraordinary. And with the creation of the transformation programme, I've worked in similar sized organisations that have taken 18 months, using lots of consultants' advice to actually fire those mechanisms up. And even though we're still in the very early days and early stages, what has been achieved in 6 months is unbelievable. So the energy is being expanded is just awesome, really. So congratulations to everyone for that.
I think that actually brings me to the bit I did mention before, but actually we don't do as much around, and I'll come to you in a minute, David, which is the people plan, which was part of the CPC, because they recognised that our staff were rock bottom in morale, overworked, too few of them, and actually we needed to work really solidly with them to make sure that they felt part of the team. We weren't a council of two halves and all the rest of it. And again, we haven't achieved all of that, but we're on the way. Yeah. And it does seem to me a happier place than it was. But I think it's for staff to tell me whether that's the case or not. So, David.
I think when we say at pace, it's not a sprint. It's a measured pace. We've got a lot of the stuff we've got to do. There's no wiggle room, so we've got to be right first time, every time. So that means proper due diligence and doing it at a nippy pace. So there's a lot of conflict in all of that, and it'd be easy to just whack a load of stuff out and then regret it later. So we've got to be really bob on in terms of what we're doing all the time. And just on the staff thing, they're our biggest asset, and everything hinges on that.
It does, and also now we're beginning to go out to advert for extra staff. It's encouraging people to join us because it's a nice place to work, and making sure that we're filling those slots that we need to fill both at the upper levels, but even more importantly at the lower levels where we know we are lots short to be able to deliver what we need to be delivered, whether that's in revenues and benefits, which we know are at least 20 short, whether it's finance so that they can do their jobs properly, because all of these were hollowed out, but also legal. And that's just 3 areas which have got to have significant capacity put back in so that we can move to where we need to go. So, if you look at the recommendations, Cabinet, it said provide guidance and instruction. So, what guidance and instruction are you giving? Just to wake you all up. Alex, your instruction is that we will be...
We'll be moving at pace.
and that actually you will be bringing forward
the transformation programme in the main over the summer, or at least the earliest parts of it. There we are.
I think we've got an instruction or some guidance of what is going to be happening, but there is a lot, and you will be seeing more every cabinet, and as you've heard, we'll be doing more in August as well, which is very unusual. So I will move the recommendation so we have now some form of guidance or instruction. and Alex will second. So I take it we all agree to that. Thank you. Right. So we now move on to Shropshire Housing Authority enforcement and civil penalty policies. Which is a huge piece of work, but anybody renting accommodation can't be in the room. Yes. Or renting out a property can't be in the room, but both those gentlemen who've just left living in rented accommodation. So there we are. This is a really important piece of legislation. And Kieran, do you want to come forward? Or both of you? And Joanne? Because you've both done a lot of work on this. And you're going to be much better at answering questions and all of this, because I'm having, although housing is one of my passions, as Kieran knows, and Paula certainly knows after yesterday, that James couldn't present this because he does live in rented accommodation. So I am doing this for him, and you will now support me because I do a lot of other things as well. Right, okay. So we're faced with a report where we have to approve two, or are suggested that we approve two updated housing enforcement policies so that the council can meet its duties under the Renters' Rights Act of 2025. So it came into force in key respects on the 1st of May this year. So we're relatively quick after that actually happened, and it is important because of much of the property across Shropshire we will need to be aware of and be much stronger in our using our statutory duty to enforce landlord legislation alongside expanded civil penalty powers, new reporting requirements. The report explains why Shropshire now needs to update a policy framework, and the two appendices with the report actually lay that out. So the proposals are intended to give the council a cleaner, more consistent and more defensible approach to enforcement in the private rented sector, while also giving landlords and tenants greater transparency on how decisions will be made. Now, of course, John Palmer asked us a question about this earlier, and so I'm really glad that he's sat through everything today so that he can listen to this. Rather than me going through all of this, would you like to actually present all the work so that it does protect our residents across Shropshire?
Absolutely, Heather. I'll kick off and then Joan and Kieran might like to come in. As you say, it's really important. We estimate there are 23,000 properties in the private rented sector across Shropshire. The Renters' Rights Act is one of the most significant changes to legislation, kind of enhancing protection so people live in safe homes of good quality, and importantly, as you said, Heather, places that statutory duty now on officers to enforce and respond, moving us away from that informal discretionary approach. Our two kind of lead officers here have been working really hard, but with cross-council colleagues, to develop our response and the policies that are being presented to Cabinet today. But importantly, they've also been linking in with the regional housing enforcement networks and with the national networks to make sure that we're taking kind of best practice views in terms of developing our approach for Shropshire. The recommendations presented to Cabinet in the report, the first one is obviously around approving the Housing Authority Enforcement and Civil Penalty Policy, noting that there will be some transitional arrangements for a period of time while we conclude legacy cases. The second recommendation is to delegate to myself as Service Director to undertake any required updates to the policies as we move through, particularly this first year of the policies being implemented place. That's principally because case law now will need to develop as we move through this year, and the outcome of that case law may mean that we need to make adjustments to the policies moving forward. To make sure, however, that there is openness and transparency around any changes that Cabinet may decide today to delegate to myself in consultation with the portfolio holder, we are recommending to Cabinet that there is a formal review of the policies undertaken in June of 2027, with any delegated changes made in the interim reported into the newly established Housing Overview and Scrutiny Committee, so that there is, as I say, that openness and transparency from us as a team in terms of any changes that we make. Jo, Kieran, anything else you would like to add to that?
Another reason why we need to make sure that it is a working document, so it is based on statutory guidance, but we're obviously, this is the first phase of the Renters' Rights Act. There's a lot more that's coming in from the Renters' Rights Act that's going to be implemented at different times, so we've got to be able to respond to when that's implemented. So we've got rough ideas when, like, the private sector renter database is coming in, changes to how we assess hazards and things like that, but that's why it's important that we're able to make those changes as we go along, but obviously within consultation and, as we said, transparency through the overview and scrutiny. It's a massive change in the fact that there's a lot more security for tenants. So we average about 300 complaints at the moment a year, and that's because a lot of people are worried about their security of tenure, of being served with eviction notices and things like this, whereas the Renters' Rights Act protects that, so we do expect a lot more people to come forward about their housing conditions.
I'm sure they will, because I get complaints from time to time, and it is across the board. It isn't just the private rented sector, it's often RSLs as well. So it's an important piece of legislation for everybody. I'm glad you added that this is in consultation with the portfolio holder, who will tell me.
Just to say that I think the key change in terms of the policy is that although we've always tried to be very friendly to businesses, and businesses, obviously landlords are businesses, and we have the better regulation and enforcement policy that covers all of our regulatory work, this is different, and the government are directing local authorities to be enforcement first, and that's effectively what this policy is setting out in line with that statutory guidance. But of course we're still going to be as friendly as we can be.
Well, we discussed that this morning in the answer to the question, in that it doesn't all go to court. There's quite a lot of enforcement that goes on in the background that actually produces real benefits to the resident in question, and I've certainly experienced that in my patch. So and we don't see all of that. We really don't. But it's also one of the very big reasons why we now have a housing scrutiny, so that we can see how this progresses. Housing scrutiny is going to be very busy this year. There's lots coming forward, but actually reviewing this is vitally important, and of course one of the recommendations is that it will be reviewed in June 27, so a year from now. Duncan, you want to ask a question?
Yeah. Thank you. I very much welcome this one. My second job was as an environmental health officer dealing with HMOs. Now everybody understands what that means. 40 years ago, nobody understood really. So, it's worth recognising that according to government data in the health and safety rating system, 10% of private rented properties have a Category 1 risk. So we've got 23,000 in Shropshire. We can reckon that 2,300 of those will have a very serious Category 1 fitness, if you like, risk. And they will be overrepresented on the housing waiting list. They will be overrepresented on child protection in cases that come before us, and in adult services cases as well. So it's absolutely fundamental that we do get to grips with this. I'm aware that some councils have local schemes requiring compulsory licensing of both private rented properties and indeed all HMOs rather than the larger HMOs. So I'm just interested in to discuss whether that's been considered, and whether you're going to be proactive in identifying these properties or just wait for complaints to come in, whether you're actually going to take steps to identify properties.
Thank you. I'll pick up perhaps the selective licensing and then come to Joe and Kieran for your second point. Selective licensing is something that we have been discussing, haven't we, and started to have those conversations with the portfolio holder about. It's very much at early stages, and as the leader mentioned, there's quite a lot of work the team have needed to do just to get to this point in terms of making sure that we're fit for purpose to respond to the Act. But I think as our response kind of embeds and we start to hopefully get a bit of headspace, I think there is an opportunity then for us to think about selective licensing and obviously further discussions with Cabinet and through scrutiny, housing scrutiny around that issue. Did you want to pick up the other point, Joe?
Yeah, we're already do proactive work, so there's quite a lot of projects, we call them, but they are works that we need to be doing anyway. But to try and speak to people, carry out proactive inspections and things like that, identify our HMOs, because the thing at the moment is we don't have a register. All we do is rely on somebody coming to us and saying, I live in a private rented property, because there's no requirement for them to do that unless it's in your licensed HMOs. And that's where the private rented sector database will come in, because people will have to register on it, but there'll be a lot of work we'll have to do to make sure that those people are registering, because we know the good landlords will register straight away, the other ones will wait to be found. So absolutely, we do proactive work and we'll continue to do that, but we're hoping it's becoming part of the day-to-day work that when you speak to, because somebody will come, it's the same with the hazards, somebody will come and say, I've got damp and mould growth, but we do like a whole house assessment of the 29 hazards, because what is important to that person may not be the actual hazard that we're really concerned about. So it's just continually having those conversations with people. Well, have you received this? Have you got that? So we will continue to be as proactive as we can.
Dawn. I want to begin by saying that I fully support the objective of ensuring safe, decent and high quality living conditions for tenants. There is no place for rogue landlords in our system, and it is absolutely right that those who exploit tenants are robustly dealt with. However, we must also be very mindful of proportionality in how these measures are applied. The vast majority of landlords are responsible, decent individuals who provide an essential service. If our approach becomes overly burdensome or unbalanced, we risk driving good landlords out of the market. Evidence already shows that increasing regulatory pressure and uncertainty is contributing to landlords exiting the sector, which in turn reduces the supply of rental properties whilst demand remains high. And when supply falls but demand remains strong, the consequences are predictable: increased competition for fewer homes and rising rents, ultimately making life more difficult for the very tenants we are trying to protect. So the real risk here is that if we are not careful, well-intentioned policy could have the opposite effect, reducing availability, increasing cost and worsening outcomes for tenants. Therefore, the challenge for us is clear: be firm and targeted in tackling rogue landlords, but ensure our interventions are proportionate, fair and do not unintentionally undermine the wider rental market. Because if we lose good landlords, we lose homes, and that is something that this council and our residents simply cannot afford. So my question is, with the shift away from informal resolution towards formal enforcement as the starting point, how will the council ensure the approach remains proportionate and doesn't discourage responsible landlords from operating in Shropshire, because we need them? And two, how will you monitor any changes in the available private rental housing stock? Thank you.
Thank you. I think your key word there is proportionate in terms of the enforcement and in line with the requirements of the Act. And I'll come to Jo in a minute so that she can explain perhaps a bit more in detail about what that means in practical terms. There's a couple of points I'd make about the reduced supply. I think it's something we're very alive to, the concerns that landlords may choose to vacate. I think from learning from other countries, you do see a dip in landlords initially, but then the market tends to pick up and recover. But we need to see, in real terms, does that happen in Shropshire? And those kind of ongoing conversations with estate agents and other means to kind of keep a sense of where it's at in Shropshire is a key part of what we'll be doing. Part of the new burdens funding that the council has been given, however, isn't just about enforcement, it's also about prevention. And so Kieran and Joe are working really closely with Laura Fisher as our head of housing service, so that we can strengthen that prevention offer through our housing team, so that when residents contact them, they're concerned that their landlord is going to evict them, that those officers are really trained in the Renters' Rights Act, the protections that exist for tenants, and that we can really kind of support that preventative offer to hopefully then stop people from being incorrectly evicted from their homes. All this kind of Section 21s that we've seen in the past. So I think there's that balance of trying to keep an eye on what's happening locally with the market, but really strengthening our prevention offer through our housing service to work with tenants and those kind of that balance of approach moving forward. But Joe, do you want to say a little bit about the proportionality?
Yeah, I was also going to say, and this is why we've done a lot of work on where this would sit and where it would best fit. And obviously, we talked about, like, would this fit, that enforcement side be within the housing options team, because they would do the tenancy relations stuff in the first place. However, we quickly realised that, like you said, there needs to be that mediation and those conversations and those talks, which housing options can do as a prevention, and then they'd only refer it to us when there's an absolute offence that's happening. So that's what the proportionality is. But we have powers, we have a duty now to take certain action when we come across certain matters, and enforcement action doesn't stop us from still working with that person and having those conversations and coming to the best solution. And we'll always, even within the policy, it's about mitigating and aggravating circumstances. So we carry out interviews under caution, which sound quite scary, but it gives the landlord an opportunity to say, right, this is what's happened, this is where we're up to, and we'll ask them for supporting evidence and things like that. So we're always trying to have a balance, because as you say, a lot of the landlords that we deal with, and this is why the Renters' Rights Act has come in, don't know what they should be doing, because they've rented out a property for 25 years to the same person, nothing's happened, everything's been fine, they're all friendly and happy, and then we come along and say, well, actually, you need to be doing this and you need to be doing that. So this policy and the Renters' Rights Act is about giving them a clearer guidance on what is expected as a landlord, rather than go out there and just do what you want and guesswork kind of thing.
Is it possible to ask for like a KPI on this kind of thing, the stock and the impact that it has on?
That'd be really valuable.
Yeah.
What we're doing as well is, because the government is asking us to do duty, so we're going to have a duty to report, which we've never had before. So there's about 35 points on there what they want us to keep reporting on. So as Shropshire, we've been part of that pilot, so we've already been doing the voluntary returns and things like that, to definitely monitor what is happening, how we're dealing with this, making sure we're meeting our duty, but making sure that we're not being overzealous in any kind. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
That records the housing stock total and any dips.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, can I ask you one question? We have a new duty. I bet we don't have new resources.
Well, we did get new burdens funding, which is great.
Yes.
Does it fully cost everything that we need, given that it is a cross-council response? Probably not. But we have had 3 years worth of, is it 2 or 3 years worth of new burdens funding? The plan then is all landlords will need to register on the database, and we should then get income from that to self-sustain the response from the local authority to meet those new burdens. Again, we need to wait and see whether the income we get does actually work in terms of,
Absolutely, and that's really useful to be out there, because so many times we have a duty that's handed down from whichever government, and we get no funding. So,
and actually, it wasn't just new burdens funding for enforcement side, it was also new burdens funding to support the prevention side, which is really encouraging.
Excellent news. Okay, right. I think if you've told us everything we need to know.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you're exhausted and need to go home. So I will move, it's 3.1 to 3.3, and I need a seconder. Thank you, Andy. In which case, are we all in favour, please? Thank you. That now concludes that, and thank you for all your work, and I will be fascinated to see where it goes and how much it achieves. I also think your new register will have some sort of track on how many of our landlords end up going Airbnb, because that is happening, and it's not because of this, they just make more money out of Airbnb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Great, wonderful.
Is it?
Have you been to the dentist?
Oh, bless you. That shows good.
But the rally's finished, you'll be glad to know. Right, okay, we have one last report, which is for David Walker to present the item 19, which is adoption of design and new dwellings and design of residential extensions, alterations, supplementary planning documents, SPDs.
I think Cassandra's
And Cassandra's online, okay.
and Eddie's available as well. I'm glad you read it out, so I didn't have to. Thank you, Leader. This report seeks approval to adopt 2 design supplementary planning documents, SPDs, to provide guidance to support the understanding and application of design policies in the adopted development plan, SAMDEV, and for material considerations in determination of planning applications. The first of these documents, Appendix 1 in the report, provides design guidance for new dwellings. It addresses layout, responding to the site and its surroundings, character and appearance, distinctive places that complement their setting, integration, ensuring connectivity to and through the site, inclusivity and sustainability, covering health, well-being, sustainable development and responding to climate change, and function, meeting the needs of occupiers. The second of these documents, Appendix 2 of the report, identifies key design considerations for extensions and alterations to existing dwellings. It addresses the siting, form and scale of extensions, materials, finishes and fenestration, impact on neighbouring amenity and character of neighbouring properties. The preparation of these design supplementary planning documents has been informed by a significant period of public consultation, during which 53 and 20 responses were received respectively, as summarised in Appendixes 3 and 4 of the report. Following consideration of these responses, a series of amendments have been made, summarised within Section 7 of the report. It's considered adoption of these supplementary planning documents will support applicants to achieve compliance with design policy in the adopted development plan, community understanding of design policy in the adopted development plan, and planning officers in determining planning applications. Both SPDs and those previously adopted provide material considerations when determining planning applications and help keep the adopted development plan as up to date as possible. As always, applications are judged on the merits on a case-by-case basis. The Government is axing SPDs, but those adopted before the cut-off date remain valid until they are subsumed into the new local plan. Given the previous scrutiny item, it is worth noting that Section 6 of the SPD covers guidance for inclusivity, sustainability, including promoting health and active lifestyle in new residential development. I'm therefore happy to propose recommendations 3.1 and 3.2 as set out in the report.
Thank you, David. Questions? Quick question, no, concise question. It's fine, but you don't have to say a lot. You can ask the question.
it's things I would really like to be considered in it. Right. So whilst these SPDs have the best of intentions at heart, we have a number of concerns to raise, because whilst intentions may be good, the law of unintended consequences can sometimes undermine even the best of those. And ultimately, it's the balance in practicality and the real-world delivery that matters. There is a considerable risk of over-prescription. They introduce detailed design expectations, expanded technical guidance, additional interpretation of already existing policies. The most significant concern raised externally and reflected in stakeholder responses is viability and its impact on delivery. And these concerns, standard ones of increased costs linked to design expectations, and the having your problem now. Cumulative impact of multiple policy pressures, which, you know, potentially it can lead to the site stalls, land doesn't come forward in the first place, and housing delivery can slow. There is a further point that must be clearly recognised, that planning policy should guide, but it should not actually design homes. Architects must be allowed to develop creative and innovative solutions, respond to specific site client needs and local context, and deliver designs that are appropriate, distinctive and forward-looking. If these become too prescriptive, we risk restricting architectural creativity, discouraging innovation and producing uniform, formulaic outcomes. So good planning policy should enable high quality design, encourage variety and innovation, and allow flexibility for bespoke solutions, not inadvertently constrain them. I mean, these documents rightly reference distinctive local character and integration with surroundings, but in rural Shropshire, sites are often marginal, flexibility is essential, and innovation is often what makes schemes viable. Overly rigid interpretation risks undermining the very diversity and character these policies are trying to protect. The Extensions SPD contains some sensible principles like appropriate siting and the protection of neighbourhood amenity. However, it must not become an unnecessary barrier to residents extending or adapting their homes to meet their real-life needs and aspirations. So what about architectural merit, innovation, aesthetically pleasing symmetry and balance, not just oh dear, hang on.
You write too much.
Prescribed, I'll get better, yeah. I'll start using this AI thing and say summarise it more. Prescribed step back, step down diktats. You know, we support aspiration, creativity and personal freedom, and would like to see our government and local authorities acting in a way to support and encourage and enable our citizens and residents, not overly constrain, control and dictate to them. No one's advocating a free-for-all, but we'd rather see greater facilitation and enablement of our residents to aspire and achieve than ever more control. We support high quality development, respect for local character and good design, bearing in mind that it's a subjective thing. What one loves, another one's going to hate. But this must be balanced with deliverability, viability, flexibility, design freedom and innovation. Thank you.
I'm tempted in the interest of brevity to say yes. Stop. But the point is, this is just part of the consideration in determining applications. It's not an overriding factor. As I said, everything's got to be done on a case-by-case basis. And
which is what he told me.
and so it's part of the consideration, but it's not going to be a determining factor. It might be a thing that swings something one way or another, but all those factors you've said are going to be still foremost in any planning officers when they're weighing up the balance of all the various different factors to work out the overall balance.
I think, I mean, when I raised a couple of items with David, he just said this is literally overarching and it will be, these things are on a one-to-one, and my query was around extensions and so on affordable homes, where actually they're pegged at the moment, but if there's a good reason, it can be decided. So it's the negotiation around them underneath.
If I add the bit that I actually said to you earlier, Heather, the terminology is usually ordinarily or normally in all of these things. So this is the policy, but if there's a good reason for it to be an exception to the policy, you can still do the exception. So it's not a coach and horses through everything. It's going to mandate this, and because everything's got to be weighed up and balanced, as I said.
Thank you. We'll see how it happens in reality. It's just, it's something I feel quite passionate about. I would have, if I wasn't here now, I'd have liked to have been an architect if they'd let me do technical drawing at my all-girls school. It might have had I might have had a very different career.
Well, you were as damaged as I was then.
Exactly, yeah. They wouldn't let me do it. But it's just, you know, when I read everything's got a step down, step back, that's it, standard. Where's the role for the architect? Where's the role for balance, for harmony, and how do you get that through? Because if these things are basically going to be primary, you know, policy, it's going to be like, no, there's no point even trying to design something that's interesting.
But that's not what Dave's telling us, is it?
Let's see how it happens in reality.
So we have on screen both Cassandra and Eddie, who've bothered to hang around to actually come into us. Is there anything extra either of you would like to add into this from what you've heard?
I suppose, if I may, just picking up on just a couple of comments that should be made, and I think it's an important point that this is guidance, not policy. It is attempting to provide additional guidance for decision makers in implementing the existing policy we have. But that applies to both decision makers, but I think it also will help applicants in putting together good and effective planning applications as well. And some of the feedback we've had from both our planning agents and developers we speak to is that actually this kind of guidance is generally welcomed in that way, and it's not intended to be, I suppose, the burdensome thing, which I think is which occasionally it's framed as. So I would say it's not trying to undermine anything around, I suppose, the creation of excellent architecture. Is trying to frame I suppose it's the strategic issues which we think are important for good design and architecture in that, but there's room within that for a whole range of applications on that one. And I think it's not just about actually the ultimate yes or no to a planning application. It's also useful in the pre-application part of that process as well, to help a developer get to where it needs to be in terms of getting a good application into the council at that point. So that's what it's there to do, and we think these provide the balance that effectively achieves that.
Thank you. Is there anything extra, Cassandra?
Not for me, Chair. Thank you.
I'm just going to say something. Dave's looking worried now. It's actually, the guidance is great. It's the interpretation by management, planning management, actually, that makes the difference. And it's how we look at that interpretation, because you will have one planner saying this is absolutely not, and another one saying, because this is what the guidance is telling me, I can't do any of that. And another one which will say, oh no, we can actually find ways to do this, or can we change that? So it is about interpretation always. And it does, I think that's a big piece of work around how planners apply any piece of guidance and how we get that consistency across the board, so that every individual application that comes back to say, can we not do it this way, is looked at in a fair way.
Yeah. And I think that's fundamental. It's about giving designers and developers a steer on what good design can look like, not what it will look like. At the moment, they've got nothing.
They do like some guidelines.
But then they design to the guidelines, so that
no,
put an extension in, it will step down, it will step back. There you go, it's been constrained. So there's no point, they know that there's no point in going further than it, because it's just going to get a rejection.
Well, in my experience of that's not the case. No, in my experience of that, it's not the case. And even though it was me, it was because my husband had to do it because I was an elected member, and it had to go through committee and all the rest of it. But my experience of that was it was much more pragmatic.
And if you're not pragmatic and you apply a rigid thing and don't take in the wider circumstances to define if it's an exception or not, then you're going to lose it up here.
Yeah. So interesting, at nearly 5:10, we have 2 recommendations, and Dave will proposed it, and I have a seconder who's now back in the room for a while. So all those in favour of this? Thank you very much. So this is the longest cabinet, I should think it's a record, is it? Yeah. Ever.
Longer than any council.
Yeah, absolutely. And we looked at the agenda and we wondered how we could reduce it, and it was really difficult because everything that was there was really quite important to get through now. So we don't intend all cabinets to do this, but I can't promise it.
I think July might be similar.
Oh, well, it might, yeah. So thank you all for coming. The next cabinet is in July, and then there's the special on Shire Hall on the 14th of July. So thank you very much for your very constructive behaviour, and do use AI.